Alright guys, just give me a couple more minutes. I switched back to using my main computer for now because my feet hurt so much yesterday. And also because I couldn't get the secondary monitor to work because hashtag laptop woes. Yeah, I'll explain in a bit. Just give me a couple minutes here. Okay, hello, hello, hello. Um, Hello, friends. How are you all doing today? I'm just gonna do this. Um, because that I need to in order for my wrists not to hurt if I use the computer too much. But, yeah, I think yesterday's stream was quite good, but unfortunately for some reason, because I'm using my gaming laptop, and yes, I did install Linux on it, it doesn't have, or like now all of a sudden, the secondary monitor's not working. And because it's a gaming laptop, it's got like two graphics cards in it, and it switches back and forth between the two of them, and I don't really understand how that works. It's very strange. Um, okay. But we are going to talk about we'll look at the Venezuela stuff because I want to see what's going on still there still. From based on what I the stuff I've been getting on my phone, it seems like they're all over the place as per usual. Trump says a thing, a crazy thing, and then everybody comes out and has to walk it back because that's just how it works, right? Also, my pajamas are yeah, we're just gonna have a chill PJs stream today. Hassan was complaining about a synagogue accepting it. Yeah, I know. I saw that. I think that that says something about him and about his views on like his insane attempts to separate Zionism from Judaism, which I mean, it doesn't like the idea I we're going to talk about that because Mamdani signed an executive order revoking the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism, which includes stuff about Zionism in there. And I think that the definition is is pretty reasonable, really, unless you're like somebody who doesn't think that like for some reason like Jewish people have a right to self-determination. This is something that I was thinking about as well. It came out a whole bunch in my discussion with Pisco. I didn't really get a chance to go over that, but I might. Yeah, then he banned protesting out. Yeah, that's the other executive order, which I think is very funny. Because, and of course, I imagine that They Squirrel and Co. basically had nothing to say about the second of those, or about the first EO, and everything to say about the second. Because I saw they were bitching and complaining about it because they hate that Mamdani would do that. And really, yeah, when he did that, that was entirely about because that people were banned outside of, yeah. Oh, thank you for the sub. I'm glad that's working on here too. Um, but yeah, like we'll get to that. And maybe we might, Chase, because we're talking about anti-Semitism, we might also react to Vosh's take from like a long ass time ago. You know. Oh, also, I just have to say, um, I wonder if he banned that because of the backlash he got for his statements on the synagogue. I don't know that it was just a protest at that synagogue. Didn't someone like, wasn't there violence that happened there? Didn't someone like set a fire or something? Or wasn't it like more than just people like protesting? And wasn't that part of the reason for this? Because people were going like way overboard with it. Yeah, like I just have to say that I don't really think that making Jews feel unsafe in the country that they are inhabiting is really helping you in your battle against like Zionism. Maybe you might not want to do that. That's not a great idea. Oh, also, Willie Mac made a video on Candace Owens, which we have to watch too, just because I think it's going to be really funny. I might even like, maybe I'll play Marvel Rivals while I watch that. I don't know. We will see. But, okay. Um, Also, I kind of like it in here better because it allows more room for the cat when he wants to come and annoy me. Oh, I better turn on the light because later on that's not going to go well. I'm still working on my lighting. I'm still trying to figure that out. Uh, maybe I should, maybe I should. There we go. Maybe I should ask Destiny for advice, lol, since we are now Discord friends. Yeah. Oh, that reminds me. I posted that in the Discord the other day, or I recently actually, this morning I think. The convo that I had with him. It was a pretty decent conversation. I want to go back and talk to him later too about some other stuff as well. And there were a couple of points that I wanted to make because that I think that instead of just like the actual appropriate answer, and I will also like I could provide him with some historical information to like arm him against it, because the liberals always side with fascist thing is not true because of the part that says always. But the now I want to watch the clip that he watched of you. Wait, which clip? Oh, well, that was when he was talking about the drama, because he discussed that because some people told him about it. Which, you know what, that's fine. I'm not going to complain about that. I mean, it got me here. I think that that was really nice, actually. And the Destiny Clipper that posted our conversation also linked my channel, and he encouraged people to go check it out, which I thought was really, really nice of him. He's the same guy who's like he was the same guy who what was it? I think it's like 10 minute reads or something. Let's find it here. 10-minute reads, something like that. Yeah, it's this dude. He's got a kitty. Always appreciate that. See, there's our video. 1.8K.
Do you
Oh, I like how Destiny's gameplay is like just not there. That's kind of funny. You see, these guys will also go to other things. Bomber of Doom, I'm not an orbiter. But it's so nice. Like he linked my channel, and then he told people to check out my channel, which I thought was super nice of him. And yeah, so and the result is now we're at 402 subscribers, guys. I only need like about 100 more to get to that sweet, sweet monetization goal. And once I get there, then once we catch up on the watch time, which will be pretty easy, I think, or the public viewable hours, which should be pretty easy, then I can finally get monetized and people can start giving me money via super chat, which will be like the easiest thing for y'all to do. Let's see, there was some stuff. Oh, Fell Runner, Fool Runner. I've seen Kalinda pop into Lonerbox, and she is based every time. I'm new to all the streamers as of last year, so sorry for not knowing the lore. Oh, well, hi, thanks. That's nice. That's very kind of you to say. Bomber of Doom says, I'm not an orbiter. Wait, Bomber, are you 10 init reads? 10-minute teeds? I don't even know what the hell this was. I also I like this channel because that this person's got a playlist of or at least they did. Where is it? Oh, of Destiny reading The Coming of the Third Reich, which was fun. I quite I enjoyed the 5 minutes that Destiny spent reading this before he gave up on it. I was entertained and slightly triggered listening to him attempting to pronounce German names, which is something else that I wanted to bring up, because honestly, even though I don't speak very much German anymore, pronouncing German names is pretty easy. Every letter in a German word it makes a sound. There are no silent letters in German, so it makes it like you basically just sound it out. And if you in particular know how the specific sounds that Germans use for each letter, then it makes it easier, you know. So like, for example, J is U. So like if you're gonna do like the Jewish state from Herzl, then it's pronounced der Judenstaat, because, you know, or Juden, which is like which is Jews. And it's even though it's spelled with a J, it's pronounced with a U. Yeah, I like that German words are just other words mashed together into one. Oh yeah, that they like to do that too, which I think is very funny. And I mean, like, really, that's also like Judenstaat. That's just the, yeah, like they've mashed Staat, which is state, and Juden, yeah, the Jew state basically. Which I think it's funny. What, Bomber of Doom? Are you a content creator? German has the best compound words. Absolutely, Toby. It does. It is so good. I love it. I'm a fan. Um, yeah, I German sounds great. What's the German word for portmanteau? Well, I mean, let's find out. Oh, Kofferwort translates to literally meaning suitcase word. Wortkreisung, Wortkreisung. I have to. I feel like my pronunciation is good in some cases, but not in others. Denglisch. Oh, Deutsch plus English. Jein. Yes plus no. Yes and no. Oh, that's cool. Jein. Bankfurt. Oh, it's the Bank of Is do people really say that? You know what I should do? I should start learning German again, and I should like do it for like a little bit every day on stream or something. We should do like Duolingo or something else if someone else has like a better one. Suitcase word, it's so good. Um yeah, I'm a fan. Okay. Hello. Let's see what's going on with the Venezuela. Oh yeah, did you guys see that? Oh, I missed it. I was listening to Destiny last night when he reacted to Trump's speech, even though I'd heard it like 3,000 times, and I've forgotten. Yeah, Trump said Venezuela instead of Venezuela. Yeah, oh yeah, I know you've got clips in stream suggestions. Venezuelans are apprehensive about what comes next. Oh yeah, I was gonna say that was like another thing. Like I think Venezuelans probably are apprehensive about what comes next. I think they're happy to see Maduro gone, but that doesn't mean that they're not like scared and worried about what's going to happen next or about like, especially since Trump does not seem, he doesn't care about democracy. He doesn't want, like, it seems like what he actually wants is he just wants there to be a puppet state. He's not interested in letting the leaders that were elected govern, even though they want him to. It it seems like he just wants to like install somebody and make them do what he says rather than actually having like, Venezuela become a real democracy. Also, on that note, I just need to clear something up. So yesterday, we unfortunately, this is what happens when I am getting better at this. I'm kind of going through the same evolution that Loner went through, where when he first started becoming a content creator, he realized that he can't just be listening to what other people told him, and he has to start like looking into things himself. And as usual, I've also started to do that. And one thing that I wanted to do is like I I looked like a tiny bit into the history of Venezuela, which by the way, it's really easy to do. Wikipedia gives an excellent summary in the top paragraph of the article before the table of contents of like the history of different things, which is where I started when I was learning about Somaliland, and then I went into more detail because I wanted to ask, my question was, why do they want to leave? What's their reason? What happened? With Venezuela, it's a little bit more simple. So like what happened is they were a Spanish colony, and then they gained independence as part of Gran Colombia, which was like it was like Greater Colombia. It was like a bunch of countries or a bunch of future countries rather, like were kind of like mashed together into like Greater Colombia, as they called it. And then like those countries broke away, including Venezuela. It broke away in like the 1800s. I think it was the mid or late 1800s, right? When they gained independence. And then they had like a series of military dictatorships until the 1950s, when they finally started, when like democracy began to happen. And they had a series of democratic states, which actually made them a standout from a lot of other countries in Latin America who were not democratic. They actually had like real democracy. And that was cool. And then there was an part of that in the 1970s. It was actually, I think it was, what was his name? Perez or Carlos. What was his first name was Carlos. Venezuela oil nationalization. History of the Venezuela. Oh, in 1979 was when Venezuela's oil got nationalized. Um, Hello, Wikipedia. Uh, let's see here. They got they got a lot of oil. When did Venezuela nationalize oil? This was it. Yeah, it was on, there it is. Carlos Andres Perez. He was the president. Okay. And he did it in 1976. Now, this guy was in control for a bit. So he actually was impeached because he embezzled money, which is kind of a, you know, he was, and then he came back. He was impeached after, within his second term, because he embezzled money. And thereafter, there was there was like two coup attempts against him that were led by none other than Hugo Chavez in the 80s. No, it was in 92. Yeah, it was in 1992. There was two coup attempts against him in 1992. And then he was impeached in 93. And then we had, eventually, there was a revolution that happened. And it was the Bolivarian Revolution. Bolivarian? Yeah, so Hugo Chavez led this movement. And then when they had it, and then Hugo Chavez came to power in 1999, and what happened is they ratified a new constitution. And Hugo Chavez remained in power basically until 2013, when he died, and then Maduro took over. Now, while he was in power, he did things like chip away at free press and everything. But yeah, so Venezuela's oil industry got fucking nationalized in the 1970s. Also, when Chavez was in power initially, he did a bunch of things that were actually, that like helped out the country, but that's because he was riding the wave of high oil prices. And when the economy basically went to hell, it didn't it didn't last. And like Venezuela owed a bunch of money because of all the public spending that they did. And yeah, like basically, so essentially, it was a prosperous country at one point, and then Chavez and Maduro kind of ran it into the ground, and that was the end of that. And so yeah, but so people don't like them. I would imagine the people of Venezuela, because there are people who are alive today in Venezuela who remember when the country was a democracy. They would like their democracy back. And so yeah, I think it's pretty shitty that Donald Trump doesn't care about that. All he wants is a puppet state, so that he can basically go in there and steal their oil that he thinks belongs to him still, because it was, even though it was nationalized in the 1970s. And it's just like, bro, that was never your oil, and it doesn't matter if US oil companies built the infrastructure or whatever. Like, that doesn't suddenly make it yours. And also, as SDA pointed out yesterday, the amount of money that stuff would be worth today would be less than like what it would have been, what they would have spent like years and years ago. It's just dumb. Okay, let's see here. Cheese wheat, nice jammies. Thank you. I think they're funny too, or cute rather. Uh, this is like night and day clicking over from the Hutch stream where he said he was going to be learning with stream for the next week or so. Wait, is it? Oh, I mean, in some ways I am, but I just kind of looked it up this morning. I feel like it's actually pretty easy to learn like a basic layout of the history of something, generally speaking, because Wikipedia provides a very good like gist of things. And then like if you want to know more, you can dive further into it, which is what I did when I learned about Somaliland, because I wanted further answers to the questions about like why did they want to leave. And of course, the eventual answer that one came to was genocide. It's because they got genocided. It's because Bare was a huge asshole, and he did some really bad shit to them. Are you taking notes like Loner yet? Yeah, I do, but I do it differently than he does. I took some notes about Somaliland on my phone because I find it more comfortable to write on my phone rather than using the keyboard. But I do have speech to text, and I will probably be using that because I can definitely use that to dictate into a Google Doc. I did install Obsidian. Obsidian's kind of cool, I guess, but I don't know if I want to use it because I don't know if I want to pay for it. And I'm actually honestly fine just using Google Docs because I already pay for Google Drive, so I figured why not. It was named Bolivarian after Simon Bolivar, who kicked the Spanish out. Oh, I see. Okay, that makes sense. That sounds about right. Jeez, Chase, do you just like spend your time like reading about this random stuff, or do you just like Google these questions? Why was it called that? In order so that you can provide this info in chat. I mean, like maybe either way, props to you for like knowing all this cool stuff about history. But yeah, like it's Chavez was he basically became a dictator. Now, unfortunately, I do just want to say as well too, there is no reason to not acknowledge that Chavez and Maduro were terrible dictators, whilst also understanding that this was not a great idea. And the reason why this was not a great idea is because this sets a terrible precedent that basically it's okay to just go into countries and kidnap their politicians. Now, the Biden administration did have a bounty on Maduro, but there's a huge difference between saying, hey, if you can like apprehend this guy for us, we'll pay you money, rather than you as a country going in and getting him. Like if the for example, if people in Venezuela wanted to hand over Maduro to the US in order to get that money or whatever, then okay. Or if like some Venezuelan individual or if someone else wanted, like, yeah, I don't know, but like they weren't doing this. I don't even know if maybe the bounty was just a virtue signal or what, but it's just stupid that yeah, like we back in my day, when I was in high school during the Iraq War, nobody was defending Saddam Hussein and saying that he was a cool dude. We were merely saying that it is unfeasible and really dumb to think we can just to think that like America or any other country that's the good guy, quote unquote, can just go around the world taking out dictators because that they're sucky, terrible people. Like that's not really how this kind of thing worked, you know? Hello. Oh, damn, I haven't had the I didn't even switch. I keep forgetting. Maybe I should get one of those stream deck things. Also, we are stealing Destiny's stream layout because it's cool and based. Um, Whoops. What was that? Oh, that's the Tangia overlay that I don't use. Maybe I'll use that one day. Maybe I'll set up Tangia one day. Um, we are stealing Destiny's stream layout because it is cool and based, lol. Um, or I don't know. I'll leave it up to you guys. Do you guys like this better? Because like then you can see the whole Firefox window without anything blocking it. And I also like the I also like I prefer this webcam setup to the other one. Um, he uses that layout for good reason. A lot of thought went into it. Oh yeah, I know. No, it's a nice layout. Before I just copied Loner's layout. And I mean a lot of streamers also will just like put their webcam down here anyway. Like I mean Destiny used to do that too. I think that's like a fairly old tried and true thing. I prefer this layout since I have a 2K monitor. Oh, well, I mean, that's nice, Tash Gordon. Not all of us, not all of us have you know, this kind of fancy stuff. I I'm still I'm still using 24-inch monitors that are 1080p. Yeah, I think Maduro is. Oh yeah, no, Maduro is worse than Chavez. Chavez, because I don't. I think Chavez was actually popular. I mean, he did win. Um, like he was elected in 1998. Um, when like, and then again in 2000, and then again in 2006. Like I think people may have liked him, but the thing was is that he was absolutely like he started cracking down on various freedoms, which is the issue, right? Like he eroded that, which in a lot of ways paved the way for Maduro. Um, we thought Saddam was hiding. So yeah, well, kind of. It's actually funny. I remember reading a long time ago that even the Israelis knew that Saddam did not have WMDs. Or I think, no, it might not have been the WMDs, but they most certainly knew that Saddam was not working with Al Qaeda. And I think that the Mossad actually passed this information on, but the US didn't do anything with it. Worse a lot. Chavez had a really bad rep in the US because he refused US humanitarian aid, and in 2008 they found a bunch of spoiled food and caused a big political crackdown. Yeah, like, I mean, I would say, at least my impression thus far is that Chavez basically paved the way for Maduro. Um, and it just, it didn't like, yeah. The high oil profits coinciding with the start of Chavez's presidency resulted in temporary improvements in areas such as poverty, literacy, income equality, and quality of life between 2003 and 2007, though the extensive changes in structural inequities did not occur. On the 10th of June, 2010, Chavez declared an economic war on Venezuela's upper class due to shortages, arguably beginning the crisis in Venezuela. Yeah, like he basically fucked it up because he went about solving the issues wrong. By Chavez's death in 2013, economic actions performed by his government during the preceding decade, such as deficit spending and price control, proved to be unsustainable with Venezuela's economy faltering. At the same time, poverty and inflation and shortages increased. Yeah, like he did a really bad job of this. Now, based on this reading of it here, it almost feels like this is an example of why exclusively blaming everything on your upper class and your billionaires or whatever isn't going to solve your issues. Because it sounds like there were actual structural inequalities in Venezuela that Chavez couldn't be bothered dealing with. Probably because that would have been harder. The Mossad tried warning America about Al Qaeda before 9/11, if I remember correctly. There were a bunch of warning bells there. There were a bunch of things that potentially should have happened or could have happened to fix that, but didn't, or that could have happened to avert that. Yeah, I think that's hard. Those things are hard to figure out because it's like it's similar to like October 7th, right? Although with October 7th, I think that was just a case of BB just really didn't want to he deluded himself into thinking there was no way that anything was going to happen, like, but I gave Simwar the Qatari aid money. He wouldn't do this. Hello, TRC. What's our over under on Trump becoming besties with Maduro by the end of the month and giving him back? I thought, oh my god, those hypotheticals that Destiny and Mutin were floating last night when they were playing Arc Raiders were really funny. Like, Maduro or Trump goes into the room to talk to Maduro, and Maduro slides a piece of paper across the table that reveals that he is the majority owner of Trump coin. Like, or Maduro just says a bunch of nice things about Trump, and then Trump's like, oh, hey, based, we're going to give you back. We're totally friends now. I want to work with you about handling the drug problem. If only they woke him up a few hours earlier. Maduro can offer him a plane. I don't know that he has any. Maduro could just be like, listen, you want to make Venezuela great again? I want that too. You're totally awesome. I love you, Trump. It was amazing how you managed to capture me. You're so cool. I would like to be just like you. I want to make my country hot and great, just like you've done with America. You've done such great things. I'd like to work with you and cracking down on all these gangs. I'll give you lots of information, and then and I'll cut you in for 50% of my oil profits. Let's go. The oil industry in Venezuela was fine until they went on strike and all the exports were replaced with party loyalists. So it started under Chavez. Also look up demand goes. Oh yeah, so SDA wasn't entirely wrong because like this is really the catalyst that kind of like wrecked everything. But it's still happening. Began under the presidency of Hugo Chavez and has worsened during the presidency of successor Nicolas Maduro. It was marked by hyperinflation, escalating starvation, disease, crime, and mortality rates, resulting in massive emigration. Yeah, I think it was like something like 8 million people left the country. So there's stuff in here. Oh, oil industry. Here we go. By 2018, the political and economic troubles facing Venezuela had engulfed the El Tigre San Tome. I don't know how to pronounce that accent thingy. Or are we gonna have to learn to properly pronounce some Spanish? I thought Maduro already offered to do whatever he wanted before this. Maduro offered to leave if he was given, if his family, and like a bunch of his goons were given immunity, and Trump refused. Because the indictment that was unveiled, or like the charges against Maduro for like his working with with various cartels and stuff to profit from oil and whatnot, and some of whom were terrorists like FARC, or to profit from drugs rather, that those weren't new. That was I think that indictment was from 2020. It's just that it's very likely that it was changed to put all the language about narco terrorism in there, because I don't think that the Biden administration was like talking about it in that regard. Oh yeah, I know people are trying to make it about Israel Chase. I'm aware. I've seen that. It's because that what's her name? Machado, the lady who the opposition leader, the one who wanted to run in the 2024 election, but she was barred from doing so by Maduro. She she's a Zionist, and she said she wanted to work closer with Israel, and so that's the reason why that's the reason why people are trying to make this about Israel, and they're trying to make all these weird claims about how I think the main one that I saw on Reddit this morning was there was an article that was written about how because Machado is a Zionist, and if she got control of the country and like Trump takes control of the oil in Venezuela, then that would mean that the United States could then like have a greater control over the worldwide oil industry, and they could use it to pressure Saudi Arabia into normalizing relations with Israel or something. So Israel is all behind this. Oh, San Tome? Is that what you mean? San Tome? The E just indicates which vowel to express. You did it fine for one. Oh, thanks. Oh, thanks, Short Stack Goblin. I did it fine for once. Thanks. I'm just kidding. Listen, when I put out that video on Somaliland, it's gonna start with like a funny little thing, with one of those, with a thing that's gonna say something like content warning. The following video contains a white woman attempting to pronounce African names or something, and then like some afterthought that's like, also we talk about genocide in here, just because it like, I don't know, I could because I will just woefully mispronounce things. I don't know if I'm as bad as Dylan Burns, but I do a pretty bad job. Um, Sounds like FANB is going to fight back. Trump admin is now threatening the VP. They said she'll pay bigger price than Maduro if she doesn't do it. Oh, yeah, that's right, because she came out against this. Okay. So this isn't what I want. Where's my live updates? Oh, live updates. Um, okay, hold on. put microaggression in there to get Athena's attention. Oh, I don't need to do that to get Athena's attention. At some point, I really do want to go on like Parker or Dean's one of their lives because I legitimately want to tell like to just be like, why do you think it's a good idea to get all your information on Israel Palestine from a Hamas supporter? Because Athena is a Hamas supporter. She might mask it and like pretend like she's not, but she is. Athena cheered when Iran was bombing Israel. She laughed, when like people's homes were getting destroyed. And it just, yeah. And she thought it was funny when Charlie Kirk was killed too. Yeah, they just released a statement. There was oh yeah, I recall. I think I heard something about that last night. That Venezuela's vice, like, she basically just came out and said no. Um, okay, Venezuela's future. Here's the latest. The U.S. is starting to outline its plan for Venezuela after the capture of Maduro, prioritizing administrative stability, and requiring the country's oil infrastructure over an immediate turn to democracy, according to, yeah, like, I don't think they care about this. They just don't care. They don't care about like reinstituting democracy because they want whoever is in there to be friendly and favorable to them. David was complaining about Mamdani's condemnation of this. Yeah, listen, I don't really understand like why. Like, it seems like David recognizes that this wasn't a good idea, but at the same time he also thinks that it was based. Like, listen, there's a way that you could have done this, but this ain't it. Okay? I think I agree with what SDA was saying yesterday about like how you could have done this in such a way where you form relationships, like strong relationships with other Latin American countries so that they would be in a position to help out and support you in doing this. Like, if this wasn't just some dumb unilateral action, but if this was taken like with like the consultation of Venezuela's opposition leaders and in some sort of an alliance with other countries in Latin America who thought that this would also be a good idea and like as part of like some sort of overall thing with regards to fighting drug cartels and all that other kind of stuff, because obviously Maduro is like aiding these people, but he's not doing it to destabilize the United States. It's to make money. It's because they all profit from this. Like, that's literally it. They're not selling drugs to America as part of some grand evil plan. They're just doing it because it's money. It makes good money. And FARC was doing it to finance their terrorist activities, but FARC is gone. David probably only does this saying, yeah, I don't know. Maybe he's being a contrarian. I have no idea. Or you know what? Maybe he's taking the like, I have a take about Iraq that people get mad at, which is that I think that you can morally justify removing dictators who are brutal to their people. But the problem is that pragmatically, it does not work. You can't do that because that's not a good strategy. Especially since it doesn't really, like, there's a level of hypocrisy there because the US sometimes takes over or sometimes like gives aid to dictators, or they overthrow democratically elected leaders and replace them with dictators, or at least they did during the Cold War. That's not really a thing they do anymore, although maybe it is now. Maybe we've returned to the Cold War American imperialism. Maybe it's back. Maybe Trump decided that it's time to bring that back. Maybe that's what we're seeing here. I don't know. President Trump says he won't rule out putting U.S. troops in Venezuela as he maintains leverage over the country's future. Secretary of State Marco Rubio said in TV interviews. Rubio also rejected claims that Maduro's capture was about gaining access to massive oil reserves. I mean, it's kind of hard for you to walk that back now, Rubio. Trump basically admitted that at least this was partly about going after Maduro or going after the oil because he wants the U.S. oil companies to go in. Now I can work. The Yankees were just incompetent. Or well, no. The issue, Short Stack Goblin, wasn't just that they were incompetent. It's that like you can't realistically run around the world toppling dictators who are being brutal to their people because there are so many of those, and some of them are American allies, like Saudi Arabia. Like you can't really you can't really justify like doing that. Like on a pragmatic level, it does not work. Morally, yeah, sure. Now, I think that there are exceptions to this, obviously. I would argue that if like there's genocide happening, then you are obligated to do something. Um, like that's why I'm so blackpilled on the UN, because the UN just doesn't like, because the UN's useless, and they didn't stop what was happening in Bosnia or Rwanda, even though they very well could have, but they didn't. I have a 500 quid bet that Donald Trump will invade Greenland just before the 2028 election, and a 50 quid bet he will do the same to Canada. Don't wish me luck. I don't think he'll do either of those things, because I think that people are right when they say that Trump basically is looking for easy victories, and he's not actually going to do things that are hard. Um, because that he wants people to like him, and so he isn't gonna, and he's also stupid. So if you think something like, so he backs Israel because that Israel is like all badass or whatever, and he knows that they're gonna win, and so he'll back them because they're the big dog in the Middle East. Same, and like Saudi Arabia has lots of oil and they're also big dogs, so he'll back them too. And he did this thing with Maduro because it was easy. I don't think that he would actually invade a country where the outcome might be uncertain. And I think that he's also mad that Russia and Ukraine's not easy. Like, I think that that's fair to say about him. Trump just wants easy wins. All he cares about it, because he doesn't believe in anything besides his own awesomeness. Rubio looked uncomfortable in the press conference. He was probably thinking, "Stop rambling about stolen oil." Well, yeah, Rubio looks uncomfortable in every appearance that he does with Trump, because that Rubio is a empty husk, whose principles and soul long left his body when he sold out in the hopes that one day he could be president if he just bent the knee to Trump. And now, like, all that's left of his conscience is that tiny voice in the back of his head going, "Dear God, what have I done? Why?" And yeah, he has no happiness. He's also frequently boxed out too. Rubio is only there to take out Cuba. Oh yeah, I mean, like, that's probably like the only thing that makes him feel happy, is the notion that maybe he could do that. Sunning ouster, the streets of Caracas and other Venezuelan cities have been quiet today, aside from long lines for groceries and other supplies, amid widespread apprehension about what happens next. Meanwhile, in the U.S., Venezuelans who fled the country are rejoicing. Yeah, I think this says something. I'm sure that like Venezuelans are happy Maduro is gone, but they can't exactly be happy about it because they haven't really seen the light at the end of the tunnel yet. Because like the regime is still in power. They're just not. It's just that its leader is gone. But yeah, it's not really. Vance addresses criticisms that Venezuela moves aren't about fentanyl, cocaine, his bad. Oh yeah, that's true actually. None of this is about, like, it's very strange that people were talking about the boats. Ooh, what's the new update? 8 minutes ago, Trump threatens Venezuela's acting president in new interview. If she doesn't do what's right, she's going to pay a very high price, probably bigger than Maduro, Trump said in the Atlantic. Yeah, because what happened? Oh, hello. Come here. Come on, baby. Come on up. Hi. Are you coming to say hello? Hello? Come here. Okay. Geopolitical cat. He is. He's a pretty baby. I should post some more pictures of him at my parents' place in the Discord, because he had fun looking at the birds. Since my parents have what we like to refer to as actual bird TV. Equatorial Guinea is getting there. Even Mali is fuck. You take wins you can. I'm not even sure what you mean, but oh, so Trump talked to the Atlantic, did he? Trump threatens Venezuela's new leader. Fate worsen. Wow, I'm surprised Trump would talk to them. Oh, we can listen. 5 minutes. The telephone interview this morning. Oh, this isn't even very long. The telephone. Equatorial Guinea has had the same dictator since the 70s. Oh, well, yeah, that's like came for the geopolitics, stay for your cat demanding your attention. Oh, hey, Duckbringer. I'm gonna look at that also thing, the thing that you sent me as well too about Ukraine. We will be doing some Ukraine stuff. And the other thing that I want to do as well too is I want to go through the Amnesty International report on the genocide thing and look and see like what the footnotes were and what they cited, because like I've read parts of it, and my understanding is too is that obviously like I was looking through the UN report, and it kind of disappointed me that it seemed like everything that they did, it was all just about it was in like they cited amnesty. Why is Colombia on the belligerents in Venezuela's side on Wiki? It says, LOL, it says alleged by the US. Oh, it's probably because Colombia is a Venezuelan ally, I guess. Hi. Human, I haven't tasted sustenance in 1,000 years. Yes, this is what he wants me to think every time. Every single time. He did taste sustenance. He was fed earlier, and he's on a diet, meaning that I'm instead of giving him 2 big spoonfuls of dry food, he gets 1.5 big spoonfuls of dry food. Or yeah. How will Lula slash Millet react to this? I mean, Millet probably thinks that it's based. So I was actually looking into Lula because I know a lot of leftists like him. Lula's not actually a socialist, though. He's a social democrat. And he actually, during his first presidency, he did some pretty good things for Brazil. So yeah, it seems like he's not doing too badly. They're not though. Petro hates Maduro. Colombia's worked with the U.S. a bunch on interdiction. Okay, I don't. That's weird then. I don't. Oh, it's because I think it's probably because that Colombia or because that the is Colombia's leader a dictator? Because weren't they saying he's next? Colombia. Oh wait, I spelled that wrong. Colombia. There we go. Based. Okay, let's go. Wikipedia. Hi, baby. Oh, he's not. Yeah. Lula's chill. Yeah, I know. The car wash thing, I used to I like I feel like the likely I don't know if that was entirely fabricated based on what I had seen, though it did look like unfortunately, if there was anything there, it doesn't matter, or they messed it up because that the I think because the judge that was part of that whole thing, like it was basically he wanted to be biased against Lula, and there was part of a plan to like get him. So unfortunately, even if like it's probable that there was some corruption there, but we'll never know because that they fucked up the investigation. Colombia has a lot of problems, but it's not a dictatorship. Okay, so who is the president? Who's the guy? Unitary Presidential Republic. President Gustavo Petro. Hello. In office. Oh, he just became president in 2022. Okay. And before that he was a senator. And then he was a mayor. Okay. Yeah, I see. A member of the Chamber of Representatives. All right, so this guy's got like a long political history. Okay, cool. So this guy's new. Assumed office 2022. Colombia has a lot of problems, but it's not a dictatorship. His family is Italian. Over 3 years ago. Oh yeah, I'm sure Colombia's got a lot of problems. I mean, well, every country's got a lot of problems. Let's be real. There's no perfect country. It just depends on the levels of those problems. But, I mean, yeah. Then I don't. If this guy just is, then yeah, I'm not really sure why. Like, what is Trump's problem with? Was it Colombia that Trump said that you better watch their back? Were they one of the countries that he called out? Yeah. Left is like Lula because he says the same things they do on IP and and Ukraine slash Russia. His domestic policy doesn't matter beyond him being a raging right winger. Oh, I see. They think he's wait, okay, because I remember Michael Brooks really liked Lula and thought he was based. I think maybe it's just because that he's not like super right wing, but he's not a socialist either. Like I don't think he actually he did a lot of good things for the country. Now critics will say that he was able to do those things because he got lucky because he did them during a period of economic boom, which gave him the money to do that. But I mean, you know what? He took advantage of that, and at least it seems like he managed to do it in such a way that didn't wreck the country, unlike when Chavez did it. So yeah. Um, Also, you know what? Brazil is based because they actually threw Bolsonaro in prison. They actually gave enough of a shit to do that. They cared about their democracy. Trump thinks it's Columbia University. I mean, maybe. Maybe he legitimately does. He is very stupid. Yeah, they called out Colombia and Cuba, but I don't know if they know Colombia has worked with the US and been allies for a long time. Well, you know, Con Radical, unfortunately, Trump has this problem where he doesn't ask his intel people things, and instead he just guesses and assumes. It's kind of very silly, um even though he could. So like now, based on what little I'm seeing here, I'm sure that Mr. Petro, when he heard this, was like, bro, what the fuck did I do? What did we do, bro? Yeah, like I so basically the Voss strategy. Yeah, I know, right? Like Trump has a tendency to listen to stuff that he hears on Fox News or Newsmax or OAN or Twitter or Truth Social more than he will his own intelligence agencies. And he will just discard things that his own intelligence agencies tell him if they run counter to whatever weird conspiracy got put into his head. He probably does at this point. He is declining to the point where no one but Trump himself is denying it. Oh, you mean like his health is declining? I mean, I don't know if like maybe, but they're not going to say anything publicly about it. So okay, yeah. It's it comes after Katie Miller, a Trump blah blah blah. Protests are held globally after U.S. strike on Venezuela. Oh yeah, people are upset, fairly enough. What I want to know is how is Putin feeling about all this? Is he mad? Is this possibly going to lead to maybe a bit of a falling out with him and Donnie? Maybe. Please God, please let that happen. If I were to name our allies in South America, Colombia would be one or two. He's so stupid. Yeah, I mean, if they're like buddies, well, in that case, I'm sorry, rip Colombia. That's very unfortunate. Yeah, I just kind of assumed that they were allies. How long until the Ayatollah or Xi or that's not happening. I mean, that's especially not happening to Xi. I don't know about the Ayatollah, maybe, but I kind of doubt it. Because that would be actually, you know what? The reason why that's not going to happen is because that's not easy. Because that's not an easy victory. Because there are way too many variables within that. Because if you get rid of the Ayatollah, it does not like mean that you can just boss around whoever's left. Because the IRGC is still a big, powerful thing, and the youth of the IRGC are crazy. And it would just create a power vacuum. Yeah, I mean, like, sure, David might think that that's cool, but that's not going to happen. Like, you're not going to go in and do regime change in Iran like that. It has to be something from the ground up. It has to happen like by the people. But even then, even if it were to, that's still very, very scary because of like there are radicals. Um, but the Shah's son. I mean, I don't know if people in Iran even want the Shah's son. I imagine they probably want real democracy. I don't know if they want like a secular liberal democracy, but certainly like it seems like people in Iran, or at least people in the cities, are definitely like more liberal than like the regime is, and they're tired of a lot of these insane restrictions. That's one of the same problems with getting rid of Maduro. Oh yeah, no, I know Vanillove, and it is. It's just that I think that this must have been sold to Trump as something that would have been easy to do, or because he figured that it would be easy, because that he figured that he could that he could go in there, snatch up Maduro, and then boss around the regime that was left over. Whereas I'm sure that even he isn't stupid enough to recognize that there is no way that he could do that with Iran based on what happened in Iraq. I think even he knows that it would be a bad idea to get bogged down in a Middle Eastern war, which is what would happen. Okay, so someone tell Trump getting rid of the Ayatollah is easy. I don't know. I mean, like, maybe. Then again, like, I think it's because that maybe they just figured that they would be able to go in there and or maybe they just wanted Maduro. And then Trump just changed his mind. It was like, no, we're going to take it over and do all this shit with the oil. I don't know. He's very stupid. It's very difficult to predict what it is that he's going to do, because it seems like his decisions are all based on what the last person he talked to said to him. Once a country has a liberal democracy for a bit, it's hard to kill that idea again, even with Khomeiniism or whatever. The problem, though, is that Iran only had a liberal democracy up until I think it was 1953 when that coup happened. And since then they've had dictatorship. So a lot of the people who would have been alive are a lot less than the people now, right? Like, they've mostly just had dictatorship. And that's part of the issue, too. And that's probably part of the reason why it was fairly easy, because, like, the strength of those institutions weren't really there anymore. Yeah, 1953, the year Iranian history and begins and ends for left. Yeah, I know, it's very dumb. I don't think people in Iran even like dislike America that much, because like I don't think, like, most of them probably weren't alive when that happened. And but yeah, like, that does make it harder. However, that being said, like, people in Iran do seem to be more liberal. Like, I think, like, at the very least they would like very much to not be forced to, like, adhere to these insane dress codes. Mr. Hello, Mr. Or Mr. Miser, hello. Iranians tend to be pretty secular. Yeah, I mean, that is entirely, or like maybe they are, but they're not, they're just not insane hardliners. Like, I mean, I'm sure they're still like Muslim or what have you, but there's a difference between, like you can be like a chill, moderate Muslim, and yeah. Oh no, they're not Giga Zionists. I don't think most people in Iran like Israel. I'm doubtful of that. But that doesn't matter. Like, it just, I don't know. They also don't like being isolated from the world. Yeah, of course not. They also probably are a bit pissed off that so much of their country's money is being spent on proxies in an attempt to destroy Israel instead of, their economy to make their country better. Like, yeah, that's probably real annoying. It's probably really shitty that that's where all the money is going. That, like, the regime clearly does not have their best interests at heart. Some Iranians might say good things about Israel to piss off their regime. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Like, it's very hard to judge these kinds of things. Okay. Oil workers were fleeing the state-owned oil company as salaries could not keep up with hyperinflation. This is in 2018, reducing families to starvation. Workers and criminals stripped vital oil industry equipment of anything valuable, ranging from pickup trucks to copper wire within critical production components. Oil facilities were neglected and unprotected, crippling the oil production and leading to environmental damage, as noted petroleum historian, expert, and former San Tome resident Emma Brassard stated in 2005. Venezuelan oil fields had a depletion rate of 25% annually, and there had to be an investment of 3.4 billion a year to keep up its production. But since Chavez has been president, there has been no investment. Oh, so Chavez basically didn't do anything with his country's like best or one of the best sources of like wealth for his country, it looks like. I'm not sure if Venezuela has other stuff, but like obviously if you've got oil, you can make a lot of money for your country. As of 2020, there were no longer any oil rigs searching for oil in Venezuela, and production has been reduced to a trickle. Oil exports are expected to total 2.3 billion for 2020, continuing a decline more than a decade. Pollution from crude oil leaking from abandoned underwater wells and pipelines has caused serious damage to fishing and human health. Well, that's not good. Jeez. In 2022, rising oil prices caused by the Russian invasion of Ukraine led the World Oil Commission to start meetings with Venezuela's government to push oil production to have a control over the price. As a consequence of the energy crisis caused by the war, the United States allowed American oil and gas company Chevron to resume limited operations in Venezuela again. Oh yeah, because they were sanctioned too, so they didn't get any of that. So okay, so Chevron is already there. Yeah, it sounds like they didn't he let it rot like the food in the 2010s. He definitely let it slip. Yeah, that sounds like some insane levels of incompetence. I don't know how many people generally like Israel. Iran is still popping off. Apparently, Trump threatened to intervene earlier. Yeah, Trump likes threatening Iran. Okay, Petro. Okay, hold on. Let's see. Senator Murphy, Rubio, and Hegseth literally lied to our face about regime change in Venezuela. Oh yeah, that's the other thing too. Is that like there was no talk with Congress about any of this, which is incredibly bad. Like you can't just like do war and then say, well, it's about terrorism, so therefore the authorization for the use of military force counts, you know? Trump thinks Iran and Iraq were fighting for thousands of years. I mean, yeah, of course he does. Trump's very stupid. Okay. We are an hour and 18 minutes into the stream. Hello, ZJM. Yes, ZJM says hello, Stuart. Boop. I just gave him a nose boop for you, ZJM. Yeah, even the GOP were mad about that. Even though most of them supported regime change, they apparently weren't told anything. Yeah. I love your cat sitting there watching you. This is what he does. It's because he's expectant. Okay. Let's move off of Venezuela. But yeah, so it seems like actually, hold on. Before we do that, Rodriguez. Delcy Rodriguez. Let's just see, because she came out and said something recently. Venezuela's top court names Delcy Rodriguez as acting president after Maduro's ouster, so she is the acting president. Let's see here. Trump warns Venezuelan leader. Okay. She is 56 years old. Oh, let's just can we listen to this? Come on, CNN. You can do it.
Delcy Rodriguez was the picture of defiance. Surrounded by regime loyalists, she called the U.S. operation barbaric,
Único presidente de Venezuela.
declaring Nicolas Maduro is the only president of Venezuela. Known to many in the country simply as Delcy, Rodriguez has been an influential and reliable regime enforcer for nearly 2 decades. She began in the government of Hugo Chavez, faithfully implementing the tenets of Chavismo, the nationalist populist movement that brought the Venezuelan economy to its knees. When Chavez died in 2013, she remained an assertive voice within President Maduro's government. Uncompromising in her rhetoric, she vilified the Venezuelan opposition and frequently warned the country about the threat of foreign intervention. CNN attempted to question her in 2016 after a CNN investigation uncovered a scheme to illegally sell Venezuelan passports out of the country's embassy in Iraq. Rodriguez, then the foreign minister, refused to comment to CNN on every occasion.
Is that it? Oh, okay. That's the end of the video. That was an abrupt cut. But yeah, okay. So yeah, like, because she's remaining, she's defiant. She's not down with any of this. So yeah. Hours after Maduro's capture, before Rodriguez addressed the National Defense Council, U.S. President Trump said in a press conference that Secretary of State Marco Rubio had spoken with the vice president. According to Trump, she appeared willing to work with Washington on a new face for Venezuela. She had a conversation with Marco. She said, "We're going to do whatever you need." I think she was quite courteous. "We're going to do this right," Trump said. Trump's remarks, however, surprised some analysts who believe Rodriguez was unlikely to make concessions to the United States. She is not a moderate alternative to Maduro. She has been one of the most powerful and hardline figures in the entire system. Imdat Oner, a policy analyst at the Jack D. Gordon Institute and former Turkish diplomat based in Venezuela, told CNN, her rise to power appears to be the result of some kind of understanding between the United States and key actors preparing for a post-Maduro scenario. In that context, she would essentially serve as a caretaker until a democratically elected leader takes office, the analyst added, assuming that that's even what they do. Do you guys read the New York Times? Did you guys read the New York Times article on how she was chosen by the Trump admin? I mean, if you want to link it, I have not yet seen that, but I mean, this all seems very strange. I don't know why they would pick her when there are other options who seem like they'd be much more willing to work with Trump. Yeah, I don't, that's very strange. She seems ideologically opposed to all of this, but I mean, maybe she'll just do it anyway. She's just as wild as Maduro. I would have thought they'd assume the Nobel Peace Prize one was picked. That's pretty. Yeah, I know. I don't know why they wouldn't go with Machado. I think that's her name. What's her name? Maria Corina Machado. Okay, yeah. Like, I don't understand. Like, why wouldn't they go with this lady? She was the opposition leader, and the other guy in his conduit, but like the current, but like Delcy Rodriguez is a woman too. The other guy who was in her party ran in the election after Maduro barred her from running in the 2024 election. And that guy won. Yeah, you think misogyny makes sense. I mean, I don't think misogyny makes sense. Actually, there might be other reasons. I'm not sure. But in her first messages following Maduro's capture, Rodriguez showed no signs of backing down, and without referencing Trump's statements, closed the door to any potential cooperation with the United States. Earlier in the morning, during a phone interview with VTV, Rodriguez said the whereabouts of Maduro and Flores were unknown and demanded proof that they were alive. Later in the afternoon, during the National Defense Council session, she escalated her rhetoric, condemned the U.S. operation, and despite the circumstances, insisted that Maduro remains in charge of Venezuela. There is only one president of this country, and his name is Nicolas Maduro Moros, said Rodriguez. Now, by force of events, the most visible face of the government. Yeah, I don't know. Like, she seems pretty defiant. But, okay, thanks CNN for that information. But now Trump's just saying she better cooperate or else. That's kind of crazy. Okay. We're gonna get to some other stuff now. Machado seems too real of a politician, like not usable by the admin, at least not as much as the other. I mean, yeah, possibly. Although if Rodriguez cooperates, it's only going to be because that she was told to. Yeah, I don't. Asmongold won't know which side to pick if they're both women. Asmongold will pick whichever side Trump picks. I don't even think Asmongold knows anything about this. Asmongold probably looked at what happened and was like, "Oh, base. This is so base, you guys. Absolutely. Oh my god, that's so awesome. Look at that cool picture. They captured him. They went in there and we just took him. Hell yeah. Fuck yeah, America." And like, uh-huh. Yep, that's right. Yep, as he listened to Trump's like press conference. I don't there's not a lot going on up here, okay? When it comes to Asmongold. Asking, we'll pick the hotter one. Oh, you mean Asmon will. I mean, I don't even know if I want to look at them in order to make that distinction to figure out which one of them is hotter. Asmon equals phone diaper. Yeah, I know. I figured that it was phones. Okay, let's see. So let's Mamdani executive orders. Inside Mamdani's executive decision to revoke orders. Okay, this one's the New York Times. New York mayor defends decision scrapping as executive orders, his predecessor. Oh, okay, here we go. Executive Order 02. That's I just want to see. Oh my god, why? Ah, lame. It's blinding. Okay. We'll just download this. And then we'll open it right here. Okay, so this is executive order. There shall be 5 deputy mayors. Okay, is this? I don't think this is the executive order that we are talking about. Where are the executive orders? Show 10 more results. Executive order number 7. Okay, executive order 01. All executive orders issued prior to September 26th and in effect are hereby continued unless specifically revoked, revised, or the order shall constitute. Oh, okay. Well, so this order shall take effect immediately. All right. Oh, so these are just very simple. So that's executive order 1 and 2. Executive order 3. They should have a randomly selected council of accountability. Stream PJ goated. Yes, 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 Avi. We are having a chill pajamas stream. Revitalizes the mayor's office to protect tenants. Oh, this is kind of interesting. Landlords who act negligently and dishonestly. How much? I wonder how much this stuff. So this is the mayor's office to protect tenants shall coordinate with the work city to protect the rights of tenants and to improve affordability and quality of housings. All right. All right, cool. Executive order 4. Leveraging city-owned land to accelerate housing. Cool. 5. Okay, you know what? Fine. Which executive order is it? Um, proposed. Oh, yeah, that's the IHRA, the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance's definition of anti-Semitism. We're going to talk about that. Can I just want to know, what was the executive, where is it? Does anybody have it? Does anyone have the executive order? Is my Google food just weak? I just want the executive order where he revoked the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism. And I also want the other one about the mosque protest. Mamdani revokes Israel-related executive orders signed by Adams, directs them to focus on housing and first acts of mayor. Okay, well, maybe they're in the ones that I was... Mamdani did not entirely undo all of Adams's orders, focused on the city's... Yeah, the synagogue one. Yes, I mean synagogue. Jesus, Chase, I would have expected that you would have this. Or do you at least have like the tweet that maybe links to it? Because I know that there were tweets about it. Um, or was this stuff... Speedy Taco posted it on stream suggestions. Yes. Combat anti-Semitism. I mean, I want the text of the order. I just want to know which order it was because I want the text. Maybe he snuck it into the order on housing. Oh, I mean, maybe. What is anti-Semitism? Yes, I don't care about cookies. Yeah, this is the non-legally binding working definition of anti-Semitism. Anti-Semitism is a certain perception of Jews which may be expressed as hatred towards Jews. Rhetorical and physical manifestations of anti-Semitism are directed towards Jewish or non-Jewish individuals and/or their property, towards Jewish community, institutions, and religious facilities. Okay. Decided to adopt the following non-legally binding. Okay. Guide the IRHA. The following examples may serve as illustrations. Manifestations might include targeting the state of Israel conceived as a Jewish collectivity. However, criticism of Israel similar to that leveled against any other country cannot be regarded as anti-Semitic. Yeah. Anti-Semitism frequently charges Jews with conspiring to harm humanity, and it is often used to blame Jews for why things go wrong. It is expressed in speech, writing, visual forms, and action, and employs sinister stereotypes and negative character traits. Contemporary examples of anti-Semitism in public life, the media, schools, the workplace, and in the religious sphere could, taking into account the overall context, include but are not limited to calling for, aiding, or justifying the killing of or harming Jews in the name of a radical ideology or an extremist view of religion, making mendacious, dehumanizing, demonizing, or stereotypical allegations about Jews, such as the power of Jews as collectives, such as, especially but not exclusively, the myth about a world Jewish conspiracy or Jews controlling the media, economy, or other societal institutions, accusing Jews as a people of being responsible for real or imagined wrongdoing committed by a single Jewish person or group, or even for acts committed by non-Jews, denying the scope mechanisms, e.g. gas chambers, or intentionality of the genocide of the Jewish people at the hands of the National Socialist Germany, the hands of national and its supporters, and accomplishments during World War II. So doing Holocaust denial, accusing Jews as a people or Israel as a state of inventing or exaggerating the Holocaust. Accusing Jewish citizens of being more loyal to Israel or to the alleged priorities of Jews worldwide than the interests of their own nations. Did you find it? I'm looking at the 5 he signed. I think what you're referring to is in the one revoking the EOs signed by Eric Adams. I thought that he signed a specific one, though. But I guess, okay. So I guess he just revoked all the EOs signed by Eric Adams except for the ones that he said. Also, these were short-lived EOs by Adams and not some long-standing law on the books. The thing about executive orders is that it's very easy to revoke an executive order. As one of his first act as mayor, Mamdani declined to renew 2 executive orders signed by former Mayor Eric Adams. Maybe they just expire unless renewed. He does nothing. He just does nothing. He did, like... I'd be curious to know what those executive orders were then, or what the text of the executive order was for... All executive orders issued are hereby continued unless specifically revoked, revised, or superseded by a subsequently issued executive order. All executive orders issued on or after September 26, 2024, and in effect on December 31st, 2025, are hereby revoked. This order shall not be construed to affect the provisions of emergency executive orders. Okay, well, how about this then? Eric Adams executive order anti-Semitism. Okay, June 8th, 2025, defining anti-Semitism. Executive Order number 52, signed on May 13th, 2025, created the Mayor's Office to Combat Anti-Semitism to identify and develop efforts to eliminate anti-Semitism and anti-Jewish hate crime. Mamdani is going to be a big disappointment to the tankies and anti-Zionists. He is too pragmatic to be an actual... Oh, no, he already is a disappointment to them. They hate him. Zay Squirrel's Twitter is just full of him, getting super mad. CNN has an article that Mamdani revokes Israel-related EOs signed by Adams. Yeah, he is keeping the anti-Semitism task force. He's not getting rid of that. Whereas the city of New York has a long tradition of honoring and upholding thoughts, free speech, yada yada, which renewed the city's commitment. Whereas on May 26, 2016, the 31-member alliance states, the Holocaust Remembrance Alliance, IHRA, of which the United States is a member, adopted a non-legally binding... so this definition is from 2016. Working definition of anti-Semitism. Anti-Semitism is a certain perception of Jews, yada yada. Okay, yeah, we read that already. In adopting this non-legally binding definition of anti-Semitism, the member states of the IHRA invoked the 1972 United Nations, with humanity still scarred by anti-Semitism and xenophobia. The United States, the Irish, blah, blah, blah. The governor, the working definition of vital. Okay, so Kathy Hochul already did something with that. Power vest, section 1. The City of New York recognizes and city agencies will consider as appropriate the IHRA working definition of anti-Semitism as adopted on May 26, 2016, as well as the 11 contemporary examples. Okay. This order shall take effect immediately. Yeah, all right. So they just said this order is not intended to restrict speech or conduct that is protected under the First Amendment. Anti-Semitic acts are criminal only when they are so defined by law, and this order does not establish civil or criminal liability for any act. So yeah, like this just seems silly. I don't understand why he would. If it feels like he rescinded all EOs signed by Adams after he was indicted in September 2024. Is that? Wait. Executive orders issued after September 26, 20, and in effect. Okay, I mean, sure, I guess. Like, maybe he'll just try to justify it like that, but it just seems, I don't know. That's kind of unfortunate. Regardless, like, it seems like he is unhappy about Mamdani defends scrapping executive orders his predecessor issued. Oh, well. Hi, Kitty. Can I help you? Usually the campists think the IHRA definition is used to attack people just critiquing Israel, usually because they're in denial about the scale and nature of anti-Semitism. Well, yeah, like, see, that's what I mean. Like, I feel like this is, it's just, there's a lot of stuff in terms of, like, anti-Semitism that is not, yeah, applying double standards by requiring of it behavior not expected. Oh, yeah. Denying the Jewish people their right to self-determination, e.g. a claim that the existence of the state of Israel is a racist endeavor. Applying double standards by requiring of it behavior not expected or demanded of any other democratic nation. See, this is, I think, the crux of it. This, for me, is the thing that, like, I kind of thought about this a bunch. And I believe I said this in my conversation with Pisco when it came to left-wing anti-Semitism, was that yes, I think that it is anti-Semitic to say that, you know, Jews can't have self-determination, or like Zionism is inherently racist, or supremacist, or whatever other bullshit you want to say. Like, you are essentially, like, if you are an anti-Zionist and you're an anti-Zionist because, like, you just think that Israel shouldn't exist or whatever, and you're basically just saying no self-determination for this particular group of people, because that's what you're doing. You have a double standard, because the same people who will say that are perfectly fine with Palestinians making a state where they get to self-determine that is for them and only them. Like, if Palestinians got to make the state of Palestine from the river to the sea, not only would they, after 75 years of bad blood, not only would they, like, basically discriminate against the Jewish minority, but it's not like they would make it easy for anybody who wasn't Palestinian to get citizenship. It's the same way in which, like, it works in a lot of other Arab countries, right? And nobody cares about this. Nobody thinks about the fact that that's what would happen, but they do care about it for Jews. And they only care about it because that the Nakba, which was a bad thing that happened like 75 years ago, they care about, like, they think that because Israel was that part of Israel's founding involved, like, an act that I would argue is unjust. They think that means that Israel therefore does not have a right to exist now, or that Israel's existence needs to be undone because that this bad thing happened. And then they ignore a whole bunch of other history stuff that relates to that. Like they act like since 1948 this has all been going on, and many people don't know that Egypt and Jordan controlled Gaza and the West Bank until 1967. And they just think it's just really stupid to try to say that like Jews don't get a right to self-determination. And we can like talk about how what happened in the Nakba was really bad and stuff, and how there's things that should be done, obviously, to ensure the Palestinians get like justice or whatever. But I would argue that part of that would be that they get their own state, because Palestinians also have a right to self-determination, and that's why they should have a state. But it doesn't mean that they get to come in and say, Israel, you don't get to exist anymore, over something that happened a long time ago, and in the name of justice for people, for a lot of people that aren't alive now. I mean, like, that's my problem. And none of these people will apply this same standard to countries like the US and Canada, or any other country that was built on like the expulsion or the killing of a bunch of the native population. And it just, do all the people and sect get a right to self-determination? Do all people and sect get? Well, okay. So here's the thing about the self-determination thing. Yeah, I would say that like people generally should get a right to self-determination, or rather, I would say that in an ideal world they ought to. I don't know what you mean by all people and sect. Like, are you trying to like make some sort of point about the Kurds or whatever? Like basically having, and by the way, I'm open to having my mind changed on this. But like, they have to prove they don't already have internal self-determination. What? Oh, huh. Their cope is that Israel is an ongoing settler colonial project. There are people who are consistent, though, and say the US and Canada shouldn't exist. I mean, that's fine, but I don't know if they actually believe that. And I very much doubt that they talk about it as much as they talk about Israel. The reason why I don't know if they actually believe that is because it's unworkable. Yeah, I do think that after all the shit the Kurds have gone through, they probably should have their own states. Now, I don't think that self-determination means that you have a right to an ethno-state or whatever. But I also don't really agree that Israel is an ethno-state in the way that people define it when they use that word. Because ethno-states don't have a 20% minority population that lives there and, like, has a lot of the same rights that the native population does. Or not the native, the majority population does. Like the Palestinians who are citizens of Israel, who live in the 1948 borders of Israel, they can vote, they can run for office, they own businesses, they face like systemic discrimination, but I don't know that I would go as far as to say that they are second-class citizens, because that implies like something else that but yeah, like they deal with a lot of systemic discrimination, and I think that that's fair to say. And that is worse than what Black people in the States deal with, probably like a lot worse. When they say ethno-state, what they mean is evil state that is automatically oppressive by yeah, I know. They're trying to invoke the specter of the white supremacist ethno-state shit. But the thing is that white people did not face what Jews face, and B, the kind of ethno-state that Fuentes and co. want to build is not the same thing as the kind of quote-unquote ethno-state Israel has. Like, if Israel's got an ethno-state, they've got a pretty cucked ethno-state, okay? Like, they're basically only an ethno-state because they control their immigration and only allow Jews to move there. You know, like, it's not, yeah, like, they're a state that's made for Jews, and there's a bunch of issues with that. But I would also argue that we, as Western people, self-determined that we didn't care about race or having ethno-states. That's what we did when we elected leaders who changed our immigration laws. And because we are democracies, that was what our self-determination decided. Now, obviously, there are people in our democracies now who would like to change that, and I think we should fight against it. Because I am morally opposed to the idea of saying that we should only have a country for white people, because I think that's really stupid. But I don't think that we have the right to then turn around and tell a bunch of other countries, hey, you need to run your shit like this, because that's not really how that works. Like, I think it would be nice if Japan hopefully eventually stopped being really racist, but they haven't done that. And hopefully in the future they will self-determine and make the decision to do that, because they realize that it's really hurting their country. And you know what? Maybe hopefully in the future, Israel will also make that decision too, to at least some degree. but you are not morally against a country for Jewish people. I am not morally against Jews as a group having the right to self-determine. No, just like I'm not morally against any other group having it, unless they are denying other people right to self-determine. And that's why I don't think that it's good for, like, the Palestinians are denied their right to self-determination. But I am for white people. I mean, only because that I don't, like, white people have their own states, and we decided to let other people come into them. Like, self-determination doesn't automatically mean that you are, that like, you're going to make an ethno-state. Like, white people self-determined, and we decided we were okay with immigrants, including, like, non-white immigrants. That's a thing we decided. We decided racism was bad. This is the direction that we took. And, like, you know what? I hope in the future that that's the direction that Israel will also take. I hope that they will form some sort of a confederation with a future Palestinian state. That is my ideal solution for the conflict. But that's not going to happen right away. And I don't think that the answer is to say Israel needs to be destroyed and therefore Hamas and Hezbollah need to keep fighting. That's not a good idea. And yeah, like, I don't agree. Okay, if that's your hope for the future, then it sounds like you are morally against the Jewish state for the sake of it. You just think it's practical right now. No, do you understand the difference? Do you understand, like, what I'm saying when I say that I am in favor of groups of people having self-determination? Like, do you understand the difference between that and, like, saying a state for Jews? I'm saying that if Jews as a people come together and decide, hey, we want self-determination, we don't want to be like a shitty minority. Wait, what do you mean trans rights? What do you mean it's Ogre? Is Ogre Boy in the chat? You think Jews had self-determination in Europe? They didn't have self-determination in Europe. You think Jews had self-determination in the countries where they got holocausted? They didn't. They did not have self-determination in the countries where they got pogromed and holocausted and fucked. They do in the USA. Yeah, they do now in the USA, although they don't feel like they do, to be honest with you. A lot of them don't necessarily feel like they do. They feel like they are unsafe in the United States. Yes, Jews do have self-determination in Israel. But my problem is people saying that they shouldn't be allowed to, or that, like, Israel needs to be destroyed. Which is what people are trying, and that Israel needs to be destroyed right now, and we need to have one state from the river to the sea, which will result in the Jews who live there either getting kicked out or becoming, like, oppressed. And if you try to point this out to people who are demanding it, they will call you a racist, and then they will make dumb South Africa comparisons. Like, Missy, are you in favor of a two-state solution? Okay, if you support two states, then you know what? That's fine. I don't have a problem with that. I support two states. And I also hope that in the future, I would like in the future as well, too, for them to form some sort of a confederation where they have more freedom of movement and steps are taken so they don't hate each other. It's just going to take a while for us to get there, you know? But right now, yeah, like, I support self-determination. That doesn't mean that you should get your self-determination at the expense of other people's self-determination. So, yeah. What do you mean self-determination? Before German invasion of Europe, Jewish people had voting rights in every country. Yeah, I know. No, self-determination isn't even necessarily... It means feeling like you have a stake in or control over the society. Feeling like you are a part of it and that you're not like an outsider. Stop talking about your dumb confederation idea. Wait, you actually think that's a dumb idea? I think that's a cool idea. Doobie tried to convince me how based Morocco was for Jews element. Yeah, I know. Like, it just doesn't, like, having vote. No, there needs to be more to it than having voting rights, you know? Like, for example, if I were to actually, I don't know whether or not, I kind of would wonder if, like, does Sev think that he has self-determination in Israel because that he's a Palestinian who lives in Israel? I think maybe some Palestinians might feel like they don't because they feel like they're outsiders. And that's actually one of the issues, the biggest issues that are faced by Palestinians who live in Israel proper and have Israeli citizenship. It's the fact that even though Israel is actually a multicultural society, it's kind of in denial about it. It doesn't think that it is. And I do feel like Israel could say, hey, our state is like a safe haven for Jews, but also our state is also for the Arabs who live here. Like, I don't think these two things need to be mutually exclusive. Like, there are things that Israel could do to make its Arabs not feel like they are outsiders or like the country doesn't belong to them in any way. And yeah, I don't know. It would be kind of cool if they did that. And also if they fixed things as well. And like, I mean, hell, there's other things that they could do too. Like, I mean, fuck, we did it here in Canada. Like, I think that Arabic should be the other official language of Israel. And I think that Muslim holidays should also be official holidays in Israel. Like, things like that could go a long way. And Christian holidays, too. You know? Well, I don't know. Actually, or maybe not. I don't know how much. I feel like, it feels like the Christians just don't give a fuck. It's very funny. It feels like they don't care, or like nobody cares about the Christians. It feels like the Christians are like sort of like the third group that nobody like cares about, and like they're so chill that they don't seem to care. No one would get anything done with all those holidays. There's too many Jewish ones. Well, okay. How about instead, how about instead of that they make it so that like if you are a practicing Muslim, then you get a holiday on the Muslim holidays, and if you're and then like if you're Jewish, then you get holidays for the Jewish holidays. I don't know. I think Quebec should be independent. They're the only non-cut Canadians. I don't think Quebec would do very well independently. Like, Fell Runner, ready for my hot take, Free Palestine, they did in 1947 and called it Israel. People disagree. Yeah, but the problem with that, Fellheimer, is that a bunch of people got kicked out of their homes. And when I say kicked out, like, you can quibble with that if you want. I understand that most of them, like, left because they were afraid of the war, and they didn't actually, like, failed, or they didn't actually, like, get kicked out at the point of a gun because they were coerced or whatever. I understand that there was, like, the number of forced expulsion was less than the number of people fleeing, but, like, they fled during a war, and when they left, they thought they were going to get to go back, and they didn't get to go back. And even though there was somebody else in here, like on one of my last streams, who got real mad when I said that, yes, ethnic cleansing includes not allowing people to return to their homes, that's what happened. Like, the biggest crime of the Nakba was the fact that none of these people got to go back. I think 700K being displaced is awful and tragic, and not the smoking gun everyone pretends it is. I mean, I don't think that it's good. And like, but like, I'm not like, I don't think that, I think that Israel should acknowledge that that happened, though, and they just don't want to, is the issue. And the other thing too is that, and like, the Palestinians obviously have a narrative about it that's not true either, or rather the Arab world has a narrative about it. Also, the other issue as well too is that the Arab world kind of fucked these people over. Like, they basically gaslit them into thinking that they could fight and take it all back. They didn't make them citizens. They didn't try to establish a Palestinian state for them. Instead, Jordan and Egypt just like basically viewed that war as an opportunity to take some land. Should Israel have rolled over and let them? No, I don't think that Israel should have rolled over and let them. All I'm saying is that, listen, okay? You Israel wants to be a big boy country in the club of Western countries. And you know what part of that involves? It involves owning up to the bad shit you did in your history. That's it. All you gotta do is just say, yeah, you know what? This was not good. We did this thing and it was not good. And that's all you gotta do. Okay? You don't have to be like, oh, we're so sorry, or please forgive us, or we're gonna do land acknowledgements, or all this other stuff. Like, all you gotta do is just say, this wasn't a good thing, or like, this is what happened, and just acknowledge it. You don't need to teach it to your kids in a way that makes them feel guilty for it. You just like give an honest accounting of your history. Like, I think the way that Benny Morris tells it is pretty decent. Like, he gives a balanced take. The right-wing Israelis should acknowledge this happened and it was bad for sure. Yeah, like that's it. That's what I'm thinking that they should do. And you know what? Like if you want to talk about reparations or whatever, quote unquote, like I'm one of those people who think that if a country is going to pay reparations to another group for something bad they did, it shouldn't come in the form of giving each individual money. It should come in the form of stuff like investment. And like if Israeli business people want to go and invest in a future Palestinian state, I think that that would be good and it would foster understanding. Yeah, well, yeah, Missy, of course they should leave the West Bank. That's like a given. They need to get out of the West Bank. I agree. I wish the refugees come back then, because what the hell do we all do now that there are millions and millions of... Oh, I don't even know what... Are you talking about the, like the Palestinian refugees? I mean, like, really, ideally, if those other Arab countries actually gave a fuck about Palestinians, then they would have made a Palestinian state in the West Bank and Gaza after the 1948 war. But they didn't, because they didn't care. And then they perpetually, like, kept most of them refugees, except Jordan. Jordan kind of, like, didn't. And, like, in Lebanon, too, they particularly got the short end of the stick, because they're never allowed to become citizens, basically. And yeah, like they just kept getting like gaslit over and over again. And now that the Arab world has essentially abandoned them, now they're getting gaslit by Iran and the international community and like Western leftists who are cheering them on, thinking that they're totally going to take it all, that they can take it all back and they can destroy Israel. And yeah, like I think like the Arab world doesn't actually care about Palestinians. And it's very sad. Global leftists are the word. Yeah, I know. Like, it's just, it's like all of this is quite a lot more. I think that's a straw man of the lefty position. I don't know about that, Missy. I don't think it's like, it depends. Maybe you're talking about different leftists than I am, but I'm talking about leftists like Hassan and like that Zay Squirrel person and like basically anybody who supports the one state solution and whose primary thrust with regards to like the Israel-Palestine conflict is anti-Zionism, and for whom that is a purity test. Like, this is why everyone got so mad at Ethan. Ethan's position is my position. Ethan wants two states. Ethan's position is your position. But this wasn't good enough for these people, because he criticized Hamas. And he dared to suggest that, like, you know, Israelis are people too, and killing innocent civilians is bad, and everybody got real mad at him for it, you know. And it's just that's what I mean. I think those people are essentially encouraging Palestinians that they should just fight forever, like just keep going, never stop fighting, you know. And I don't think that that's good, because it has never helped them. Yeah, the same thing happened to ContraPoints, because she dared to point out the fact that like so much of the left just basically turned into all they wanted to do was just purity tests. You have to be an anti-Zionist, and if you're not an anti-Zionist, then you're not allowed in our movement. And and the reason why is because these people think Israel is Nazi Germany. And so to them it's like, would you dare to suggest that, would you support Nazi Germany continuing to exist? You know, like, and I mean, like, maybe they don't all think that, but yeah, a lot of them do. And this sort of goes into the whole, like, because they believe in the genocide truism. They are absolutely 100% certain that Israel's committing genocide. And if you dare to even question that, or if you even dare to say, you know, I don't know, I'm not sure if they are, or like, I would like to wait for the ICJ to make their decision or their ruling or whatever, then you just get attacked. It's not Nazi Germany, but Israel has gone way too far. It's not self-defense anymore. I mean, I don't like, you'd have to give examples of exactly what you're talking about in terms of going way too far, Missy, like, because but Ethan called it. Yeah, I know. Ethan even said it was a genocide, but that's not good enough for these people because Ethan still thinks Israel has a right to exist. It's possible to be anti-Hamas and not anti-Palestinian, and anti-Netanyahu and not anti-Jewish. It is more pro-Palestinian and pro-Jewish to be against both Netanyahu and Hamas. Well, yeah, no, I agree. I think that's true. Like, and also, you can also shit on Israel in ways that don't involve calling for its destruction. Which I do, because fuck Netanyahu, and fuck Ben-Gvir, and fuck Smotrich. I hate all of these people. I also think that they are bad for Israel, too. If you think settlements are good for Israel's security, then you're just delusional. And unfortunately, so many Israelis believe that. They accomplished their military goals before 2025 and blocked aid, plus they still occupy the West Bank. If you want to talk about, okay, listen, the occupation of the West Bank is not good. Nobody here, well, at least, well, okay, I don't agree with that. Obviously, I have a broad audience, although I don't even know if, like, most of the, even, like, the centrist, quote-unquote, or, like, center-right Israelis in my audience, like, think that the occupation of the West Bank is based in, okay, some of them are like, well, you know what, we can't pull back or whatever. No, David doesn't agree with the occupation of the West Bank either. So it's not wrong. Well, did they accomplish their military goals though, Missy? I mean, Hamas is still there. And I mean, their military goal was the destruction of Hamas. But I don't think that's even going to happen now. I don't think they're going to get rid of Hamas. Also, nobody agrees with the blocking of aid that they did in 2025. Do you think they blocked aid before 2025, Missy? Apart from like that, what was it, that 3-week period, I think in October of 2024, where they started to implement the general's plan. I think Israel has gone too far in some ways. I don't necessarily agree with every single thing that you mean. Like, yeah, I think they went too far doing that 3-month aid blockade. But part of the reason for that was because that Kamala Harris lost the election and Donald Trump basically just lets Bibi do whatever the fuck he wants. When you examine the blockages, they are not the black and white on-off switch. Yeah, I know that, Fellrunner. I'm aware. But they were during that 3-month period where they literally just cut off all aid. That was it. That they hit the off switch in that case. Nothing was allowed to go in. And because it was like prior to the ceasefire, because a whole bunch of aid got in there during the ceasefire, their statement was, oh yeah, well, you know what, they won't run out. But like they did start to run out, you know? And it's funny that they said that because Hamas, yeah, it's just... But that was under Trump, under Biden. Yeah, under Biden, yes, there was 2 weeks where they put a stop to it. And then the US like basically yelled at them and then they turned it back on again. Yeah, things got really bad in northern Gaza. Yeah, I know. And I mean, I think things are still pretty bad in northern Gaza because also there's issues with the distribution too. Like, it wasn't even just about Israel blocking the aid, or Israel like slow rolling, letting in the aid, or, you know, Israel like needing to check every truck or any of that. It was that there was no distribution mechanisms. Why did the $50 bags exist? Because there was scarcity, and so like everything was being sold for a lot of money. And I mean, really, the aid shouldn't have been getting sold, but it was. I think that's actually how Hamas made their money. Is that they is like through the selling of the aid that was supposed to be free. The other day, my former favorite streamer compared to Israel, talking about Hamas tunnels to Russians lying about. Yeah, Chase. I'm not surprised. It's because Russia doesn't know anything. The latest food did not. Well, I mean, it depends, Jordan, right? Like, obviously, there were parts of Gaza where people were having issues. Like, it's not like there wasn't a humanitarian crisis. It's just, I don't think that it became a famine until, and it was in some parts of Gaza. But I mean, like, things that people were saying was it. Yeah, I don't. It's all just, it's complicated. The other problem too that I have as well is that I don't think that Israel handled this particularly well. Like, it's not good that and maybe, and people have told me it's because the IDF didn't really have like the structure to do this. August 2025 is when the IPC, yeah, I remember. Just because there was food for sale doesn't automatically mean that it started as stolen aid. Oh, yeah, that's true too. Although I thought that most of the food that was going into, oh yeah, some of that could have been food that they themselves were making. Because it's not like they didn't have, although it depends, because a lot of their production facilities would have been damaged. Israel did not handle this well at all. That is fair and true statement. Israel being the IDF and government. Well, yeah, I know, right? Like my problem is if you're going to go into Gaza and you're gonna shake it really hard and turn it upside down and then shake it even harder until all the Hamas falls out, then I think you have a responsibility to do things there in order to ensure that people are still able to get aid. And I mean, realistically speaking, Hamas also has that responsibility, but Hamas doesn't care, and they've said they don't care. They've said it's not their responsibility to take care of their civilians, which I think is insane. That's why they don't think it's their responsibility to build bomb shelters. They don't think it's their responsibility to let their civilians into the tunnels. They just don't think it's their responsibility to do anything, which, like I said, is absolutely ridiculous. Agreed, it should have been endless aid. Yeah, so like there were definitely some issues, and obviously there were shortages with regards to some of the stuff that was going in. But like, yeah, it wasn't, the problem is that people were continuously saying that Gaza was on the brink of famine and that Gazans were starving and that Israel was cutting off all the aid, and they basically were saying that since the start of or even before the war. And then when Israel actually did cut off all the aid and it got really bad, this basically gave ammo to a bunch of insane right-wing Israelis to be like, oh my God, why is that? Those Gazans sure look well-fed, her, you know? And that's just, it's ridiculous. And to basically ignore all other evidence that people were starving. Or that like people who had special needs, like kids who needed like special baby formula or whatever, or like the people that had to get flown out of Gaza to Jordanian hospitals in order to get medical treatment because they weren't getting the supplies necessary. And it just, oh yeah, I know Hamas wants high civilian death counts for propaganda reasons, and I know, and they've said it. Yeah. Aiden, why is the mom in that picture? Yeah, I know, exactly. It's kind of silly. It's really ridiculous but that's the kind of questions that people would then ask. Okay. So, I mean, yeah, so Mamdani revoked this executive order, which is kind of crazy. Yeah, it kind of fucked up when it actually became a real factor in August. Oh yeah, and then of course, and then they did the GHF, which was just like an insane shit show run by a bunch of people who had no experience whatsoever giving aid. Fire was swaying out over this. I'm not surprised. Although I imagine Fire is asleep right now because Fire is not actually ever, I don't know what Fire's time zone is. But Fire is not actually ever able to come out. Anyway, I'm just looking in, just gonna check stream suggestions here. Oh, also Mamdani had that incredibly cringe line about collectivism in his in his like in his thing. And no, I'm not gonna watch Vosh react to it because I'm sure he just soys out and says it was based. I think that was, I don't know if he just did that because he felt like, because he wanted to, or what. Wait, Chase, why are you suddenly linking me all these Vosh videos? I'm not gonna like watch all these videos. Like, I'm just gonna this one I want to watch because this one pertains to what we're talking about. 43 minutes. Oh my god. All right. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to watch this and we're going to see how long I last before I get bored. I tried Vosh for the first time the other night for Venezuelan news, not for me. I mean, he's a cringe socialist. By the way, this video is from 5 years ago. This is from January 12th, 2020. This was from like I don't remember. I think I started watching Vosh again. It might have been in late 2020. It was like after he owned up to the poppy stuff and apologized for it. Because he was like in the I did nothing wrong sort of thing there. I think it's crazy how much Mamdani negative affects politics is minimized. I mean, Johan, that's kind of a like, wait, you think Mamdani has a negative, you mean American politics? Can we do non-Jewish slop? Apparently there's court on Miz beating up his, what? Listen, short stack goblin, are you talking about Mizkif? Because I don't really do that kind of drama here. That's not really a thing. My god, not Vosh. Oh, you guys don't want to watch Vosh? Wow, Chase. Rip. Oh wait, there was something else that I wanted to watch. Oh, there was also this tweet from Hassan. I'm a radical counterpoints fan, not for his dumb white nationalism, kidding, because he's genuine. I like Connor. I think he's a cool dude. I don't agree with him about his weird Fuentes thing. I actually want to talk to him about that, about his take that Fuentes and Hassan are the same, because I think that Hassan is worse. Or no, sorry, I think Fuentes is worse. And I think that if Fuentes were to get elected, that it would be, he would be worse. I mean, I don't, like, Missy, yeah, some of Connor's politics aren't great, but he is also a conservative. And yeah, but like the difference is I feel like he's at least a reasonable conservative who actually cares about his principles because he's anti-Trump, which is good. Obviously, there's going to be stuff that I disagree with him on, but like at least he actually cares about democracy. Best part with Connor is you can argue with him all day as long as you're cool about it. Yeah. Plus, he's appointing crazies to important government positions. I know that he appointed them to his transition team. Oh god, suppress news. Well, yeah, Connor is, honestly, I would argue, I don't think MAGA's really conservative anyway. MAGA is populist. MAGA is just a cult that loves everything Trump does. Also, I secretly like all of Connor's nerdy charts and stuff. Oh yeah, true, based. Yeah, like, I don't think, MAGA are not really, like, I don't think they even believe in anything. I might read some of the responses, but I did see this, yeah, because Netanyahu was welcomed by a synagogue in Florida. I mean, he is the prime minister of, like, a Jewish state, and I mean, like, obviously, I don't agree with this because I think that Netanyahu is cringe and terrible. But this notion, again, that, like, obviously, of course, Zionism is not, like, completely separate from Judaism. This is just the thing that leftists need to say in order to say we're not being anti-Semitic when we're anti-Zionist and we don't think Israel should be allowed to exist. I mean, when, like, the majority of Jews are Zionists and they believe that Israel, or that, like, Jews have a right to self-determination and or they think Israel should exist or whatever. Yeah, it just, and Zionism is basically just nationalism for Jews. And people wonder why anti-Semitism grows. Well, yeah, I know. That's just him. He's doing it again. He's basically blaming Israel for people being anti-Semitic, which is an insane thing to do. it's like blaming Muslims for shit that ISIS does. Not to say, and I'm not saying that like Israel is ISIS, but like that is actually a generally a good example, because ISIS is the Islamic State. ISIS likes to say that they are like ISIS, or that that they represent Muslims. I mean, they're literally called the Islamic State, for God's sake. I think he's blaming the people in that synagogue. I mean, if you want to like, probably a lot of these people are fairly right wing, because it's Florida and it's Miami, Florida. So yeah, it would not surprise me if many of the people in this synagogue are right wing Jews. And also it wouldn't surprise me either if a lot of Jews have become more right wing, even just like Jews in America. Maybe not like right wing as in like Trump supporters, but at least more like right wing as in like supportive of Israel and the things that Israel does, because of the insane reactions that people saw to October 7th. And I think it's also incredibly unfortunate too that there are at least some number of Jews who look at the Democratic Party and think you're not doing enough. I think right wing Jews do contribute to the rise in anti-Semitism. I mean, that's kind of like a. Okay, do you think that do you think that anti-Semitism, do you think that people protesting outside of synagogues, or like going and marching in the streets about how Israel needs to stop the genocide and how Israel shouldn't exist and all this, and like chanting from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free? Because I think that contributes to a rise in Jews becoming more right-wing and feeling unsafe in countries where this stuff happens in, and then wanting to leave those countries. Like, all that does is help people like Netanyahu and Ben-Gvir and Smotrich and like the Israeli right. People talk a lot about how Israel and the West cause Islamic extremism because of their actions. Well, yeah, I know, right? Like, that's silly. If you want to, look, Missy, if you want to use the term blowback to say that, like, oh, people hate Israel more and they're going to attack Jews, that's fine. But you also have to admit that that's anti-Semitic. Because it is. Because it's anti-Semitic to, like, basically go after Jewish people who have nothing to do with Israel. Just like it was anti-Semitic when all those Arab countries basically kicked out all their Jews after 1948. All their Jews who had nothing to do with Israel. So, like, if people are going to synagogues and protesting them, or vandalizing synagogues, or setting fire to synagogues, then yeah, I think that contributes to making Jews feel unsafe. Yeah, I would say the same about Muslims who support Islamic extremism. I mean, okay, that's fine. If you want to call that blowback, you can. Or if you want to say, but I don't know, like, are you putting like a moral, some sort of moral weight on it? Like, are you saying therefore they should stop doing these things? Or like, because it also depends on like what it is too. Like, yeah, obviously the settlements don't help Israel and they contribute to blowback, which is why they're not good for Israel's security. However, just because Israel is doing settlements, it doesn't mean that people are justified in attacking, like, or in like doing random anti-Semitic shit. I mean, yeah, I do think that they should stop supporting VB, but like it does kind of cut both ways, right? Are you going to also say the same about all the crazy people on the left who are out in the streets chanting from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free? Or there is only one solution, global intifada revolution? Or globalize the intifada? Like, will you also tell people on the left to stop doing that shit? I hope that you will, because that it does cut both ways. And all those things contribute to making Jews feel unsafe. Yeah, or saying there's no innocent Israeli civilians. Okay, if you agree with that, like, and like, I would hope that you would also be willing, because like Hassan does not agree with that. Hassan will not say that about the other side. Hassan will not say globalize the intifada is bad. Hassan supports terrorism. So I hope that we yeah, like I don't know exactly like where you feel or where you are on all this, Missy, or whatever, but yeah, like if you support two states, don't let yourself get lumped in with these insane people. This is actually one of the big problems that I have, is the fact that like I feel like if you have a reasonable, moderate, both sides voice on this conflict, they're like, there's not like very many places for you online because you're not allowed, like, technically you could find yourself a place like in the pro-Israel side, but then that means that you're basically like aligning yourself with people who don't think Palestinians are real and like who support Netanyahu or Ben-Gvir or whatever. And I don't really want to be aligned with those people. And the people on the left just won't let you in. Like, you just get purity tested out. Hassan isn't even worth adding to this discussion, frankly. I mean, he's not adding to it, but the problem is that he has a huge audience, and people watch him and listen to him, and they repeat his takes. I'm a lib, but I get frustrated with other libs being so defensive of Israel. I mean, like, in what ways do you mean? I think that... I don't know what you mean, like... The problem that I have with regards to Israel, or people quote-unquote defending Israel, is the fact that, like... so much of the bad shit that's said about Israel is just exaggerated garbage. Like, people aren't actually being critical of the actual bad things that Israel does, or they are critical of them, but then they exaggerate the fuck out of them, which is the issue. Like, and those exaggerations also do real harm. Like the stuff that I was saying earlier about the famine, the fact that like since the beginning of the war, like Gaza has been on the brink of famine, and Israel's using starvation as a weapon of war, and all this shit that all these UN spokespeople were basically saying for basically years. And then Israel actually started doing a famine, and everyone started saying all that shit again. But you know, it's like, you cried wolf a whole bunch of times already, guys. Or that, like, it's like pulling teeth to get you to say Israel has gone too far, or that Jews supporting Bibi is wrong. My problem is that the statement Israel has gone too far could mean a bunch of different things. Yeah, I think there are places where Israel has gone too far. But like, I'm not going to necessarily say that as a blanket statement. Yeah, I do think people supporting Bibi is wrong, because I don't like Bibi, and I don't think Bibi is helpful for Israel. I think that he hurts Israel. I think that if Israel having leaders who don't want two states and who don't want to make peace with the Palestinians and who just want to perpetuate the status quo is not good for Israel. In the same way that that Palestinians having leaders who never want to negotiate with Israel and who just want to keep fighting and doing terrorist violence until maybe, and in the hopes that one day it'll work and all the Jews will leave, is like delusional and stupid. And yeah, like Missy, if you're willing to say that the extremists on both sides contribute to this bad stuff, then yeah, you know what? I agree with you. They do. I don't like either of them. And like, the funny thing is that they're both very similar to each other, like incredibly much so. Look how leftists completely dismiss the protests on Israel because they don't care about Palestinians. Or you mean the protests in Israel? You mean the protests, like the hostage protests? Well, yeah, I mean, I don't know. That's the other problem, too, is like there's, on both sides, on the extremes on both sides, you will find a lack of empathy. Where, like, neither one is willing to see where the other group is coming from. Yeah, I don't think we disagree that much. I just worry people downplay Israel's wrongs as a reaction to the annoying lefties. I mean, is it downplaying Israel's wrongs to point out that the leftist exaggeration of that wrong is incorrect, or that the leftists are misrepresenting a thing that happened, or that like leftists are repeating bad things? You should read the tweet I didn't know you were referring to for a bit. It's also in his... Oh, I'm sorry. The tweet, right. For all the people who are just listening rather than looking at the screen, which I should be more cognizant of, because that I think more often than not, I react, or I walk around the house doing other stuff while listening to streams rather than watching streams. So, okay, this is what Hassan says. I've spent the last decade talking about the separation of Zionism and Judaism. And while conceptually it is true, these sorts of images make a much stronger argument against said separation. Then people wonder why anti-Semitism grows. This is a big part of the reason why. And it's a post that has a, it's basically this is a video of people basically cheering for Bibi at a synagogue in Miami, Florida, because Bibi visited this synagogue, which I think he did during his trip to the States to see Trump. Oh yeah, no, Toby, you're right. Like, Zionism and Judaism are linked. The Israeli government and Zionism are not the same. Yeah, you're right. They're not. Like, really, all you got to do here is just say, wow, it's insane that all of these people support Bibi. But I'm not really surprised because there's probably a lot of right wing people in Miami, Florida. You know, like, that's it. That's all you really got to say. I don't think that that necessarily means, like, you don't need to say anything about, like, blaming these people for anti-Semitism or whatever. It's possible to be critical of Israel and to attack Bibi without being anti-Semitic. And I think that it's cringe the way that, like, Bibi and his government basically call every single criticism of them like fucking blood libel. I don't think that's good. But unfortunately, everybody, the fact that they do this, and also the fact that that has often been a line from people saying being critical of Israel is anti-Semitic, means that it kind of gives cover to the crazy leftists to dismiss when they actually are being anti-Semitic. Toby was responding to my adventures above. Yeah, oh yeah, and Kahanism isn't Zionism. Being conservative is not Judaism. Yeah, I know. Like, wanting Zion, or like being Zionist is also not like... But that's the other problem too. Hassan conflates Zionism with Kahanism. Because that he thinks that Zionism is the most like extreme version. Because Hassan thinks Zionism is Jewish supremacy. And like genocidal and all these other insane things. Do you think Vosh is worse than Hassan on this issue? I think Hassan is probably worse, but that's just because that Hassan has more reach. Kalinda, the crazy leftists dismiss it regardless. They don't need cover. Yeah, I know they do, but like they still can get cover. And like some more moderate people, unfortunately, will then like think, oh, hey, you have a point. I'm just saying that Bibi and Co don't really do themselves any favors when they ascribe all criticism to them as anti-Semitism. I think that's really cringe. And it's interesting too, because you don't see every, like, not all other Israelis are doing that. Like when Benny Morris goes on Piers Morgan and he talks about the war in Gaza, for example, he admits that, yes, obviously Israel has committed war crimes, and he's not like saying, oh, hey, this is all just anti-Semitism. Like, it's nice that he's not, that, like, he doesn't just attribute all of it to anti-Semitism. I appreciate that. I do think Vosh demonized... Yeah, but Vosh is more vitriolic in, like, almost every regard. Vosh calls everyone fascists and Nazis, and Vosh is just, like, the king of insane hyperbole. I mean, Hassan does demonize Israel a lot, and he's gotten, like, worse. At least, you know what? No, yeah, I will say that Hassan is worse because Hassan openly supports terrorist organizations, and Vosh doesn't. Oh, hey, it's our based friend, Black Cat, and, the girl with the microphone, because one conservative synagogue in Miami did this. Fuck you, dude. You're rationalizing anti-Semitism. Yeah. The separation from Zionism and Judaism is exactly that, conceptual. Jews and Israel are linked, and it's something you will have to contend with in your criticisms due to years of id-pool framework people like you yourself have set up in leftist spaces. Had you spent your time unraveling the culture from that sort of dogma rather than playing into it when it was convenient, you would not be so vulnerable to it here. I mean, I don't know if Hassan actually cares that much about id-pool. Let's see here. I feel like we are getting off track. This stream is all over the place. Yeah, I don't like the fact that they've turned, like, people on the left have basically made Zionism into, like, this dirty thing where, like, it's basically the equivalent to Nazi to them. I think that's bad. I hate that. That really sucks. So much so that, like they've warped the definition of it, they've warped the definition of it so much now that Ethan basically can't Ethan's a Zionist. He thinks that Israel has a right to exist and he believes in 2 states. But these people have warped the definition of Zionist so much that Ethan doesn't want to even say that he's a Zionist, or he doesn't realize that he's a Zionist. Okay. Well, no, Ethan's not a coward. I just don't think, like, Ethan's not, I don't know that he actually knows what Zionism even necessarily means. And he probably just doesn't want to apply that label to himself because he's just going to get more shit. Hassan was talking about Loner in the shoes again. I mean, you should link it. Also, I need to find that tweet. I mean, I don't know if I would say Ethan's a moron. Ethan's all right. I think he actually did pretty good against Hassan in that debate. Let me, hold on. Let's find it here. Where is it? 5 hours and 14 minutes.
What is this? The recent controversy is a troll account that claimed you wore Israeli shoes in a certain community wasted their entire afternoon trying to verify a troll post. Scroll up already has been discussed. This can't be it. It has a metal buckle with a side tilt. Oh, nice catch. They're pretty popular here, so I'm guessing Burks. So does anyone have a link for the not one? You either find an exact match or no match at all, kids. So we're doing some shoe comparison analysis today. I see. Keep up the important work, everyone.
Hey, Toby, congratulations on making it onto Hassan's stream a whole afternoon. I mean, I even looking at this, I definitely did feel like this was like you were being sarcastic here. Obviously, it comes across harder in the text, but I'm assuming this was sarcasm. Yes, Toby? Like, also, really, the important thing here was not about, like, the shoes. The important thing here was about the, it was like, is Hassan a hypocrite? Did he, like, basically, ignore the BDS list again? Like, with the Coke, or with the Pepsi thing? How could that be possible in any other way? True. Wait until Hassan reads David's. Listen, Chase, if there is another stream where Hassan, if Hassan talks about the shoes again, you can link it to me in stream suggestions, or if somebody else has it, please link it. But I'm not gonna like go digging through his VODs for it.
Loner Unbox. Loner Box, never tell me to do a Asmongo clip. All those clips get downvoted as fuck compared to Hassan.
Listen, Spider is in it for the clout. Ogre Boy is the one doing the important work, actually. Wait, did he tweet about it? I don't know, Chase, but you just have to find the tweet, and yeah. His shoes were Israeli made, Spider shot. I don't know if his shoes were Israeli made. I'm not sure what happened with that. I just think it was funny that Ogre Boy felt the need to tweet about it, and then all of these people came by. And then, like, it made it to Hassan. You're incredibly impactful for a lot of people. If you weren't here, this space would be entirely dominated by these guys, and you're one of the very few that had enough success to influence millions of people on the good path. The internet needs you. Oh my God, look at this glaze. Yes, the internet needs Hassan to push apathy against, like, and to, like, tell people that voting is useless and act like both parties are the same, and, like, to purity test your Democratic candidates so hard that you just decide not to vote for them, or not to tell your people to vote for them. I need more of Lonerbox shitting on Asmund, to be honest. I mean, it was funny, Missy, but also, honestly, like, Asmund doesn't say anything, so it's hard to shit on him. He doesn't say anything. Like, all it is, it's entirely just feels.
You know, people who use that against you after saying it multiple times. They act like a fake fan. Yeah, no, I don't even care about that.
Do you? You do care, Hassan. Loner Unboxed is that girl cactus on Twitter who endlessly posts about you on Twitter. That's his. Oh my god. There is so much misinformation in this chat. What? That's not true. It's customary in cults to get later to bang your girlfriend / Jesus Christ! These people are insane. Basement dwellers? Really? Asmund said lots of things in the conduit. Oh yeah, no, I know he did say lots of things. And yes, Asmongold is crazy and the stuff that he says is bad. But like I'm saying that like he just makes shit up. Like he doesn't have any facts. I feel like if you like even if you just watch Destiny respond, like Asmund's position is that truth doesn't matter and I don't care about studies or data or empirical evidence. I just care about what my gut tells me, which is just like ugh. And also, maybe he's also just rage baiting. I don't even know. I don't even know why he brought this up, Element. It's because Overboy linked it, Toby. That's why. It's probably because Overboy linked it or because Hassan saw it on Overboy's Twitter. Asmund is all fields of space. Yeah, unapologetically he is. I mean, obviously he's a terrible person. He's like an absolute piece of shit who just pushes lies constantly and believes everything that MAGA tells him and whatever comes up on like his Twitter feed or whatever. And he's not like no one is combating him on Twitch because Hassan like isn't going to do anything against him. And even if Hassan does try to do stuff against him, the problem is that Hassan just wants people to become radicalized in the other direction and to blame all of society's problems on capitalism. So I don't even really think that Hassan is like a good antidote to Asmongold either. But Asmongold also won't talk to anybody. He's just like, he's basically, he's just cocooned himself in his roach-infested room and he refuses to speak to people. So, you know, he's literally the incarnation of emotional reasoning and perception-based politics. Yeah, exactly. He is. Asmongold appeals to the same idiots that Donald Trump appeals to. And like he reinforces all of them and tells them about how it's totally based to ignore those darn ivory tower academics who care about things like data and facts, you know. Yeah. If Asmund said what he did about Palestinians, but for Israelis, Hassan wouldn't care. Yeah, that's entirely possible. I mean, it's not like we see Hassan frequently talking about like that kind of shit. Or like maybe if someone forced him to comment on it, he might say that was bad. But I don't even know if he would, considering that he denies like October 7th rapes and he regularly praises all of these terrorist organizations.
I don't know. I just wish all these guys would, you know, use their time and energy on something a little bit more productive, whether it be like trying to, I don't know, advocate for Democrats or something.
What?
I don't know.
You don't even do that. I think it's insane. You have no right to talk. This is such a stupid, unself-aware like statement. Your community is full of a bunch of people who spend all of their time shitting on Ethan and basically like mailing skulls to his house and calling CPS on him. And and like obsessing over everything that he says and does and hate posting about him in like a fucking sub on Reddit and then like talking about stealing his content and shit. Like this is like your community. Yeah, I know, like he sounds so defeated, like, I wish they'd advocate for Democrats. Just like, you don't even do that. Hassan has so much money and so much influence. He could absolutely leverage his audience in the same way that Destiny did to do canvassing. Like, we aren't even American, bro. Yeah, I know we're not, but Hassan presumably has a sizable portion of people in his audience in America, and he lives in America. Did you see Drew protesting about Maduro? Wait, what? Did he? I would have thought Drew would have supported that because Drew's a crazy person. We're outsourcing our political advocacy. Like, I don't know. I know that, like, we're not American, but obviously I care about what happens in America. I have American friends. And it just, like, I don't want America to go to shit. I think it would be really bad for the world. And unfortunately, that's already happening. Drew protested the counter-protest and got kicked by the... Wait, what? Did Drew actually, like, leave his house and go out and do something? Or are you talking about what he was doing before? I live in America, and I just want to say that Hassan is an idiot. Yeah, I know. I mean, obviously there are, like, Hassan does not represent the majority of Americans, but he still, like, reaches an audience of, like, lots of people, like, millions of people who are probably in the United States. And he could absolutely, like, imagine if Hassan did the same canvassing operations that Destiny did. Like, and he actually got off his ass and went out and participated as well. And he went to a bunch of different states. Imagine if he financed those canvassing operations. Imagine if, like, he stopped being a purity testing loser and became, like, more of a pragmatist and accepted that, hey, it would be really bad if the Republicans win and the Democrats are basically pretty much always going to be better than the Republicans. But no, he doesn't do that. He didn't even encourage people to vote for Kamala, which is insane that this is still what he does. So yeah, like there is no self-awareness here. And then you have the gall to turn around and, like, attack a guy from Scotland and the people that he was talking to in his Discord, which I think a bunch of them were Israelis, about how they don't advocate for, like, Democrats or spend their time advocating for Democrats. Even though Loner did advocate for Democrats, he went and canvassed and he told his community to do it. Because we were part of PV. Like, ugh. Pragmatism is a dirty word to them. They think it's incrementalism. Even then, it's like, should we do nothing? Yeah, I know. Well, no, it's because they think that. Because to these people, it's socialism or bust, revolution or bust, Bernie or bust. Even though if Bernie were elected president, all of these people would be incredibly disappointed in him.
We're reading a book.
Is he done talking about this now?
The one upside is that most of them are too insane to actually effectively change people's mind. 90% of your haters in any comment section will just see, like, everybody hates Hassan, Diddy, Epstein, Piker, the terrorist lover who hates America, so the average person just thinks they're fucking insane. I know.
But you do love terrorists, Hassan. You think Hassan Nasrallah was based. You have no issue with Hezbollah. You watch Hamas propaganda and Houthi propaganda uncritically on your stream.
Because they are, though.
And then you just lie and pretend that's not true, even though I don't know why you have to, because your fucking audience obviously agrees with all of these things.
The problem, they are fucking insane. That's an insane thing to say.
But it's not. It's true. You're a terrorist supporter.
Passed the one
All right.
big, beautiful bill to make America great again.
Meanwhile, regardless of your fucking hatred for me or whatever, the world is still dog shit and only getting worse.
Signing the bill, the one big, beautiful bill.
Yeah, Hassan, no thanks to you. Like, I don't know whether or not, like, I'm not going to go as far and blame it on you and say that, like, the election or the, like, the Democrats lost the election because of you or, like, leftists or Palestine or whatever. I don't really think that that's likely the case. but like mostly because that you mostly appeal to young people, and those people like tend not to vote anyway, certainly not as much as more reliable voting blocks. But I will say that it's very possible that you could have done more, and it's very likely that that maybe could have helped and you just didn't. Like, Trump did not win in a landslide. It's their fault. Yeah, well, like, basically he just doesn't help. I don't like the fact that he contributes to voter apathy, that all of these people do. Like, listen, say what you want about Vosh, but at least he, like, told his audience to go and vote. I don't know whether or not he was still doing it. I feel like he was, like, on the brink of not doing that anymore, but yeah. His popularity is very boosted by his... Yeah, I'm aware. Oh, hey, we've got some new stuff here from, oh, man. Australian police tried to break my arm for chanting USA at a pro-Maduro communist rally in Sydney. I spent 40 minutes in a cell before they let me go because they couldn't figure out what to charge me with. God bless the United States of America, where they still have free speech. How much do you want to bet that he didn't, that there was more to this?
USA! 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 USA!
He's so cringe. Are they just trying to like pull him away because that they don't want him to like get beat up? Because that he basically walked into that crowd and started like basically antagonizing them, or like saying stuff that might result in him getting hurt. Is that, are they just doing this to protect him, and is he trying to spin this? Yeah, like, are they arresting him because that he was basically provoking people instead of staying in? Because typically what happens is good police will separate the protesters and the counter protesters. They'll draw like some sort of cordon or line in order to prevent them from basically touching each other. Yeah. So it looks like this is what's happening. And because it looks like he got across that line and basically ran into the counter protesters. So probably they're arresting him for his own safety, and now he's lying about it and acting like he's being oppressed.
USA! USA! USA!
Wait, is this video just looped?
Hey, what's up? What's up? What are you doing? Okay, I'll stop. Okay, why the strict position? Okay. These guys out of the way, they're hindering. Let's fair boys.
Also, he doesn't look like he's in that much pain. I feel like he's exaggerating. Like, if they almost broke his arm, he'd probably be screaming.
I can't? Okay. Yeah. Well, then I'll go around.
Can you not see how the police violated him? Oh, yes, yeah. It also makes sense too, like, and now like they're checking him to see if he has, because like you don't know if one of these people who decides to go into the crowd of like if a counter protester decides to get across the police cordon and then go into the crowd of protesters, you don't know, like they might have a knife on them or whatever or something, and like they might try to start some shit. So I can see why they would separate them.
Boys, out of the way, the people walking past. Move out of the way, move back. People walking past.
Hey mate, can I just ask if you're going to take him to Day Street, sorry?
Sorry?
Are you going to take him to Day Street?
I have no idea where he's going.
Alright. Can I ask you what you're going to charge him?
What do you do? This is right for the pedestrians.
What you do, mate? What you do?
Has Drew said anything about the Epstein stuff? I mean, probably not, because that doesn't get him clout, and that's not what he doesn't. I don't think he cares that much about it.
He's made it out. Look at him.
They legit almost broke my arm. It's actually fucked. Yeah, actually fucking bullshit, man. Like, the way they arrested me was extremely brutal.
Really? It didn't seem like it was at the time. Like, are you just like a super tough dude who holds in his pain? You don't seem like you are. I feel like you would have been screaming.
Fuck communists, man. Fuck communists. Let's get a new...
You think the cops were communist? Okay, sure thing. Oh my god, you are so oppressed. Nobody is as cool and oppressed as you, Drew. You should start another GoFundMe and ask for more money. Well said, actually. Wow, Jesus Christ, Drew. Do you just not... Okay, whatever. Oh, come on, John. John Aziz is in here? Really? Sue them. Was the detention about the chant itself or crowd control at the rally? Obviously it was about the crowd control. Did he post...
USA!
Wait, did he post like a full YouTube video of this? Or is this just... Oh, it's just this... Okay, whatever. I mean, they did arrest him, kind of, or like as in like they took him to the police station or whatever, but they didn't. Yeah, they obviously didn't like arrest him, like they didn't charge him. Yeah, they detained him for a bit, I guess, if you want to say there's a difference. But now, of course, he's just gonna farm this for attention. Oh my god. I am not controversial. I oppose an ideology that killed 100 million people. He is so cringe. So, like, are these people just turning this into, like, the new Cold War, and therefore it's based to, kidnap people? Is that what is that how he's spinning this? I am so embarrassed that I was once a leftist who supported Kamala Harris. Donald Trump is a great man of history. Taking out Maduro goes down as one of the greatest moments in the history of the West. Jesus Christ. Okay, so it's literally just him glazing Trump. I wonder if Drew thinks the Iraq War was based too. I don't know if his followers would all agree with that. Is he unironically putting Rubio in a Boulevard clothing? I mean, yeah, probably, because I don't think Drew actually knows anything about the like the history of this region. Arrested holding anti-communist sign at pro-maternal. He is so trying to spin this as his free speech being violated, rather than the fact that he was very obviously like detained because that he was like going into the protest instead of like the counter. Like he didn't stay on his side of the line, and he could have started some shit. Like, in fact, honestly, it wouldn't surprise me whatsoever if that's what he was hoping would happen. Because then if the cops hadn't come and, like, saved his ass, it's very possible that somebody might have thrown a punch at him. And then he would have used this, like, to, or hell, maybe somebody wouldn't have thrown a punch at him. Maybe somebody, like, maybe might have given him a light push or something. And he would have used this as, like, to talk about how he'd been assaulted or something. I don't know. Like, really, I feel like everything this guy does is just to get attention. That's really what it seems like his entire thing is. I don't know that he actually believes in anything. Hence why he basically switched. Because yeah, he just wants that sweet, sweet clout, and that's all that matters to him. Drew had the wrong strategy. Oh yeah, he would have loved it if he'd been attacked by any of those people. But since that didn't happen, and instead the cops came in and pulled him out of there, he decided to spin it as, help me, I'm being oppressed, my free speech rights are being stomped on. Because that I tried to be a provocateur at a protest, and potentially did something that could have started violence. Goddamn Drew, man. Especially because the original died. Drew has the wrong strategy. Oh.
Well, under arrest. Look, I'm under what? Gentlemen, this is Democracy Manifest. Have a look at the headlock here. See that chap over there? Get your hand off my penis! This is the bloke who got me on the penis before. What is the charge? Eating a meal? A succulent Chinese meal? Oh, that's a nice headlock, sir. Oh, yes. I see that you know your judo well. And you, sir, are you waiting to receive my limp penis?
I was half intoxicated and I somewhat enjoyed it.
Well, under arrest. Look, I'm under what?
Oh my god, that's so good. I don't even know who this guy is. But obviously, I mean, the British accent sells it, of course. It's the succulent Chinese meal guy. Oh. I've never seen this before. Thank you for introducing me to these memes. Oh, wait, is this from Australia? This guy sounds... What? Oh, okay, I guess he was Australian. I don't know. But it's the accent. The accent sells it, though, I think. Because it allows him to sound all, like, you know, hoity-toity or whatever. Oh, he's from Queensland. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Gentlemen.
Okay, yeah, I understand. I'm so glad somebody captured this. Jack Carlson is Australian. Oh, is that this guy? That's so good. Um, okay, I need to feed this cat. He needs food. He's starving. As you can see, he's been sitting here bugging me for the past little while. Hoity-toity Australia. Yeah, like it's the accent. I think the accent helps. Although really, like, anybody probably could have sounded like this. It wouldn't have mattered. But it's so... He died a year ago. Oh, rip. Or, I'm sorry, R.I.P. actually, not like rip, because this guy seemed like he was cool. That's fair. I don't know what he did. Like, did he just, what was he being like drunk in public or something, or was he protesting and that's what got him arrested? Is his name Jack Carlson? Yep, okay. Democracy Manifest. Succulent Chinese meal. A viral video and internet meme. Oh, okay, it's Carlson with a K. The footage depicts Jack Peter Carlson, born Cecil George Edwards, being arrested for paying for a Chinese meal with a purportedly stolen credit card. He was being followed by an American Express investigator who identified him as a credit card fraudster and called. Oh my God! So he wasn't even protesting. The incident took place at the China Sea restaurant on 11 Duncan Street, Fortitude Valley. The restaurant has since relocated to Milton, Queensland. Carlson began a lifelong career of petty crime in 1956 as a ward of the Blackheath Presbyterian Boys' Home in the Brisbane suburb of Oxley. Oh, okay. All right, cool, interesting. That's kind of funny. The book also revealed in the 1980s that Carlson would indulge his Nazi fetish, and that on at least one occasion he threw a party in his home to celebrate Hitler's birthday. Carlson died of prostate cancer. Okay, never mind. This guy does not seem very based anymore. This guy now seems very unbased. Yeah, it looks like he was an orphan. And that he had a life of petty crime. Yeah, okay, this guy was insane. So, okay, in that case, I will just say rip, but yeah. I choose to ignore all that. It's a very, very funny video, though. He will be forever remembered for being very silly. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm gonna feed the cat. Hello. Okay. Thank you. Yes, he is a cute kitty. That's still Stuart. That picture's old, but yeah. He likes to stay under things. Alright, there was something that I said that I might watch in the background while I played a video game at the start of the stream, but now I can't remember what it was. Does anybody remember? Yeah, Stuart has been given his dry food, so that means that now it's time for him to go in my room and sleep on the blanket that my mom made him. It was, oh no, it was the I know what it was. It was Willie Mack's Candace Owens video. That's what it was. Not sure what you were talking about, but it was, yeah, it was Willie Mack's. Willie Mack made a Candace Owens video. That's, darn, thought that would work. Cats are like fascists, but no, we will not tolerate this cat slander here, even though they might actually be like Greenland should join Canada, to be honest. I mean, if they want to. I kind of want to watch this because this is 43 minutes, but at the same time, basically, what I'm genuinely curious about is, I wonder what Prager's argument is for anti-Semitism, for anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism being the same thing. I wonder, like, if he's actually going to make a reasonable argument, or if it's just going to be some dumb shit, you know? So... Cats are the real saviors. I think, is Greenland like an autonomous territory, or is it, I thought it wasn't. Is Greenland part of Denmark? Oh yeah, it is part of Denmark. Oh, it's an autonomous territory. Okay.
Dennis Prager. If you hate.
Oh my god, it's like it's side camera Vosh. This is the Vosh that I used to watch. By the way, this is Vosh before the Destiny divorce and before he like did the Fortress arc and like, yeah. I don't know if I'm gonna watch this whole thing. Like I said, we'll see how long it takes before I get bored. We are gonna 1.5 this.
Dennis Prager. If you hate Israel, you're no friend of the Jews. Ah, yes. I love defending persecuted minorities by associating their existence with a nationality, and then saying that you're a bad Jew if you don't support that ethno-state. Let's do it.
Wait, is that what Prager's argument gonna be? It's not. Prager's not actually gonna say the term anti-Zionist. Is he? Yeah, Vosh did lose weight. Yes.
Imagine a group of people who work to destroy Italy because they claim Italy's origins are illegitimate. Imagine further that these people maintain that of all the countries...
Wait, first off, I just want to say, destroying Italy because its origins are illegitimate, fucking based, okay? Can we open with that? Are we all clear? Are we all pro-destruction of Italy? Okay, good.
Oh, okay, he's just... Alright, now we're just memeing.
In the world, only Italy doesn't deserve to exist.
Or is Vosh one of those, just gonna be one of those cringe people who says, like, oh, I don't actually like nation states, and nation states don't support, like, I don't support their existence in general, even though, like, he doesn't really spend his time advocating for the destruction of any particular nation states. I don't know if Vosh actually advocates for the destruction of Israel. Yes, Prager is a ghoul. I do not like Prager. States shouldn't exist, probably. I mean, like, you can say that, but they do, and we live in a pragmatic world, so yeah, that world government shit ain't happening. Italy isn't real. It's just a Piedmontese realm. Italy should be Balkan.
And then imagine that these people vigorously deny that they are anti-Italian. Would you believe them?
Do we have a false comparison that we're opening up our discussion with? A false comparison? Dishonest advocacy in PragerU? Well, what's this video about?
Now substitute Israel for Italy, and you'll understand the dishonesty and absurdity of the argument that one could be anti-Zionist, that is against the existence of a Jewish state, but not anti-Semitic.
Hey, bibbidi bobbidi, I just abobbed a Palestinian in the hospital, eh? Hey, matzah!
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Hey, I'm an anarchist, okay? I'm anti-state, like, all the way around.
There it is.
So, I mean, I'm like good no matter what, right? Don't mind me just closing the window.
What even is the joke? I don't know. The joke is that Vosh thinks that Israel likes to bomb Palestinian hospitals for no reason.
Like, I'm good no matter what, right? Because I'm anti all states. I have.
Or because they hate Palestinians because they're evil. I don't really think that's... And then he did it in a silly Italian accent because he was making fun of the comparison. I mean, I don't know if Italian is even like an ethnicity as so much as in... But I also don't know as much about Italian. Like, it just... The problem with this, I feel like... I'm just going to take a guess at what Vosh is going to do here. He's probably going to ignore the fact that that Jewish people, that Judaism is an ethno-religion, meaning that like Jewish is an ethnicity as well, and like Judaism is a religion. But like you don't have to be, like you could be an atheist and still be Jewish, because Jewish is also an ethnicity. Now it's not one ethnicity, it's actually an umbrella of ethnicities, because there's more than one Jewish ethnicity. And those different ethnicities also have like some of their own different cultures and stuff. You know, like Mizrahi Jews don't have like the same culture as Ashkenazi Jews, although they obviously do have some overlap because there are Jews, but they don't have exactly the same, you know. Look at his chat. Anti-Italian equals anti-white. That's a spicy meatball. Can we cancel Italy? Smash all state. I mean, like, these people are just going to push the we're anarchists, and so therefore we hate, you know. I mean, yes, ethnicity and race are basically the same thing, but it's a lot of that too. The thing is that I don't necessarily think there's any difference between or like that there is much of any difference between different ethnicities / races in terms of you know, like biological differences or whatever. Like, yeah, there are certain things, but a lot of that is like the product of the environment or what have you. Like in much the same way that like white people or people who are white nowadays, I believe they evolved with like whiter skin because of the environments that they came to inhabit after everybody left Africa. And like same thing with black people and all these kinds of things. So, but yeah, it's not like I don't believe in any of that shit about like how there's inherent IQ differences between the races or any of that crap. However, the thing is that we do, unfortunately, when I was talking about the self-determination thing, the problem is that from a practical, pragmatic perspective, the world in which we live, unfortunately, has a tendency to divide people up based on things like ethnicities, or to other people because they are part of certain ethnicities, which is what happens to Jewish people, or to Kurdish people, or to Arabs, or, you know, or to other various groups like that. And Jewish people, it's been happening to basically since the dawn of time, because they've always been perceived as being other or different, or, you know, and I don't think there's necessarily anything wrong with seeing them as a nation of people, you know. And yeah, no, I agree. There's not really any such thing as white people. And really, if you go to Europe, they don't really have a concept of that. The Nazis also didn't have a concept of white people either. To them, they were superior because they were the Aryan race, and the people that they killed were other white people who they considered to be inferior. Like today's neo-Nazis, I think Hitler and Himmler and co would all roll over in their graves if they saw what their movement had become, because it's so far away from what they originally envisioned, which is actually pretty funny. But that's just what happens, especially since the United States is in part responsible for the whole, like, well, we're all just white concept, which is probably because of the, you know, the whole melting pot, because people came over from the United States, and yeah, the Aryan race or the Germanic people thing, we usually are either the Aryan race which were usually roughly yeah, basically. And I mean, my understanding is I think that I haven't really looked too hard into like Nazi theory or Nazi racial theories or whatever, but I'm pretty sure that most of that stuff was also all bullshit anyway. So I mean, like in terms of like who they classified as the quote unquote Aryan race, like I don't even think that's true, or like that doesn't I don't, I'm pretty sure that that wasn't, those people were not actually Aryans. But don't quote me on that. Oh yeah, no, a bunch of them did have their own theories, and obviously a lot of those theories were basis or were like dumb too. Like I don't, obviously like that stuff is all very stupid, and the idea that you know, I mean, for God's sakes, we're talking about like phrenology shit here, the skull shape stuff. Aryan is complete bullshit. Just look up Georgian skull. Also, also none of these guys, none of these guys like matched up to their or were like none of these guys like really lived up to that ideal anyway, you know, like the quote unquote Aryan ideal. I mean, like Goebbels was short and like Goering was fat. Oh yeah, Goebbels also had a clubbed foot too, which prevented him from being able to serve in the war. Oh yeah, I know Aryans were real people in history. I just don't think that they were the same people that the Nazis said. Or like something to that effect. I'd have to look that up. I don't want to get sidetracked. I don't want to get sidetracked talking about Nazis. I'm not going to let you guys do it. Even though a part of me wants to, because it's always interesting to talk about Nazis. People crafted up their own theories of race, like how every leftist has their own version of what socialism really is. Well, yeah. That is also, yeah.
My plausible deniability, you know? Let's see. Oh, also, we should be really fucking clear. I don't want to be irresponsible with this. Why is this comparison stupid? A, because usually the people who want to destroy the Israeli state, by destroy they mean remove the Israeli people from that area, are doing so because Israel is an ethno-state that is currently engaging in a war of elimination with the Palestinian people. That
Why do you hate me, Chase? Why? This is from 2020. I see that he still believes, like, his... At one point he said that he believed in, like, that he believed in, or that he supported two states or whatever. I don't think that's true. I feel like he's just been lying about this the entire time. Does he actually? Is he going to go on to say, obviously, I think that's stupid and that they should get to stay there?
Israel has only been there for about like 70 years now, and for that reason, because of its relatively small size and the fact that it's
not all of the Jews who live in Israel
currently operating open-air concentration camps for the Palestinian people.
Oh, fuck you.
That it is more capable of being removed than others are. Italy is not currently, to my knowledge, engaged in a genocidal war of oppression with a group of indigenous.
So wait, do you think that Israel should be removed? Is that what you're saying? Like
people in their borders. I assume, let me know if I'm wrong, B is significantly larger, and C has been around for a bajillion fucking years. Also, D, it's not an ethno-state. That's another one. If I, a non-Italian, go into Italy, I can enjoy the same rights and privileges as an Italian citizen if I gain citizenship. And my...
How easy is it to gain citizenship in Italy? How easy is it to gain citizenship in any European country if you're not part of the ethnicity? Like, for example, I know that in Ireland, I believe that it's like if you have like a Jewish or a Jewish, if you have like an Irish grandparent or something, it's easier for you to gain citizenship. I'm pretty sure this concept of like anybody can be insert name of or insert ethnicity here is very American. Obviously it's been exported to the rest of the world, and obviously there are ways for like people to get citizenship depending upon which country you're from, but I'm pretty sure you have to like jump through a bunch of hoops to do it if you're not coming there as a refugee or some other such thing. Like, I don't know, I'm just curious. Let's find out. Like, is it easy to gain Italian citizenship? Primarily through descent, if you have Italian ancestors, marriage/civil union to an Italian citizenship, or naturalization by residing legally in Italy. Typically 10 years for non-EU. God damn! With variations for EU citizens or specific circumstances like adoption or service to the state requiring extensive documentation. Like, okay. I think that the main difference, obviously, between this and Israel is that, like, in Israel, if you're Jewish, then you're able to become a citizen relatively easily. But, like, it's interesting that all of these countries will fast track your citizenship if you have Italian ancestry. I think Israel's residency requirement is actually shorter. So in Israel, gaining actual citizenship is harder because that you don't have, if you're not Jewish, is that correct? And when I say like Jewish, I mean part of the Jewish ethnicity. Although I believe that there are extra rules if you're Jewish and you convert to Christianity. But if you don't say that, then it's whatever. And like you can't become a citizen by marriage if you're not Jewish. Or is it just if you're not Muslim? Or rather, sorry, can you? Like, if a Jew marries a Muslim, will that Muslim be able to become a citizen? You can become a citizen by marriage. Okay. But it's just that if you're an Arab citizen of Israel, so if you're a Palestinian and you marry another Muslim from somewhere else, then that person will have a harder time becoming a citizen of Israel, I would imagine. So yeah, okay. Like obviously all of these countries have like naturalization laws and stuff, but Israel's not like as closed off as people think it is, and they do allow people to come in and like stay there and work and stuff. Harder by practice but not rules, I think. Okay, yeah, that would make sense. Because of the systemic discrimination that I was talking about. Yeah, Van Loven is Israeli, chat, so yeah, he knows. I mean, I could double check all this, but yeah, I mean, I know that like that's true about the test thing. For Arab citizens marrying citizens of neighboring countries or the territories. Yeah, that I imagine would be more difficult. Wait, oh, I thought you were Israeli, Van Loven, or do you just live in Israel? Are you American? He's actually American living in Israel. Oh, okay. Wait, are you Jewish? Are you planning on getting Israeli citizenship? Actually, you know what? In some ways, I feel like I kind of trust you more to know about all this stuff because that you're not Israeli. But you live there, which means that you had to learn it all. Yeah, okay. You live here with a residency visa. Yeah, okay. So I feel like you probably would know about this too. Because like if you actually dealt with their immigration system. Wait, if you're Jewish, isn't it like easy to get citizenship, or do you just not want to bother? You're only familiar with the Jewish path. Yeah. I thought Van Loven was just Cleo. No, Cleo is Van Loven's cat. It is. I could at any point right now. Yeah, so like they'll fast track you basically, but it is possible to become an Israeli citizen. But yes, of course it is based on like whether or not you are Jewish. That is a part of it. But I mean, I feel like obviously Vosh is doing it here. He's just saying Israel's an ethno state. And he's making this claim based on a bunch of shit, like, and based on like I bet Vosh doesn't know that there are like, what is it, 2 million Palestinians who live in Israel and who have citizenship. I bet he doesn't know about the Druze either. I bet that he thinks that Israel is just a country that is 100% Jewish because they kicked out all the Palestinians. Because Vosh doesn't actually know anything about the conflict, and yet he has such strong feelings about it. And I bet that he's not aware of the fact that like calling Israel an ethno-state is in an invocation of like Nazi Germany is like bad and also inaccurate, because Israel's not an ethno-state like Nazi Germany was an ethno-state. He thinks Mizrahi Jews just went to Israel because they hate Arab. Yeah, of course he does. He may not know about the... Oh, yeah, or about the Bedouins. Druze? You mean Jews? I've heard of them. Well, I mean, listen, if Frogan didn't know what a Druze was, there's no way that this guy does. Yeah, that's all I'm saying. Like, it's not as uncomplicated as he thinks, but he just thinks, oh, Israel's a country for Jews. It's a Jewish state, therefore ethno-state. Based on my slim, and when I say ethno-state, I'm basically thinking of Nazi Germany and like white ethno-states because of all those Nazis that I argued with, which isn't really the same thing. Because those people, like Nazi Germany wouldn't let, would not allow 2 million Jews to live within their borders. They would have put them in camps or killed them. More likely killed them. Because that's what they did. Like, the number of Jews that existed in Germany after the Holocaust. First of all, there weren't even that many Jews in Germany to begin with. Like, if you look at the numbers, it's like 2/3 of Europe's Jews were killed. If you look at the numbers, it's insane. Yeah, so there was like 200 or 525,000 Jews lived in Germany before the Holocaust, which was less than 1% of the population. And then after, a whole bunch of them left. Wait, does it not say during the Nazis? Today. No, I don't want today. Population decline. Oh yeah, there was only 214,000 Jews left in Germany. Like, because a whole bunch of them left. I think that number was, I think it was like 1,000 or something. Immigrate to Israel, not emigrate. Vashon ironically thinks the Arabs should have won in 1948 because he thinks the Nakba happened before. Well, yeah. It's because he doesn't know anything. Is there even an immigration policy for non-Jews in Israel? I mean, there is, because they allow non-Jews to become residents. It's just not easy to become a citizen, meaning that, like, you can't vote, which obviously is not good. If you want to, like, be able to have a say in the country's politics or whatever. And I mean, I'm assuming that they're doing that too because that they recognize that it would not be good to, like, be like Japan. And yeah, although I think Japan allows residency as well too. History of Jews in Germany. Today's population is 116,000 to 225,000, but from 1945. Okay. There we go. When the Red Army took over Berlin in late April 1945, only 8,000 Jews remained in the city. All of them were either in hiding or were married to non-Jews. Yeah, the Nazis, like, if you were Jew and you were married to, like, a quote unquote Aryan, then you managed to be able to escape a lot of things, because it obviously, like, it wouldn't have been good. Like, the Nazis wouldn't have been able to get away with that, with like ripping apart families like that. But there were still, like, various issues that you had to deal with, especially if you had children, and, like, those kids would have been excluded from a lot of things. Most German Jews who survived the war and exiled. So I'm just looking for the number. Small number returned to Germany. Okay, how about this? Number of Jews in Europe before and after the Holocaust by country. I looked this up a long time ago. I just don't exactly remember. I mean, Poland is insane. There were 3 million of them, and then there was 45,000 left in, like, 1950. Soviet Union lost 1 million. Germany 500,000 1933 to 37,000 19. This is from 1950. But this is all from. Oh, remaining Jewish population of Europe, 19... Okay. I could have swore that the Holocaust Museum had a list that showed this, but I guess they don't. But I mean, yeah, like that number dropped like an insane amount, which is just to say that, yeah, Israel doesn't care about quote unquote racial purity as much as like actual ethnostates, or ethnostates as you define them, Vosh. Foreign workers were generally from South/Southeast Asia. A lot of them home care workers for the elderly, for example. Also, Poland before World War II. World War II had drastically. Oh yeah, I know that is also true. Yeah, Poland's borders were different. But I mean, regardless, like 3 million Jews lived in pre-war Poland, and afterwards, that number, like, most of them were killed, which is insane.
Ethnicity is not a component to my citizenship, so that's just a smidge of a difference there. You know, some reasons why Italy would not only be easier to, or not Italy, sorry, Israel would not only be easier to remove, but also why there are more reasons.
No, Vosh, it wouldn't be easier to remove Israel than it would be to remove any other country. In fact, you might even argue to a certain degree that it might be harder to destroy Israel because it's a nation of refugees or descendants of refugees.
To remove Israel than there would be other nations.
But that is precisely what anti-Zionists say. They argue that Israel's existence is illegitimate. They don't believe this of any other country in the world, no matter how...
Oh, wait, so he thinks Israel's... Really? I was kind of hoping that he was going to come out and say, like, 2 states, or... Chase, how long was this after the incident? You know, the incident that got Vosh banned from Twitch, when he basically said Israel needed to be nuked? Well, yeah, no, they're not. They will not leave, Conradical. You're right.
How bloody...
Yes, we do. Again, maybe I'm the wrong person to go about here, because a lot of anti-Zionists that I'm aware of are anti-state. So if we're anti-state, we're against the existence of all of these states, just not...
No, they're not. I mean, yeah, sure. You know what, Vosh? I'm sure they say that, but do they spend their time talking about how they're anti every state, or do they mostly just spend their time talking about how they're anti-Israel? Like that's just like their runaway card that they like to use. Oh, okay, this was the next year. Okay, that's fine. I mean, listen, if you're like actually anti-state and you're like consistent about it, then okay, fine, I guess. I mean, I think that's kind of a, I'll be honest, I think that's kind of a silly, like, fantastical position to have, but whatever. If that's your ideal, if your ideal is that one day we all stop being, like, countries who are divided or whatever, and we all come together and are ruled over by one government, and we all, like, have the same kinds of stuff, then okay, I guess. Or, like, or, like, multiculturalism, where we have one big melting pot like America, where we all kind of have our own things. I mean, based, I suppose. But, you know...
All of them are engaged in genocidal wars of oppression and apartheid.
Its origins. And then they get offended.
Jeez. Okay, yeah.
Wrong person to go about here, because a lot of anti-Zionists that I'm aware of are anti-state. So if we're anti-state, we're against the existence of all of these states, just not all of them are engaged in genocidal wars of oppression and apartheid.
Oh my god. It's all the same talking points. He literally must have just read, like, or heard, like, whatever anti-Zionist shit in college and picked it up, and because he still doesn't know anything about any of this, and, like, he just it's all the same shit. States will be replaced with servers. What kind of servers? Windows or Linux servers?
Origins. And then they get offended when they're accused of being anti.
Why does he have the Joker smile? Are you guys seeing this? Am I hallucinating right now? Have I seen too many fucking meme images? His smile lines are the Joker. Do you want to know how I got these scars? The intolerant left opened my mouth and stuck a blade in, and they...
Anti-Semitic. How can they make this argument? First, they change the topic. They say it's unfair to charge those who merely criticize Israel with being anti-Semitic.
I think most fair and reasonable people would agree with that sentiment. Criticizing Israel is probably not anti-Semitic, but you'll notice that they already snuck a conclusion in there. That's a little interesting, because the premise here is that wanting to destroy the state of Israel, specifically, makes you an anti-Semite, whereas I would argue it makes you anti-Israel.
I mean, I think wanting to destroy the state of Israel is pretty anti-Semitic, yes, Fosh. unless you're like gonna caveat that statement by saying that that you want to like take a bunch of steps first to ensure that a bunch of bad stuff won't happen to the Jews in the future if there's one state and they are united. But I mean, that's not what these people are talking about. They don't care about that. A lot of these people support Hamas and Hezbollah and Iran, and yeah, I now, that being said, I do think that, like, obviously Prager's going to do that cringe thing here that Netanyahu and co do, where they're going to say, like, I feel like he's going to come out and say, yeah, well, you know what? A lot of the people who criticize Israel are anti-Semitic because they think Israel should be destroyed. But he wants all Jews to move to America. Wait, is that what Vosh wants or Prager? I don't know. I mean, Prager's also one of those crazy Christian guys, so he probably supports Israel because that, you know, for that insane shit about the end times. Oh yeah, I mean, I'm sure Vosh would be fine with all Jews moving to America, but that's silly. Like, I'm sorry, but a lot of the Mizrahi Jews who live in Israel they're not Americans. Wait, is Prager Jewish? I thought Prager was a Christian. Hold on. Oh, he was. Modern Orthodox Jewish. Left that specific domination but remains a religious Jew who observes many traditional policies. And okay, he's the one who advocates for the Judeo-Christian thing. Why did I think he was Christian? Maybe it's because he talks about Judeo-Christian values a lot? I don't know why I thought. I mean, he's a crazy person either way. Okay, so Dennis Prager is like Ben Shapiro. I see. Has this guy had anything to say about the insanity that's been going on in his party recently? Since he is a unironic Trump supporter? He used to call Ben Shapiro an evangelical and a kippah. Oh, I mean, that is kind of a funny thing to say, but he said the same thing that Shapiro has about non-religious Jews being fake Jews. Oh, okay. Yeah, so he's also ridiculous. I see. I mean, I also think it's insane to say that, like, if you're Jewish and you don't support Israel, like, if you don't support everything Israel does or Israel's government or whatever, then that means, like, you're not a real Jew or you're a capo or some shit like that. I mean, I do think that if you want to destroy Israel, then that's pretty bad. But, like, if you're Jewish and you want, like, a sort of a one-state solution that happens after, like, you know, 150 years or whatever, and after, like, they've fixed all their shit and they could actually have, like, a proper multicultural society where Jews are still protected, then I feel like that's a different argument. And if you want that, that's fine. Like, I don't care that much about that. Like, I don't consider you to be, like, that's fine. I don't care. I don't really disagree with that. I mean, I feel like my ideal solution is probably more like the, like, some sort of confederacy that they have between, like, you know, like, where it's like, it's it's two states, but there's, like, a lot more freedom of movement between the two of them and they sort of cooperate or whatever. But there'd be a whole bunch of shit that would need to happen before this could ever be a thing. Because right now, these two groups of people hate each other and they don't want anything to do with each other. And there's way too much bad blood between them to think you can just throw them together and hope they'll get along. Because if you do that, there's just going to be a civil war and a lot of people are going to die. And either Israel will get reformed again, or they'll get kicked out or genocided. Whichever one. I mean, and really, it's entirely possible that it could be the other one. But I don't know. It would just be crazy. That freeze image of Vosh, LOL. That's the face you see in the torture chamber of the horse gulag. Ugh.
There are Jews outside of Israel, after all, and most of the people who want to see you is that wanting to destroy the state of Israel, specifically, makes you an anti-Semite. Whereas I would argue it makes you anti-Israel. There are Jews outside of Israel, after all, and most of the people who want to see Israel gone aren't themselves anti-Semitic, at least not in the communities that I run in.
Yes, Vosh, that's because you don't know what what left-wing anti-Semitism looks like. Because to you, anti-Semitism is just like the shit the Nazis did or the shit the Nazis said about Jews, and you can't perceive it in any other form.
So the idea then is that if you could prove sufficiently, if you could prove to a sufficient degree that people are hypocritical in their dislike of Israel, that the only explanation for that hypocrisy or for that bias must be because of anti-Semitism, while leaving out the other examples earlier provided, apartheid, genocide, recently formed, massive geopolitical.
I'm sorry, but 75 years ago is really not that recent, dude. And like they're pretty embedded there now.
Political destabilization in the region, fascist. By ignoring all of those other conceivable explanations, the only one which you arrive at then is the anti-Semitism, which is of course the goal, because this video is exactly what the right will frequently accuse the left of being. It's essentially race baiting, though Judaism is not itself a race, it's the same basic premise.
Does Vosh think that like Jewish isn't an ethnicity? Does he just deny that? Like, does he realize that the Nazis weren't the one who came up with that? That's not a thing that was invented. The Nazis invented very little of their own shit. They mostly just stole it from other people. Is that really like, I mean, if you want to say that all ethnicities are social constructs or whatever, I mean, yeah, sure you can. It's just a thing that we decided to do to group people into different categories. Modern Italy is less than 100 years old, I think. Yeah, I mean, you could say that, but it's that he won't say that's the same thing though, because he'll argue that there's always that Italy as a sort of country or whatever has like Italian people have been in Italy for a very long time, and therefore they basically have a right to, or that they have a right to exist or whatever as a country. That like the territory that makes up Italy has been around for a very long time. Germany wasn't around until 1871. Yeah, that's true. Although like there was like kind of like a German confederation before Bismarck united Germany into the German Empire. And I mean, I think before that it was like part of the Holy Roman Empire or something. My memory is hazy. He is justifying why Israel particularly should not exist. Well, yeah, exactly. He's basically doing that. He's saying that this is where Israel becomes the exception to the rule. When like, also like, let's be honest with ourselves too. It's very funny that he says this when you know who else are also recently created? Pretty much all the surrounding Arab states. None of them existed prior to like their like various British mandates, except for like Egypt, which was, I think, was the only one that you could say was like a distinct entity or whatever, and like Iran, because that was Persia. But a lot of those other countries weren't like countries. They were like provinces in the Ottoman Empire, and the Ottoman Empire shifted around like their territories and their provinces and stuff. And it's not like the people living there had distinct identities as like Jordanians or Syrians or Iraqis or what have you. Not like as far as I'm aware anyway. They had like a shared identity as like Arabs. Egypt also went through a billion different occupations and government. Yeah, they did. And like, I don't know if Egyptians even necessarily consider themselves in their shared identity. I think Egypt had, but I don't, it had a whole bunch of things. Like arguably the two oldest continuous identities are Persians/Iranians and Egyptians. Yeah, like it's just, but I mean, it's very funny that he says this because a lot of those states didn't form it. But I understand, like, I feel like what he's gonna do is he would just make the argument that Iran is or rather that point doesn't matter for all those other countries because they were just formed for the people that were already living there. And the issue with Israel is that it was a country filled with a bunch of people who came from Europe. Except it wasn't filled with a bunch of people who came from Europe after very long. Like, not long after its creation, it then became filled with a bunch of people who came from the rest of the Middle East. And I mean, really, at the end of the day, it depends on how far back you want to go, honestly. And like he's just being arbitrary about it. Because like if you go back far enough, then you could just say that like, well, the Arabs were also like they also like came in and colonized that area and made it part of like their empire. Even though a lot of the people who live in Palestine are like a lot of like today's modern Palestinians are not like they're descendants of the Arab colonizers and the people who lived in the region when the Arabs came to colonize. Like they kind of like mixed together and stuff because a lot of those people just converted to Islam anyway. So it's not the case that like today's modern Arabs are all just like colonizers or whatever. Like that's like kind of a dumb narrative. Modern Palestinians are descendants of a lot of the people who had lived there. And it's just, but I mean, people moved around a whole bunch, but it really is just arbitrary. And I mean, the unfortunate truth of the matter is that obviously, yeah, if you go back those 3,000 years, then Jews can trace their origin back to like that area. But I think that's a dumb argument, and I don't care about that. Israel is there now. Israel exists. Israel's got nukes. Israel's not going anywhere. It's a nation of refugees, and so talking about destroying it is delusional and stupid, and it only hurts Palestinians. And yeah, it just... Those conversations were tournament legal at the... I don't know what you mean. Doobie said the ancient Levantines, and I challenged him to define that people. Doobie once said... I mean, leftists are going to, like, jump all over the place and make arbitrary stuff about, like, at what point, like, people become indigenous or whatever in order to, like, say that Israel shouldn't exist. And I don't know. I don't even think you should engage with them in those arguments. I think it's silly. I think all that is dumb. Okay? Israel exists. And talking about and saying Israel shouldn't exist is stupid. It doesn't matter.
You, as a marginalized identity, make an argument about your perceived persecution rather than...
Israel has a huge Nazi problem, I've heard. Oh, wow. Look at this guy in the chat, in Vosh's chat here.
Addressing the actual arguments.
But criticism of Israel is fine. Denying Israel's right to exist isn't. Anti-Zionism...
What is a state's right to exist? That's a question for the chat. What does a state's right to exist mean? It just kind of means like the people in there have like a border and their own laws, right? But there's a lot of really weird right to exist arguments when it comes to Israel exactly. See, I don't give a fuck about states. What's a state's right? I care about people's rights to exist.
Yeah, okay. You know what, Vosh? That's a good point. So do you think that Jews have a right to exist in that region? Do you think that they have a right to self-determine? Because that's what they did. They went there and they self-determined. And we can like point out the fact that in gaining their self-determination, they denied other people a right to self-determination. But the answer shouldn't be, well, we should kick them all out of there and basically take away that right from them and tell them to go somewhere else. The answer should be, we give self-determination to the people who had their self-determination taken away in their own country. Like, the answer should be the Palestinians should get a state so they too can self-determine, rather than let's kick out all the Jews.
What is a state's right? A lot of people's arguments for the existence of Israel are very, very strange. Some 4,000-year-old ethnic precedent stuff that strikes a little bit weirdly close to ethno-nationalism.
I mean, that's not my argument. My argument is just Israel's there now. They exist. And talking about removing them, it gets pretty yikesy.
To my taste.
Isn't criticism of Israel.
Oh.
Anti-Zionism is opposition to Israel's existence.
Sure, sometimes. I mean, it can be both. Anti-Zionism can be criticism of Israel. There are anti-Zionists who are in favor of a two-state solution, and anti-Zionists can be criticism of Israel.
I mean, that's not typically what anti-Zionism means. Does anyone have any anti-Zionists? I feel like that's not what these words mean.
Israel's right to exist. Again, I don't think any state has a right to exist.
Zionism is the name of the movement that advocates for the return of Jews to their historic homeland.
Yeah, see, that's the weird one right there.
No, Zionism is just Jewish nationalism. See, even just the fact that Prager defines it this way is part of the issue. That's not how I would define it. I would define Zionism as Jewish nationalism. It's Jews wanting, like, it's belief that there should be a Jewish state. You know, like, I don't even think it even necessary. Now, today, Zionism is the belief that Israel has a right to exist. Or not a right to, like, the belief that Israel should continue to exist as like a Jewish state or whatever. I I mean, like, I guess that if you support two states for now, or two states until they work out their shit sometime in the future, then you could be considered an anti-Zionist. But I don't feel comfortable applying that label to myself because of all the other people who apply that, because like most of the people who call themselves anti-Zionists are crazy. And I don't think that that is, because I recognize that Israel's existence as a state, as a Jewish state, pragmatically makes sense right now. And I think it's going to be a long time before we get to some, like, I'll be dead by the time we get to some crazy high ideal world where both these states can, like, come together in some sort of confederation. I don't think that I'll be alive at that point.
See, I don't care about that. Return to your historic homeland. What, because you occupied a piece of land thousands of years ago, that's where you get to go again? There were already people there, called the Palestinians.
Hey, Vosh. How do you feel about if I make this argument about the right of return? Because that's my argument against, like, the infinite right of return, or this notion that the Israelis living there today need to not be there anymore because of shit their ancestors did 85 years ago. Like, that's my same problem against the whole idea that everybody who lives here in Canada or in the United States needs to leave and go back if you're not, like, a native person. Because now you're basically just talking about punishing me for shit my ancestors did. He supports the right of... Yeah, I'm sure that he does. He probably does support it. Because he doesn't really understand what it means. But, like, not only is it, I don't think it's actionable, but I also think it's silly. It's silly to say that the descendants of people who were displaced from an area have, like, a right to go back to that area, an area that they never lived to begin with, because like their parents or grandparents lived there. I don't think that's how that works. And when I looked it up under international law, I couldn't find anything about how that worked either. Like, the actual justice that should be given to Palestinians who are still considered, who do not have citizenship in other country, is that, like, they should either be able to become citizens of the new Palestinian state, or they should become able to become citizens of some other state. The problem is that they are currently stateless, and that is the issue. It's not like... Yeah, like, that's the problem. They are stateless, and therefore also that means they are without the self-determination thing that I think is important, because they don't have any right in how let's say how, like, Lebanon is run, you know, as a society. And because Lebanon is so concerned with maintaining their weird demographic shit, they don't like that, you know. No other system says the child of the father gets refugee status. Well, the thing about that, though, is that the only reason why refugee status is passed down to Palestinians is if the Palestinian is stateless. I don't think that unless somebody can find me otherwise. I tried to look this up before and I didn't see anything about this because I was looking it up. I don't think it's true that if you're a Palestinian American and you're born in the United States and you have U.S. citizenship, that you then also count as a refugee. I don't think that's the case, but you might still count under, like, the right to return if you register with UNRWA, maybe. But the problem is that a lot of the surrounding Arab countries basically don't let Palestinians have citizenship and treat them like shit. And so that's really where the refugee issue starts, right? Is the fact that there's a lot of Palestinians who are refugees in the surrounding Arab countries. And then that status gets passed down to their children because that they don't get to become citizens in those countries. And those countries don't have birthright citizenship. And yeah, and Lebanon has weird demographic rules too. I struggle with this argument because I'm aware of how Russification worked in Ukraine, and I feel like the only meaningful difference is a lack of international recognition of a Palestinian state. Wait, are you talking about, I'm a bit confused by what you mean by that, Duckbringer. Are you talking about, like, because that, oh, the settlers in Russia, because that they came over there? Well, I mean, I think that the difference is that they, like, for example, actually, wait, are you talking about, the notion that, the people who came into Ukraine now, like in Crimea or whatever, that that they can then say that like they are citizens if they're descendants of the Ukrainians or of like the ancestors that came there, and therefore they shouldn't be allowed to be kicked out. I mean, is it also not the case though that a lot of those like ethnically Russian people who live in eastern Ukraine consider themselves Ukrainian now? It's more like internationally recognized Crimea. I'm talking about Crimea specific. Oh, you mean because that Russia's had Crimea for like 10 years? Oh, you're a bit behind in the VOD. Okay. I mean, yeah, a lot of them consider themselves Ukrainian now, yes. I mean, so I think that the Russification and displacement of the Crimean Tatars, so I think that's up to those people, right? Like also, weren't they allowed to come back? Or rather, like, didn't many of them try to return later on? The Tatars. Sorry. I probably am mispronouncing that too. Depends on what you were talking about. Well, I know they were displaced under Stalin, but also did they not try to come? But also then, like, weren't they allowed to come? Oh, after Stalin died, they were permitted to return. I mean, like, yeah, I feel like that's a bit different though too, because the Crimea didn't form its own state and then say like, no, you can't come back, or like I mean, although also my position also too is that I think that Israel should have allowed the Palestinians to return if they hadn't like participated in hostilities to like in against Israel in the war or whatever after 1948. I think that they should have just let people come back. But they didn't want to, obviously, and we know why. So it's like intentionally or internationally recognized as part of Ukraine. Russia invades, displaces, and oppresses natives, wants referendum on land after. Yeah, I mean, they do displace the people, but the thing is that there's still a lot of like Ukrainians living in Crimea, right? Or a lot of people who want to be part of Ukraine or who don't want to be part of Russia. And I think that's probably like the difference is that it was an existing, like, it was part of a sovereign state before. And then Russia came in and invaded it and then made up a bunch of bullshit and tried to say, hey, now they belong to us. Or they want to be part of us, even though that's not true. And a lot of that was not good. Russian-speaking Ukrainians are still ethnically Ukrainian. I believe they only speak Russian because of colonization. I mean, yeah, that's yeah. I don't know enough about this. Are there Palestinians still living in land taken for settlements by Israel? I mean, are you talking about in the West Bank? There are 2 million Palestinians who live in Israel who didn't get kicked out during the Nakba in 1948. They that group is often referred to as the 48ers because they are descendants of the Arabs who got to stay behind in 1948. And they face systemic discrimination, but they live there and they have citizenship now and they can vote. And like based on Israel's basic laws, they are supposed to have like rights under the law. Or like equal rights under the law, but like in practice they don't really because of the systemic discrimination. There's discrimination that they face in like housing and whatnot, and it's obviously gotten worse because Ben-Gvir is crazy. Yeah, I'm saying just because there is still part of the original demographic, I don't know if it means they have proper representation. The situations are 20 years separated, but I wonder, I don't have a definite take on this. I just struggle with it due to Crimea. Yeah, well, I mean, I think Crimea is different because that Crimea was part of a sovereign state that already existed, right? Like, I think that there would be a lot of a different argument with Israel if all of a sudden, or if like, let's say Israel was part, or if let's say like Palestine was a province of Jordan, like, and then the Jews came in and they took it over and they kicked all the Palestinians in there out and they said, this is ours now, get fucked, Jordan, right? And all of the, and like, but some of the Palestinians got to stay, but then the rest of the Palestinians who also had Jordanian citizenship got like basically like ran away or whatever. Because like for one thing, they already have citizenship of a broader state. Because the Palestine as it was not like a country, it was like a mandate territory, then it feels like it feels kind of different because Israel and also Israel. The other thing too, and this is a really, really big important thing in terms of comparing Israel to Russia. Russia already exists as a country. Russia doesn't need to take over other countries in order to establish itself into existence. It's already a country. They've already got a huge territory, right? So that's why like all this stuff about like settlements and stuff falls flat. Because Israel, or like the Jews never had their own country when they came to establish Israel. Now, personally, I wish they hadn't have established Israel there. I wish that the British had said, hey, maybe this isn't a good idea because there's already people living here. We'll give you a state, we'll give you land somewhere else and you can form your state there. I'm not against principally like the Jews having a state of their own. It just kind of sucks that it happened where it did, because like it just led to bad stuff. But they're there now, and I'm not going to argue that they need to be like transplanted somewhere else because that's not practical or realistic. That's what I'm saying. The difference is international recognition. Israel was created via the Balfour Declaration. Well, Israel wasn't created via the Balfour Declaration. Is like the Jews who moved to mandatory Palestine got like they felt that they were able to do so and to build a state there because the British were supporting them in this endeavor. But by the time the 1940s rolled around, the British had stopped supporting them in this endeavor, and they kind of basically just pieced out because they realized this was a terrible idea. And they were like they essentially made a mess of it because throughout the entirety of like the whole thing from 1917 until like the 1930s, they realized, oh gee, or they tried to appease both the Arabs and the Jews, and they thought that like I don't know what the fuck was like. I'm still reading Benny Morris's thing, but actually wait, I'm gonna go find it because I started reading Righteous Victims again since I got my ebook reader, and there's a really funny thing in there that I think kind of sums up. Just a sec. This amused me so much. Hold on, let me find it. Look at my adorable pink Kindle. Wait, where was it? Oh no, that's... I've been highlighting like crazy. Oh, there it is. Okay, so the British appointed like a new guy to be the to be like the governor of the mandate, basically. After the current guy who was a Zionist resigned. And this guy's name was Field Marshal Lord Plummer, who was the former governor of Malta. And he was a non-Zionist, so he just wanted to adhere to the status quo, okay? And they appointed him in 1925. Okay, so at this point, like, the Arabs and the Jews were, like, clashing a lot. Like, there was a bunch of issues. There had been riots in Jerusalem, and obviously, like, the Jews were trying to, like, build their state and stuff. And the British knew that because the Balfour Declaration was a thing. So this is what happened, okay? So Plummer, he kicked off his term of office was something of a faux pas. At a Jewish sports meeting in Tel Aviv, Plummer, flanked by his daughter, stood up for God Save the King and continued standing when the band went on to play Hatikva, the Zionist and subsequently Israel's anthem. An Arab delegation came to complain, but when he asked, "By the way, have you got a national anthem?" the delegation fell silent. "In that case," Plummer concluded, "I think you had better get one as soon as possible." Like, I don't know. I just thought that was really funny. Like, oh, do you have a national anthem? Well, if you don't have one, then I can't stand for your non-national anthem. You guys should get a national anthem. Like, this is emblematic of the way in which, like, the British basically tried to play both sides. Or, like, they tried to, like, placate both sides. Have you got a flag? Yeah, basically. Like, yeah, and it's such a British thing to do. It's like well, I've got a flag, yeah. But yeah, that's what they did. And, like, they fucked it up. I feel like the Americans seem to be one of the only ones who recognized, hey, this is probably not a good idea, guys. I don't think what you're doing here is going to work. But yeah, Duckbringer, eventually they were just like they realized that it was fucked, and so they were like, "I'm out," and they left. And then the UN stepped in and proposed the partition plan, and the Arabs said, "Fuck no, we were here first. We've been here for a while. You can't just, like, these fucking European people can't just come in and take our shit." And so they rejected the partition plan, and the Jews, of course, said yes to it because, you know, they basically were willing to take anything, or not anything, but a lot of things. And then they had a civil war in 1940, or it started in 1947, and then in 1948 all the Arab countries declared war on Israel after Israel declared independence, and then they fought that war, and Israel won with no support basically from anybody except Jews around the world who smuggled weapons in from Czechoslovakia. They didn't get help from the British or the Americans, and the people who were on the who were fighting against them, a lot of them were trained by the British, although there were quite a few Jews who were trained by the British too. And yeah, it just I mean, yeah, it's true. Fell Runner, they didn't really do a lot of stuff. Like, I think that was another problem. Was that this is something that Benny Morris talks about in here too, that I've been getting, is that the Arabs were not, like, as organized as the Jews were. It took them a while to, like, reach that point, and basically by the time they did, it was too late. They also essentially rejected, like, any being part of, like, any sort of governmental structure that the British tried to set up, which didn't help them either. The Arabs were promised their own state as well after World War. I mean, yeah, but, like, it's contentious as to whether or not they were promised one in Palestine. There's a whole bunch of stuff there. Well, there were organizations created, Felhammer, like Al Husseini and the Nashashibis and all those guys. They were working, and they did have orgs and they employed people and stuff. But the problem is that they didn't really work with the British as much as they should have, and they also didn't want to be part of any sort of constituent assembly that may have involved, like, giving the Jews any kind of representation. And this was kind of like a big problem. Yeah, and it didn't really. Country building organizations. Yeah, I don't think that it's because they were actually they were very, very largely, a lot of the, in many cases, like, in Jerusalem and stuff, to take over from the Brits. They kind of just weren't, they didn't have their shit together, really. I don't even think that they even necessarily realized the extent to which that, like, the Jews might actually be able to take over from them, because the Jews were outnumbered, although the number of Jews did continue to grow. But then eventually the British shut off immigration, and of course they did it during World War II, which was pretty yikes. Arab nationalism actually started in Egypt, not because the Brits were trying to enforce it, but because they thought they needed to modernize the Arab world. Yeah, it's, well, you mean Arab nationalism or pan-Arab nationalism? Because I know that Nasser became the guy, like the pan-Arab nationalist guy. Oh, Nasser was later. Yeah, well, I mean, I think that was in the, I don't even think Nasser was in charge of Egypt. Oh, you're talking late 19th century. Okay, fair. Yeah, I mean, it took a bit. The Makbahan Hussein thing lays out where the state would be, but the British just went back on it. One Arab and one Egyptian, and the other Egyptian native. I have to like go back and look at that because I think that was yeah, I mean, like the British were kind of not, they were like all over the place, and they tried to like the issue is that they should not have fucking given the Jews. They should have not have said, hey, you know what? Yeah, you can have your state in Palestine. I know that like prior to that, they'd offered it to them. I think, what was it, in like Uganda? Maybe they should have found somewhere else. They controlled a lot of territory, and they should have just said, hey, yeah, you guys can have this instead of like picking like one of the most contentious areas in the entire world that have been fought over for like hundreds of years. And that was like the epicenter of like all the religions. But yeah, they were using both peoples, especially during World War I. Then they kept it up after that, and it was just not a good idea. They just fucked it up. It's so much easier to just blame it on the British. I mean, realistically, it is their fault too, because they were the ones who enabled the start of all this shit. They were the ones who said, like, had they not done the Balfour Declaration, I don't think that would have really worked out. Also, and we can also blame it on anti-Semitism as well too, because if the Holocaust hadn't happened, then that I don't think that there would have been, they wouldn't really have had much of the same amount of argument to like go there and try and do a thing. Like, it's actually entirely possible that if there was no Holocaust, maybe Israel wouldn't have even been born. And Russia. Like, if anti-Semitism wasn't like a huge thing, if it wasn't such a huge problem, if it didn't culminate in the creation or in like the like systemic destruction of Jews on an industrial scale, 2/3 of Europe's Jews, then I don't think that there would have been nearly as strong of an impetus to form Israel. But that didn't happen. So, and it like the Holocaust did occur. And when you have a group of people that's been this fucked over time, like it's pretty understandable that they're going to turn around and be like, hey, yeah, you know what? Fuck this. This is stupid. We want our own country. Just like in Somaliland, like what we learned the other day. It makes sense that they didn't want to be part of like Greater Somalia after all that shit they had to deal with. Lannis says, don't you think there's historical context to Israel for Israel to be there? I mean, yeah, Lannis, sure, you could say that there is, but I mean, I don't think that is like, I feel like that's incidental. I don't know, like, because the guys who formed like the early Zionists were not they were not religious. I mean, like, yeah, sure, they picked out that land because, like, they felt like Jews had historical roots there or whatever. But realistically speaking, they could have picked out any other part of like, anywhere else, and it probably would have been fine. I think, like, one of the reasons why Uganda got rejected, though, I think, too, is because it, obviously that wouldn't have been a great, like, place to, that would have been a lot more work in order to make that work, in terms of natural resources and all that other such stuff. I mean, it's like Lebanese people claiming they need to reclaim the Carthagen legacy. I did not see that. It's not a religious claim, it is a historical claim. Why would Crimea be Ukrainian then? I don't know as much about... Well, because the Crimea was part of Ukraine before Russia came and took it over, and it was internationally recognized. And they've been part of Ukraine for a really, really long time. Whereas, like, no, I'm sorry, Lannis, but like, I do not agree with this notion that you automatically have like some sort of right or claim to a territory because you got kicked out of there like 3,000 years ago. I don't think that is a reasonable, because if we say that that's acceptable, then there's so many other groups of people who might not, who like, where it's just like, oh, okay, well, should you then be allowed to like go back to this area because you got ejected from there? Like, that's not the argument that I make when I argue in favor of Israel being able to stay where it is. I argue that it should be able to stay there because that they exist there. Time to revive the Mongol Empire. It's not that you lost the territory, it's that you're there. It's that you're from there. Yeah, I know. Okay, yeah, fine. Because you're from there and like you got removed. Yeah, that's the historical claim, because that you're from there. But yeah, like I don't really care about that. I don't think that that's that's not something that means much of anything to me. Just because that it just doesn't, like, if there's already people living there, I don't think that you being from there supersedes like their claim to be there either. And that's kind of the problem. Like, I accept the notion of that Israel should exist as a Jewish state, at least for now, or probably, or for the foreseeable future, probably, because like really by the time anything happens, I'll be dead. But I feel like I was gonna look something up, but then I got sidetracked. Kalinda has gone anti-woke. Have I? I mean, like, is that what people say, trans rights crowd? Is that what they believe? Like, is this like a woke thing that people should be able to go back to where they're from? Or, I'm sorry, where their ancestors are from? Because that's really what we're talking about here. I feel like once you like start to have this separation, it's like your great-great-great-great-great-great-great-grandfather stole my house, or stole the house that from my great-great-great-great-great-great-great-grandfather. That means that I should be able to go back and take the house from you. Like, I don't think that that's a good argument, and I feel like that's really impractical and stupid. Which, by the way, is essentially the same arguments, too, that people who want the infinite right of return make. Or people who think that, like, with the whole, like, I'm going to go back and take back my land that I still, or my house that I still own the deed for and I have the key for. Well, no one had to take anyone's house. Well, I'm just using house as, like, you know, like a metaphor or whatever, but yeah. That's actually makes a lot of sense. Early Sabbath was heavy. Creates a lot of essentialist views of people too. Like, people are responsible for the crimes of their arbitrary group. Yeah, I don't like that. Actually, you know what? Maybe I am anti-woke in that regard, TRC. I know you were just kidding when you said that I had gone anti-woke or whatever. But no, I think it's fucking cringe to be like, you're a slave owner just because that you're descended from people who owned slaves. And to then lay the blame on you for shit your ancestors did. That's not good. And that's not a good way to treat history. And that's not a good way to teach history. You can acknowledge, like, the fact that your country did bad shit in the past without being like, now you must feel ashamed for it. That's, yeah, like, you don't need to apologize. That's so stupid. And like, yeah, I mean, I don't know how much that I used to say that's a straw man, but unfortunately it's not, because there are actually people who think like this. Wait, we don't acknowledge our ancient land custodians. Let's take a minute and say thanks. Yo, this is some mad scarcity mindset going on right now. Okay, I feel like I got completely off track and did not finish the video. Although, honestly, at this point, I get the gist of it. I don't know if there's really much point in watching the rest of this video. Kalinda hasn't paid her reparations to Lance of the Serfs. Oh, Jesus. Wait, why would I pay reparations to him? Wait, is he like... Is he a descendant of... Oh, wait, I think he is, isn't he? Isn't he like a, Wait, no, he's not. Is he? No, I mean, is Lance like part indigenous or something? I don't think so. I think that he just knows people who are.
How would you feel if some moon race of Native Americans came down 3,000 years from now and set up a settlement in the middle of like Washington D.C. because they have an ancestral right to exist there? Now, I think that would be fucking radical, personally, but you know, maybe.
Lance is a serf, and that was class oppression. Since you are clearly from the upper class. Oh, I see. Okay, I understand. He says he is half Métis. Oh, I have forgotten about that. Lance said his mom is indigenous once. Oh, okay. I mean, sure. That doesn't mean I owe him reparations or that I don't know. I think that's dumb. Like, also, it's not even the slave owner thing. Like, people will also say that, like, I'm a colonizer. Like, fuck you. No, I was born here. And so, and like, yeah, like, and my parents were too. Or my mom was born in America. My dad was born in Canada. Like, yeah, I'm sorry, but no, you don't get to be labeled as a colonizer because somewhere a gazillion years ago your parents were colonizers. Are Israelis colonizers? I feel like you could well, I mean, West Bank settlers are. You could apply that definition to like the Israelis in the 19 or in like the 1870s or the like the first groups of Israelis who came in and who weren't born in Israel, but at the same time, like, yeah, they were, but not in the same way that like the British are colonizers. That makes Palestinians colonizers because of the caliphates. Yeah, but like, remember what I just said though, Fellrunner? I mean, not really. It depends. The Palestinians who exist today are like they are descended from a mixture of the Arabs and the Arabs who came in during Arab colonization, and also the people who used to live there before, because a lot of the people who came in during and I mean, really, even so, like, that was a long ass time ago, so I don't even care. And the Israelites with Canaan. Millions of kids saw their parents support a presidential candidate who was found guilty of felonies and found liable for sexual abuse in court. Can't wait to see what they're like when they grow up. Oh, yeah. I mean, that's not going to be fun. That's not going to be fun at all.
Yeah, that's because they're from the moon.
Over the past 3,000 years, there were only 2 independent states located in what is called Israel. Both were Jewish states, and invaders destroyed both. No.
I mean, that's kind of a what? They were part of the Ottoman Empire. That he's making such a weird, like, narrow argument in order to like make this claim. Does this mean that the people who lived there? Yeah, okay, and then now we're gonna get all the dumb right-wing arguments for the existence of Israel. Or not for the existence of Israel, rather, but for like about how like the Nakba doesn't matter because none of the people living there had any right to be there anyway, and all this other like stupid shit. The Romans didn't invade. I mean, didn't they come in and make that part of their empire?
Arab or Muslim or any other country ever existed in that land, which was...
Wait, I'm just going to Google. Palestine,
oh, no.
1930s?
No, Vosh, that's not... It doesn't matter. The response is this doesn't matter. What matters is that there were people living there, and those people's rights were denied, and they got kicked out. It doesn't matter whether or not they were a country. Oh, yeah, they did take it from... Oh, okay, yeah, they did take it from the... Yeah, because it was part of Alexander's empire.
Whoa, that's really weird. Wait, is Dennis Prager lying to me?
I mean, the Mandate of Palestine technically wasn't like a country because it was a colony of the British, and they were like caretaking and looking after it until it became a country. No, wait, it was not because of, oh, wait, was it not Hellenistic? Am I wrong? I'm sorry. I thought wasn't that the case that Didn't Alexander the Great like build a big old empire and take over a bunch of stuff? And wasn't that the Herod was Greek? Yes. I'm sorry. I'm talking a lot. Listen, if I start talking about history that's like before the 20th century, you should probably just ignore everything I say because I don't know a whole bunch about it. But it was 200 years. Oh yeah, I know it was 200 years after the death of Alexander, but did he not set up the Hellenistic Empire? Like was that not like did he not like start that shit when he created like when he like conquered all those lands and then his descendants continued to rule it? Oh, okay. I wasn't wrong. The Hellenistic Empire refers to the vast Greek-influenced world that emerged after Alexander the Great's conquests, characterized by the fusion of Greek culture with Eastern traditions of the Mediterranean, Middle East, Asia. Also, it's not an empire. It was... Oh, okay. Well, it was the Hellenistic period, right? It was like what all the areas became after Alexander, like basically conquered all this territory. The Byzantine Empire, he was Macedonian. No, the Byzantine Empire was later. That was after the fall of Rome. I think. Hellenistic period was followed by the ascendancy of the Roman Empire. Yeah. I don't think Rome supported the Maccabi. I don't ask me these questions, people. Oh, Herod the Great was the king of Judea. That's right. Read up on Pompey for how Rome felt about Israel. You mean Judea? Or the kingdom of Israel? Boof said he likes every one of your streams even when he doesn't chat because he loves you. Oh, that's nice. Thank you, Boof. Byzantine Empire was the Eastern... Yeah, I know. It's what became... Because the Roman Empire basically kept going. Yeah, the Byzantine was the... in what is now... like Russia and Turkey, I think. Like the eastern part of Europe, basically. And then later on they got taken over by the Ottoman Empire. Herod the Great was a Greek mercenary that strongmanned his way into ruling this area and recreated the kingdom of Judea and rebuilt the temple. Okay, 72 to 4 BCE. Roman Jewish client king. The Herodian kingdom of Judea. Oh god, this is so... Okay. Wait, why are we... I'm sorry. I'm really hungry. I need to either order food or I need to make food. I was cleaning the litter box and now we're on ancient Jewish territory. What did I miss? Oh, nothing. We just kind of rambled. This is why, like, when I react to videos, I always do a really... I'm all over the place. Are we doing Jew lore without me? I'm so sorry, Avi. Maybe. No, we're doing me not really knowing fuck all about ancient history and then pretending that I do because of stuff that I remember from high school. But listen, I'm willing to admit that I don't actually know much of anything about, like, that history. but then he's going to do this. It's Vosh. Do you read it? It says mandate of Palestine. Like, it.
Am I being lied to right now? Wait, who lived here? Was it just empty?
Yes, the Palestinians did live there. That's the important part. Not the fact that there was that, not whether or not they were a country, which is what people like Prager and Ben Shapiro try to lean on all the time whenever they talk about this history.
Who are these Wikipedia. Palestinian Arabs are an ethno-national group comprising the modern descendants of the people who lived in Palestine continually over the centuries and who today are culturally and linguistically Arab in large part.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
But, I mean, the point that he's making is that there was no, like, state of Palestine that existed in that area. But that doesn't matter. That doesn't mean anything. Nobody should care about that. The important thing is that there were people who lived there, and those people, in large part, got removed from that area so that Israel could come in and could make a state. Or rather, they got removed from that area. Like, even just describing it like that would, like, get people angry with me, because it's actually more complicated than that. It's not just that. It's that there was a war, and they got kicked out in the course of that war. Or rather, a lot of them ran away in the course of that war, and then they weren't allowed to come back into what is now Israel. But, yeah, and really, it's even more complicated than that, because it goes back further than just that, and people kind of ignore that. Yes, I was about to get angry with you for that. Well, I mean, that's like an oversimplification, right? Like, that's the other thing too, is that like the history of the creation of Israel is so complicated that it's hard to, yeah, like you can oversimplify it so easily. But yeah.
What's Palestine?
Okay. Anyway, I feel like I got the general gist of this now. Well, I was mostly just curious about what Prager was going to say. I probably should have just looked up his video, but I was also curious about what Vosh was going to say. And essentially all this does is just it just lowers my opinion of Vosh even further on this, because I thought maybe, I don't know, he's very clearly like just masking, or he was just, or I don't even know if he knows like where his actual opinions are, because there were points where he talked to aristocracy where he thought that he, accepted that Israel had a right to exist and that he supported two states. And then like he talked to Loner in the most like bitch ass conversation that he ever had, basically, where he just did not, he just came in with like the most milk, like he basically wouldn't like own any of his stronger positions. I don't think it's clear to equate that with people living off their land to take it. I think it's totally fair to have sympathy for the tenant farmers that had their lands purchased and were kicked off their farms by the local landlords or on behalf of absentee landlords. Well, I mean, yeah, I do have sympathy for them. It does suck, but Zionist settlers did not kick anyone off the land directly. I don't know if that's true or not, although I think that it probably might be, because the thing was that the British actually had like a bunch of laws. This is also talked about in Benny Morris, which I read recently, about the fact that the Nakba was the first instance of actual ejection at the hands of Jews. I'll have to look that up. Although I believe that the British had a bunch of laws against like evictions, so much so that there were things that had to be done in order to get around it. And a lot of what would happen would be is that the Arabs who owned the land themselves would like they would do the eviction rather than like the Jews doing it. And there would be like a bunch of weird stuff with that. Like they had like a bunch of loopholes that they used to try to get around it. Although that didn't start to happen until later on. Like that wasn't really a thing early on. Most of the land that was bought by the Jews was uninhabited, and then like they drained the swamps. This is also worth calling out, but it's not the ethnic cleansing people claim it is. Wait, what's also worth calling? Oh, are you talking about the kicking people off their lands, or like evicting people from their farms? I mean, I don't know if I would call that ethnic cleansing. I'd call the Nakba ethnic cleansing, but that's a different thing, because that happened during a war, and that was like the forceful removal. Like I feel like it's kind of a bit silly to start to like saying that evictions are ethnic cleansing. That's kind of weird. I mean, if you replace all the Arab workers with Jewish ones after buying the land, I can see why the assumption is that it is. Yeah, well, people have a lot of misconceptions about that. Even if they left because of Arab leaders, it did suck, and retrospectively, Israel should have let them return to avoid all this fucking mess. I mean, yeah, they should have, or rather, like, and like, really, like, there would have been a way for Israel to do that. Like, I'm sure that there would have been a way for them to find out whether or not those people, like, and just not let people back in who had like served in the army or whatever, or let them in and like keep an eye on them. And if it looked like they were going to be subversive, then like do some stuff. But they didn't, and that's not what happened. And yeah, would you call the Nakba ethnic cleansing the lesser known little bro of the Nakba? Would you? Oh wait, the Naksa. Wait, what? What is the Naksa? I would call if you're talking about the removal of the Jews from the Arab countries after 1948, yeah, I'd also call that ethnic cleansing. Because like those people basically got ejected from their homes, the places where they lived for thousands of years. The 1967 Nakba. Al-Naqsa. Oh, you mean like when Israel came in and took over those lands, or the 1967 war? Listen, I haven't got there yet. Hold on. Oh. Displacement of around 280,000 to 325,000 Palestinians from the West Bank and Gaza Strip when the territories were captured by Israel in the Six-Day War. Number of villages were destroyed. I mean, yeah, I think you could probably call it that. Or well, actually, I mean, like, was it purposefully done with the intention of like kicking these people? Like, did they want to like remove them? Because like there is, I would argue that there's a level of intent behind ethnic cleansing, and like the Nakba was not a top-down ethnic cleansing. It was something that was permitted, and it was clearly like it was something that they did because they didn't want, like they were trying to like ensure that their new state would have a Jewish majority, and so like people weren't punished for doing it. Oh, okay, yeah. I mean, like if they did it, I was not aware of this. I mean, like, I kind of knew, but also I'm not there yet. Okay? Listen, I haven't gotten that far in the book. I'm a long way away from this. I didn't even know that it was called that. That's interesting. Oh, it means the setback. That's kind of a funny, it's kind of funny to refer to it like that. No, it's okay. I didn't know it was called Naksa, but Loner talked a bunch about it. I don't remember when Loner talked about this. But I mean, maybe it sort of blend. A lot of like, I'm not gonna lie, like there is a bunch of like a lot of what I know or knew about the history, at least initially coming into this, was stuff that I did learn from watching Loner talk about it so much, and also from watching Destiny research it. But now I'm also like independently learning about it as well too, and I have done a bunch of independent reading on my own. And obviously, now that I have this lovely thing, I am going to be reading more stuff, especially since I can also put the UN reports on here. So, Kalinda missed the mandatory reading from Instagram feeds. Yeah. I mean, it's actually funny because a very, very long time ago, I do remember I did read about this because I wrote like an essay about it. But I used to have... Or actually, I think that I always supported two states. I don't think that I ever really had a strong view. My position on this was like, I guess like I more blamed Israel for everything or whatever, but obviously like I didn't support, I don't think I ever really knew enough about it. I think my position was always that like Israel holds all the cards and like they always respond disproportionately and that's not good or something like that. But it was a very sort of uninformed position. I can't believe Kalinda bought a BDS sanctioned product, the Kindle. Wait, is it really? But it's so nice. And this case is made from plant-based leather instead of real leather, but it's still really nice. the battery lasts a long time. It's a Kindle Paperwhite. Oh, it's Amazon. Oh, Amazon operates in Israel, right? Wait, Hassan streams on Amazon. Or rather, Hassan streams on Amazon infrastructure. I think one of the primary investors is Israeli. Oh, I see. Well, you know what? That's fine. You guys make good tech shit, okay? I'm happy to purchase your tech products. Plant-based leather brought to you by third world child labor, probably. Wait, god damn it. Doesn't Avi work at Amazon campus in Israel? I don't know if he does or not, but I know he's a programmer. Although, yeah, it doesn't really surprise me that that's, yeah. I'm going to be honest with everyone. I didn't know whether Amazon was on the BDS list. It was just a shot in the dark. Wait, what? Hold on. Boycott Amazon products such as Ring cameras. Wait, really? Hold on. Wait, Amazon Kindle BDS. Let's say I want a Kindle. Hold on. Let's say I want a Kindle. It's not a necessity, so technically I should be boycotting. But Amazon claims they sell Kindles at no profit. So if I buy one and just load it with my own EPUB files on it or jailbreak it basically to avoid giving Amazon any further business, would that still be considered compliant with BDS? Amazon confirms it makes no... It's probably still true that Amazon doesn't really profit. It's blah, 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 blah. However, I've heard that the new devices are quite hard to jailbreak. Yeah, okay. So I guess the Kindle, yes, I did buy. The BDS list reminds me of that woke games list. I feel like there's just no, like, it just feels dumb to me. Like, just buying products because they're sold, or not buying products because they are sold in Israel specifically. Why not, like, I don't know, not give your business to a construction company because they operate in the West Bank, or not give your business to companies that specifically operate in the West Bank and further, like, Israeli settlements or something. I feel like that would be a more targeted, productive use. I believe that, yes, this take brought to you by Loanerbox, but it does make a lot of sense. Be like Boof and just pirate shit with pride. I mean, I already owned Righteous Victims on ebook. And I mean, like, I will, like, I am going to put PDFs on here and read stuff from it. This thing is really nice because it's quite distraction free. It's the classic pampered vote with your wallet Westerner mentality. Yeah. Wait, can you jailbreak a Kindle? I think I have a new product. I mean, it's just Android. It's running Android. I guess maybe you could. But I mean, this is a brand new one. This is like a Paperwhite. This doesn't have it doesn't have any of the like its screen is black and white, and it's got like a touch screen and stuff, but yeah, it doesn't really, Ben & Jerry's tried to do that, got anti-BDS lawed. Oh, because I have to look up, I mean, I think anti-BDS laws seem really stupid. I have to look that up, because, like, I feel like that's a weird violation of your free speech. Unless it has something specifically to do with, not being allowed to boycott, like, government-specific things, but I don't know, I'd have to figure that out. Mine's a cooler Kindle, but it's a color Kindle, but it's a year old. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, you could always look into it, apparently. Although, if that Reddit post is anything to go by, they might be hard to jailbreak. Anti-BDS laws are anti-constitutional in my opinion. Yeah, they seem like they are, unless there's like some sort of like good reason to have them. It's a bad look for Jews in the US. I'm gonna go boil some water. One sec, guys. I'll be right back. Look at the cute cat again. Okay, so never mind. I think I'm probably gonna end the stream now because it is 6 o'clock and I'm hungry and I haven't done my dishes yet. So I can't boil water until I wash the pot and stuff. Ben and Jerry's won't be a US company once New England secedes. Kindle has a great selection of Amazon Unlimited free books. Yeah, I know. I had Amazon Unlimited. I actually should have gotten the free trial for Amazon Unlimited when I got this, because it was offered to me, and I should have done that. But, I mean, what they have is kind of... Doing dishes is for non-depressed people. Listen, I've been doing pretty good lately, so right now I would say I'm probably a quote-unquote non-depressed person. You know, bye-bye, Bambimba, thank you for stream. Bambimba, I don't even know what that means, but okay, thank you. What is this neurotypical BS? I did dishes today and I was proud. I actually do my dishes pretty frequently, or rather I do them like every day. I've gotten pretty on top of that because it was a habit I got into when I lived in the cockroach-infested apartment that I had in Toronto. And where, like, it was necessary to do your dishes right away if you didn't want the sink to get full of cockroaches. Yes, it was disgusting. Yes. Although they weren't as big as the cockroaches that I saw in Israel, that Sev's cat was chasing around in that one video that became, yeah, if I recall. I think Sev said that, like, someone must have left the door open and that's how, like, it got in, which would make sense. And I also heard that Tel Aviv is, that, you know, all cities have cockroach problems. Free protein. Cockroaches I saw in Israel. Whoa, whoa, whoa. It was in one of the videos that Yobel posted from Destiny and Lonerbox's trip. In Tel Aviv, they just come out of the drain. Oh god, that's disgusting. Yeah, they're everywhere. They're going to continue to exist. And Asmongold will continue to exist with them because he is their king. Oh, hi. Can I help you? Come here. Come here. He's just standing there menacingly. Yes, that is what he does. Oh, he's purring. They have quite literally evolved to live around our dwellings. They're just being themselves. Yes, Vanilovan, I too love cats, as we can see. Yeah, I'm gonna look up the anti-BDS laws so I can figure out like why the hell they exist and why they are like able to exist. Aww. I don't know if you guys can hear the purr, but he's so loud. I mean, one of my cats won't be around me unless it's food time. Wait, which one is that? I don't think is it Cleo? No, Cleo seemed like a sweetie most of the time anyway. And the other one won't let me have space to sleep. This guy sleeps next to me. He always likes to snuggle with me. Wait, what was hella loud? The purr? Oh, Cleo is not a sweetie? Oh, okay, I see. Unfortunate. Aww. Well, this guy's hungry. But he's also a shoulder baby. Oh, also another thing that I'm going to be doing, which I had mentioned in my Discord, I'm going to get, I'm planning on buying one of those walking pads slash treadmills that you put under your desk, and I'm either going to set it up in here or in the office, probably in the office. And then during stream, I will walk with it while we react to videos because I want to lose some weight, and that's a really good way to do it, like walking for an hour each day. Maybe not an hour straight, but an hour, because I used to take walks around the neighborhood and listen to Loner or other people's streams. Can we talk about how Maduro is being charged for owning automatic weapons in Venezuela? No, that actually was not discussed. I think I saw that, but Zone 2 cardio, yes, exactly. It'll just be it'll be a fun thing to react to or to like do while reacting, you know? Aw, hi, I love you. You're such a cutie. Yeah, Stuart's a big hugger. He's a very snuggly boy. Aww. Aw. Baby. You're such a baby. Oh, hey, Bomber of Doom. Yeah, you did say 3 hours, but unfortunately I'm just about to end the stream. We're actually at 5 hours. But the cat's just being cute. I meant like 5. I'm sorry. You can always go back and listen to the stream. Like, we did talk about Israel, and I reacted to Vosh being a crazy person a little bit, so, you know. The VOD is there for you to enjoy. Aww. But, yes. Anyway. Mr. Kitty. 200-calorie daily workout is great. Yeah, I want to do something like that. Oh, hey, David. You arrived. But it's a bit too late now. David, are you going to be around tomorrow at all? You know, so that we could all talk. Like, you missed me. I did talk about Mamdani's executive orders and stuff, but I wanted to talk about some of the reactions to them. But yeah, I thought that it was not, basically to sum up, I don't think it's good that Mamdani like revoked the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism. I think that's silly. I do want to look at the other one tomorrow, though. We kind of got sidetracked. I'm not in the Discord, unfortunately, but I'm sure you can find his indictment on the internet. Oh yeah, if you just Google it, it's there. I found it really easily yesterday. Oh, okay, David. Yeah, you're really, really busy. I mean, I don't know if, like, there's really much to say about this anymore anyway. I will talk about, like, the other executive order that he did next time I stream. I might stream tomorrow if Loner doesn't go live, but I'm sure he will. Maybe what I'm going to try to start doing is going live in the evenings after he finishes or around the time that he starts playing Hollow Knight or whatever, and then maybe I can get that raid. Yeah, which would be cool. I just got back to my cat after 4 days away, and she didn't even acknowledge I was gone. Aw! Every time whenever I go away, when I come back, this guy is all over me. It's incredibly adorable. He's yeah, I think he's very much used to having another person around, but I think that he can handle it if there isn't another person around. But yeah, just keep streaming now, Ella. No, I'm hungry. I have to eat. It's time to get Kalinda monetized. I need more subs. But I'm hungry. So unless somebody wants to give me $25 on like in a donation or whatever, I so I can order food, I can't keep streaming. Yeah, like I'll do Uber Eats and I'll just order something. Subathon hunger strike. But yeah, like and you'd also have to give it to me with the Streamlabs donation. Canada does not have Wait, what? Yes, Bomber of Doom. We do have Uber Eats. Start streaming right now when Loner ends his stream so he can rate you. I don't have donos on YouTube, no. There's a description for because I'm not monetized yet. But if you look at my stream description, there's a description, there's a link to donate. It's in the description of the stream or for Streamlabs donation. No, it's 500 subs. I'm almost there. I need 100 more. I just got to 400 like today. No, you need 1K subs for to get ad revenue. You can get super chats. It's 500 subs. And like I think 4,000 watch hours, which I'm almost at. Oh no, it's I think it's 3,000 watch hours, which I'm really, really close to. You accept all forms of dollars or looters? Yes, I accept all forms of dollars. But yeah, there's a link in the description for the Streamlabs donos. If somebody else has like an alternative way, but I feel like if I keep going, then I will get monetized. The super chat better be your most sad handler. Yeah, the first super chat, exactly. True. It would be fun to see. Oh great, we're gonna Americanize you like Trump's doing. 7K super chats. That would be based, actually. But I mean, like, I don't know. I don't even have, like, that many viewers unless I get, like, that's the other thing, too. But I just have to up my, my networking, to, branch out into other communities. Or, I guess, like, keep talking to Destiny and maybe more DGGers will come over if I'm not live while he's or if I'm live when he's not live. I mean, he didn't even get here until very recently, and he's probably just playing video games. Is that what he's doing? Is that what's happening right now? Is this what this motherfucker is up to? Matriarch hunting today? Oh yeah, he is. He's just playing fucking video games with Mooten and Dan, or rather with Mooten. Well, Dan just kind of sits around. Yeah. Which means that he'll have like 2,000 viewers. Well, apparently he's got 6,000 viewers, but you know. But yeah. He won't have as many people watching when he plays video games. Dan is busy running 2 companies and stalking us. That's true. Dan is in the chair while Destiny and Moon play together. Yeah. It is fun watching them play Arc Raiders, by the way. I did miss I did miss like video game content. Watching Destiny play video games is always entertaining. The fuck is food shops? That was an arc. Oh, what do you mean that was an arc? I mean, I think she still like defends him or whatever. I don't know. I don't really find her that entertaining. I haven't really watched. And also it's always just about the drama and I don't really care that much. Like, oh, hold on, David. Oh, you want me to join VC, David? Okay, hold on. I will. Just a sec. I'll join VC because I'm going to make you entertain my stream because I still need to feed this cat. And I have to order food because you guys have browbeaten me into staying longer. Except it's actually awesome that you've done that because that I could hit those watch hours. Hello.
Hi, how is my stuff?
Are you
Carmike.
are you driving right now?
Positively. This is the only. When do you think I have free time besides this?
Oh, okay. How long do you have free time for until you arrive at your destination?
Yes, plus a little extra. Then I need to prepare for classes that medical school starts again tomorrow. GG break. What?
Damn.
You're
What?
quiet for me. Hold on. Oh, got you. I can turn you up. Test, test.
Hello?
Yeah, that's better.
Oh my god. Okay.
So, I heard you talked about fun things today.
Somewhat, yeah. Well, I talked about Mamdani, and the executive order, and I talked about a bunch of other things, and I reacted to some of Vosh's video on Zionism and anti-Semitism that was from 2020 because it was about the whole like or anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism stuff with regards to the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism, which we also looked at, which I don't actually think is that bad of a definition. Yeah. I think it's yeah.
In terms of,
You're breaking up. Guys, he's entered the Hamas tunnels and they're jamming his signal.
Test, test, test.
Hello?
I'm under the bridge. Sorry, I'm under a bridge. I'm almost out of the bridge now. It was a small, little, tiny bridge. I mean, underpass, I should say.
Oh, okay.
Tunnel. I don't know why.
You were in the tunnel.
Anyway.
Yes, go on.
Yeah, I was in the tunnels. The tunnels. No, but I think that in terms of the IHRA, it's very clearly like tells you that it is not saying that all anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism.
It's not
I
saying
guess
all
the only
criticism of Israel is like
Yeah.
anti-Semitism, which I think
Yeah.
is fair.
Yeah, and also it's like I think that the only thing that can be said about it, and the only reason this needs to be said is just because of how bad faith the actors are, is they need to be even more clear with more examples just to get rid of the people that are either A, more likely the bad faith actors, or two, the people that are generally brain rotted and can't use any critical thinking skills and are like hooked on the issue. Oh god, I'm actually going to be under a bridge for like a good 5 minutes now. There's a big, I mean, Jesus, under the bridge, under a tunnel. So there's going to be about 3 minutes of silence, and then
Oh,
you'll be able to hear me.
based.
All right.
Okay. I wonder
All
if
right.
can you still hear me?
Oh, absolutely not. It's going to be.
Okay.
I am currently under the UL Kerry Tunnel. It is a big old tunnel in New York.
Ooh,
Between
damn.
Manhattan and I should be going out now.
Okay. Rip. Wish him luck, guys. Okay. Well, I guess I will order food then. Mamdani is catnip for the Twitter engagement baiters. Oh yeah, of course. He absolutely is. I could order pizza, actually. Hmm. I'm mad at Kalinda because now all I can think about is ice cream sandwiches. Oh, I'm gonna be having one later. Don't you worry. I love those. That is my chosen junk food. Oh, rip. He even got disconnected. I actually haven't had poutine, no. I know that it's a thing, but I just haven't. My chosen junk food is liquor. I truly am becoming a father. That's not good. Kalinda, sacre bleu. Yeah, sorry. I know. I know, I'm a terrible Canadian. Hello. Have you returned?
Yes, yes, I'm back. I'm alive. I told you, big old tunnel, big old tunnel.
Well, that's good. Yeah, I just haven't seen you around at all lately. I feel like although last night I think that you had some spicy takes in the Discord.
Uh, the reality is that I am the one with the same takes, and other people have the loser takes. Because at the end of the day, there's this I don't know, there needs to be some sort of word of like of having an idea of international law which turns people into absolute crippling cucks, where there's this idea that there's some sort of protectionism for dictators because of sovereignty of countries, when said dictator is an adversary and is, you know,
Do
in the
you
line of fire.
do you support the Iraq War?
No, because it was based on a lie, but I could have supported part of an Iraq war based on other circumstances, specifically to take out Saddam Hussein.
Do you not think that at least some of this is based on a lie?
Which, well,
The
it depends
Maduro
what we mean.
thing. Like,
Probably something, because Trump is a continuous liar. But first of all, I think it's a very positive step in terms of we are a country that is deeply, deeply in the last like 15 years cucked, ferociously and undeniably cucked, in terms of not having a spine and not being interventional, doing interventionalism. When and of all the places that could use a little, Venezuela would be one of them.
okay, but I
Now the
mean,
question,
listen, I don't necessarily disagree with the concept of removing Maduro. I just don't like the way that they did it. And I think that if they had actually done it maybe with cooperation from others, then it would have been better, like like for example Colombia or other countries in Latin America, instead of it just being this weird unilateral shit. The other problem that I have also with this is that I don't think that like I don't think that there's actually even going to be like it feels like Trump just wants to
regime change.
yeah, or not even necessarily
Yeah.
regime shit. Yeah, like all Trump wants to do is just like is turn
Get the
like
win.
Delcy Rodriguez into his puppet. Like she's like Venezuela's president, even though she is like now standing up and saying no, and like give Maduro back and all this other shit. But yeah, he didn't work with the Venezuelan opposition, and he doesn't seem to want to like make them any part
Wait, what?
of this.
Wait, repeat that. The opposition said to give Maduro back?
No, they didn't. But Trump's not working with him. The current vice president of Venezuela, or the current president of
he's a Maduro. Why the fuck would you work with the vice president?
No,
That's going to be the Maduro's dog.
Yeah, but Trump wants to work with her. She's the president now, and Trump is saying that he's going to work with her. Trump's not trying to work with Machado or any of the other Venezuelan opposition leaders. He's not talking about elections or freeing Venezuela by giving them democracy. I don't think he even mentioned democracy. Trump doesn't care about any of that. So that's also kind of incredibly shitty.
Sure, this part's fair. This, in terms of this, it's highly convincing, and again, I'm not that locked in on the details of this. Just in my eyes, the idea of this is extremely based. The idea of taking out Maduro, the United States finally leveraging its power. The only issue is we're in the middle of a clown show, so we can't rely on an actual serious job being done. So that's a take that I find completely convincing. But my real thing is the people who just talk about it being a violation of international law and that's why it's bad, and then not mentioning that Maduro is a monster and that thank God once he's captured, fuck that animal. He should never ever be returned. That's insane.
What if hold on? What if the people of Venezuela want to put him on trial?
I mean, sure, but that's not what would ever happen for him returning. Returning would be him taking power again.
You don't know that. I mean, what if they had an election and the next leader was like, "Hey, we want to put this guy on trial"? If it was the opposition that got elected.
Yeah, but I don't think that's not what we're talking about right now. I think we're talking about people that are just pre-Maduro, these fucking mental
yeah.
Of
course.
In terms of, or like Mamdani, just mentioning that it's illegal and that the Venezuelan people are very affected by this. It's like, brother, what? What fucking Venezuelan American is sad about Maduro being fucking captured? Be so fucking for real.
Well, no, obviously, listen, I think that's stupid. And if you want to criticize those people, that's fine. Like I said, or like I've said multiple times now, back in my day, we recognized that Saddam Hussein was a piece of shit whilst also opposing the Iraq War. I feel like you can do two things.
Yeah, but Mamdani didn't do that. That's what I would say. That it was pretty fucking clear that was not what that message read as at all. There was no mention of if you just were to say that the Iraq War bad, the Iraq War bad, the Iraq War bad, but not mention that Saddam Hussein is a monster, I'm gonna say you are laundering credibility for him or laundering victimhood for.
I think it depends on who that message is coming from. If it's coming from a leftist or a campus, an America bad leftist or whatever, then yeah, I might side.
I think you also be careful. You have to also be careful with people that are what's it called? Pandering to that audience and support that audience. So New York City DSA obviously is a Marxist org.
Well, yeah, they probably support Maduro and
vehemently
Chavez.
Support. Oh yeah. And Mamdani recruits for New York City DSA and advertises them throughout his entire campaign. So that's why I'm not going to be convinced that him specifically not mentioning at all that Maduro is a monster tyrannical dictator, that no tears shed, there needed to be a no tears shed for Maduro, but I feel very uncomfortable with the way this is being done and I don't believe that Trump's the right guy to do it. A message like that, bravo, amazing. Macron even more based, saying fuck that loser, he got kidnapped, blah blah blah, haha, take the L. Obviously he didn't say that verbatim, he didn't, but I'm trolling. But essentially Macron did a positive message on Twitter about Maduro being taken out.
Wait, so did he say it was based that Maduro got taken out, but also this wasn't a great idea? Or way this was done wasn't...
He took it even further. He just was he was just base. That's what Macron's tweet was.
Oh, I see.
So maybe it was a little too strong, but honestly. Here, this is what he wrote for Macron. The Venezuelan people are today liberated from the dictatorship of Nicolas Maduro and cannot be this is the translated from Spanish, so that's why it's fucking giving weird. Here's the English one. The Venezuelan people are today rid of Nicolas Maduro's dictatorship and can only rejoice. By seizing power and trampling on fundamental freedoms, Nicolas Maduro gravely undermined the dignity of his own people. The upcoming transition must be peaceful, democratic, and respectful of the will of the Venezuelan people. We wish that President Imando Gonzalo, elected 2024, can swiftly ensure this transition. I am currently exchanging with our partners in the region. France is fully mobilized and vigilant, including to ensure the safety of its nationals and during these uncertain times. Like, this is a leader. This is an actual strong statement. You know?
I mean, yeah, potentially. The problem is I don't know if that's going to line up with reality or not. Also, listen, just a second. I just want to ask, like, is there no worry whatsoever that this might set like a bad precedent where like it becomes okay to just go into countries and kidnap their leaders? Like, or like citizens
for
of
what
other
leader is that going to
countries?
happen? Like, but like, not really. We like this is where do we go from kidnapping like a dictator that lost an election that is not even like rightfully supposed to rule that country to
I know.
we're kidnapping random people.
The problem, well, I mean,
This feels like
other
this
countries.
feels like a slippery slope. This feels like a slippery slope, but instead it's concrete. It's like it's not that slippery. Really, you have some good traction on this road, you know?
Listen, no, okay. I don't understand. Like, it feels like your position here is based in part on your opposition to international law, or because that you think that because international law like constrains.
I'm not convinced that this. I'm not convinced that this is a violation of international law. I have not been shown that that's the case.
It's a violation of Venezuela's sovereignty, though, as a country. Actually, wait, hold on. You know what? You know what would be a stronger argument for this not being a violation of international law? If the United States was actually working with the correctly or the duly elected Venezuelan opposition in order to do this, but they didn't, and that's the issue, right?
Yeah, sure, but like that would be better, obviously. But at the end of the day, I still like the United States being in armed conflict with Venezuela, and then taking out capturing Maduro. Like at the end of the day, that act is not going to be a bad thing. It's going to be the actions that happen after are going to be bad in terms of not doing the right thing, not working with the right people.
The problem though is that they never. I feel like these two things are kind of tied up with each other. And
where of course there's a cascade of events that have to happen once it's done, and that unless you believe that B, C, and D can be done correctly, then A can lead to disaster.
Well, yeah, and also the other problem too is like I think the motivation and the intent behind this matters, and unfortunately, based on Trump's insane press conference yesterday, it looks like the intention behind this was we're just going to do this. So, and then we're going to have a puppet government in Venezuela so we can roll back in there and take over the oil industry. Like he basically blatantly said it, that he's going to have the oil companies go in there. And it's very likely that US troops are going to be on the ground in order to like safeguard all this oil infrastructure that are then going to be get rebuilt by all those oil companies. And so it really just feels like it's not so much that the Venezuelan people are actually going to get any sort of, oh, hold on one sec. Hi. Sorry.
Hi.
Yeah, my food arrived, so yeah, the guy's gonna come up. I'll just grab it in a sec. But anyway, yeah, it seems like the Venezuelan people aren't actually gonna get like the freedom that they necessarily desire, because it's just gonna be whoever Trump's puppet is gonna be in control. And as we already know, I don't think Trump gives a fuck about like freedom or democracy or any of that shit. So, you know, it kind of it's kind of like fucked in that regard. Whereas if the purpose of this was to you know, like resolve the problem of Venezuela, like the fact that Maduro just like rigged a bunch of elections, then it would be different.
Yeah.
But that's that what.
Yeah, the oil thing is going to be completely unjustifiable in any way, shape, or form. That's going to be real fucky. So I could not support. I would not be able to support that in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah,
I mean,
like you can say
very lightly, I could say that it could possibly still be like a net positive because they're rid of Maduro, but that Trump still did not have like an actual right to do this because all that other
yeah,
shit.
because he doesn't. Yeah, because like that wasn't the reason why he did it, and that's like super shitty, So it's just, and there's like a bunch of other crap there with regards to like he's basically, it's like he decided to get rid of Maduro only to further trample on Venezuela's sovereignty, because he's basically just going in there because so he can like essentially take their oil, basically oil that they nationalized in the 1970s, and but that he thinks that belongs to them or something. Oh, hey, Emery is here. I'm gonna let them in because they wanted to talk to me, so this is gonna be interesting. Hello, Emery. Are you here?
Oh, wait, sorry.
Hi.
My bad. Hey, I'm not gonna be in here long. I gotta go to work pretty soon here.
Oh, okay, that's fine. Hold on, just give me one second. I just want to
Sure.
check. You can talk to David and the stream, but I'll be right back. I'll just be 1 sec.
Sure.
Wow.
Hello, David. I don't know who you are, but well, hello.
Hello.
How are you, buddy?
Good. I'm chilling. Big chilling. Just drive. Anyways, what did you come here to discuss? Talk about?
I just wanted to bring up a concern. That's all.
Is it that we haven't bombed Iran yet? Because I understand your concern, and I'm here with you. I just want to know that you're supported in that.
Supporting bombing Iran?
Yes.
I don't know exactly how you should handle Iran. I think you should handle Iran through diplomatic means, if possible. I think you should have a concern over like how it's being run right now as a place that is treating its people unfairly and horribly. I don't know if bombing them exactly would be the best way to handle anything. These are more grander issues that we could explore in the future. Maybe I'm wrong on that, but
You never know. A bunker buster could go a long way. You just got to bunker bust the right spot.
Yeah, I would prioritize diplomatic means before jumping to
I'm really
bombs.
I'm not sure I fully understand what people even mean when they say diplomatic means. I think it has to do with
negotiations, working out
fundamental
deals.
I think it has to do with let me explain. I think it has to do with like a fundamental misunderstanding of what the goals and strategy of the IRGC is and of the Ayatollah. Because you can't really make a deal with a country that's ultimate goal is to move towards a state of dominance over the region and state of like the end goal is to try to destroy the United States and Israel. So it's like every deal that's made is to get them in a more beneficial position to do that. So whether it's to limit their ability to do nuclear weapons temporarily, but in return give them more money and more access to creating ballistic missiles that will anyways be useful to send nuclear weapons in the future. So it's like those are the only deals that have ever been made with Iran, and those are the
I'm
only
no
ones that they've ever.
geopolitical expert or anything. I'm just we have like uneasy alliances all the time with different people. That would probably be more than willing to see America off. Or
I feel like it's kind of we have a word for it, and it's called appeasement. It's like we were able to make countries were able to make deals with Adolf Hitler as well. They just were temporary deals that put the Nazi Germany in a better position to get their end goals later. That's kind of where I think if you learn about the IRGC, that's where you find yourself.
I'm not sure the U.S.
Hello?
is the best state to do, world policing or anything like that. Hey, what's up?
Okay, hey.
That's why
My
Russia
understanding, Emery, is that you actually wanted to talk to me about like genocide or whatever.
I did, but I have a concern that I wanted to speak with you about before we had a broader conversation in the future. I have
Okay.
to go to work pretty soon here. I have a concern, and I didn't want to talk about this, but like it feels like the last thing that happened here, when you had, I guess, snarkers on or something like that.
Uh-huh.
It seems like that got brought up to some other person who has quite a big doxing community, anyone tangentially related. So I have a concern that if I'm in this space or anything, and even if I had like a productive, good faith conversation with you, my mere presence, even in being here right now, would lead to doxing. And I just got to say, like, I think if we're going to like be consistent, if we have a problem with bad empanada, which I absolutely do, doxing people and encouraging doxing or anything like that, I think we should be consistent on that and not associate with people like that. I would ask you disavow and condemn this person and not associate with this person, but that's just me. I just got to know if this space is actually like going to do that before I participate any further in any like, good faith charitable conversations.
Are you talking about Destiny?
Yes.
Okay,
I'm dead.
I don't. I feel like this is silly, but whatever. Like, I guess what
Has he doxed people or has he not?
Yeah, he has.
Has he been? Has his community doxed people or have they not? Have they encouraged doxing and swatting?
You're doing it. You're concern trolling me. So you're saying that you're not.
I'm not concern trolling. I'm actually telling you to take a stance and stop endorsing doxing and swatting. Okay, that's all I came in here to do. If you want to ban me from here, that's fine. But if you want to have a good faith conversation in the future, I'd ask you do that first. But otherwise, I don't want to participate in this space. Thank you.
You know, Kalinda, as a huge doxing and swatting advocate, are you willing to condemn doxing and swatting because we know how much that was a great combo.
Yeah, I don't like doxing and swatting. And as far as like Destiny doxing people and like a certain community of people goes, I think some of that was probably okay and some of it wasn't. Like there were some people that he doxed that I don't think that he should have doxed. But most of that doxing was done by him and not necessarily by his community. But I don't know really which. Like, I don't pay enough attention to that, but no, like, I'm not going to like completely disavow him. Like this, I feel like this person would probably be upset about Dan doxing Gato Fumador on Twitter. But my response to that is, I don't give a fuck. And also that was based because Gato Fumador doxes people all the time. And like, if, I don't know, like when Destiny went after some of those people, it really depends on who they are. I think there were some people in that community that he doxed that I don't think needed to be doxed, or that I don't think was necessary or whatever. But I understand, like, in some ways why he did that, or like why he doxed some of those people because these people were like fucking like harassing the fuck out of him and everybody around him, and if you're trying to get I don't know, like I get it. But no, I don't think
the one thing.
Yeah.
I was gonna say the one thing. Well, I was gonna switch topics for a second, but before that, let me continue on this topic. Is this the guy that's like? Is this a Queeman dude? A Queeman Discord guy? Because I feel like I remember his name.
Wait, who?
The Emery guy. I feel like he used to be in Queeman Court and then tried to coming into Loner Court and then got banned. I think he's like.
Oh.
Semi-pro bad empanada, but I'm not 100% sure on that. So,
I thought he came over from Hutch's community.
I don't think so. Emery? That unless it's a different Emery. I mean, let me see. I'm gonna check in a minute once I pull over.
I mean, you're banned from Hutch's community, aren't you?
Oh, that is true.
Unbanned.
That was so crazy. No, I'm perma ban. That is just like such a crazy situation.
I agree.
Literally all it was misinterpretation of like the tier, like the smiley tier where it's like one tier is moving.
Yeah.
Like there's one tier but it looks like you're smiling. Or not it basically, the point is it's supposed to be like I'm pretending to not cry but I'm crying. Where it's like the other frowny face with the tear is like I'm already broken down. For me, like the happy tear is like I am pretending to not cry but I'm just about to shed a tear here. And then instead it's interpreted as a happy cry. It's like, dude, the happy laughing, like the only one that's really a happy cry sometimes is like the one that can be considered like a laughing crying, which is, or
I officially retired Discord and driving. What do you mean, Dante? This is your thing and David's thing. You guys do it together. Yeah, no, I mean, no, I think that was stupid. And also, yes, yes, the Emory person is, I think they found me through Hutch's community, because I'm pretty sure they started talking to me after I talked to Hutch, but I mean, whatever, it doesn't matter. I have no idea if they're...
No. I mean, they could also be in Hutch's community, and they probably. Oh, but I mean, there's a lot of like Pisco. There's a lot of Queeman to Pisco to Hutch kind of overlap. So, just because someone's in that community doesn't mean that's their main community. If that makes sense. There's like a huge overlap between.
I'm also not in. Well, yeah, there's an like this is a pretty small space too, so there's gonna be an overlap. I'm also not in. I'm also not in Queeman's Discord, so I have no idea who is or isn't in there.
Did you get banned or something?
No.
Or you just didn't join?
I never joined because I don't watch Queeman, and I never have. Like I think Chud was the only drama content creator that I ever really paid attention to, and I stopped paying attention to him, in part because of the insane way that he covered the Clarissa Avalone thing. Because I thought that it was kind of ridiculous how, like, ridiculously slut-shaming he was of her. And also the fact that it feels like he, his community is full of, like, pretty right-wing people. And I don't know if he even realizes it or if he cares. But, and also...
My mutual friends with Emory is JSTLK, Lav, and Catnip. And the only mutual server is Quezone, who is the Queeman Cord.
Oh, okay. Wait, you know Emory? Okay.
No, I just checked your Discord and I clicked on his name.
Oh.
To see what we could.
Oh, I see. No, no, Dante, I have not debated the Aiden guy yet. I would still have to set that up. But yeah. Yes, Chud's thumbnails are interesting, Chase. I don't know. He also just started covering stuff that I like kind of just wasn't interested in. Like, I guess when he talked about the Twitch aristocracy stuff, I was kind of interested in that. But a lot of that, like, I just don't really find a lot of that drama stuff very interesting. Mostly what I think is interesting is, or rather, I think the Ethan versus Hassan shit is interesting because it is peripheral to politics. Yeah, I was gonna debate Aiden Tuckman, the one that talked to Loner on his stream like a few like last week sometime.
Wait, is Aiden is that the Israeli dude?
Yes, he's a right-wing Israeli.
The Twitter dude?
Although he would say
Oh yeah, I know that dude.
Yeah.
No, yeah. I could see why he would say that, but yeah, he's definitely right-wing.
Wait, is he a self-described right-oid, far-right Israeli? I didn't think he was.
I don't think he would describe himself as far right.
Yeah, like you might be thinking of Blue John, Dante. Blue John describes himself as a very right-wing Israeli.
So does Sheer. Sheer's a very, very right-wing Israeli.
I don't know what Sheer is. I feel like Sheer kind of like, she engages in a lot of shit posting in order to mask whatever the fuck it is she actually... But no, I think she actually...
I truly don't know if she has I don't think that she's even shit posting. I truly don't think she has political opinions.
Oh,
I don't.
that's kind of funny.
Yeah, it's confusing.
Shira is
But
100% a Hadash voter.
I think she might vote for Ben-Gvir and Hadash in the same election. Just like 2 ballots.
Based.
Based intro. Anyways, Mamdani really decided that he needed to emergency declare jihad against the Jews on day 1 in office. That's crazy. It was that important.
Hold on. Don't you have anything to
Like, it
say?
cannot wait.
Don't you? What about his other executive order about the synagogue protests and like basically banning
Oh
them?
God, I didn't see that. Wait, what happened?
Okay, Emery, if you're just here to concern troll, you're gonna get banned because I'm not interested in like people like you in my community. Yeah, David, did you not hear about that? Like I
Oh, what
don't.
is it?
Oh, Mamdani banned he banned like protesting within X number of meters outside of like houses of worship.
Oh no,
or
he just
synagogues in
reinstated that
particular.
one. No, no,
What?
no. He reinstated that one that was from Adams. I think that's what you're referring to. He took that executive order out from Adams and then replaced that one, which makes him much more intentional that he left out, like the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism. So like that was extremely intentional in terms of him revoking it. Like because other people, which I think was a stupid thing to argued that it like, oh, it was just under a batch of them and he was just doing a general reversal. And it's like, no, but he particularly picked out the ones that he thought needed to come back.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was not accidental. It was extraordinarily intentional, and he did like provoke the Jewish community by doing that and not having any actual definition of anti-Semitism. So very based, and now he'll be able to deny anything as anti-Semitism because he got rid of the definition. Very based, very based, and it'll be harder to do. It'll be harder to do like civil rights litigation for like discrimination if like there's going to be an easy defense of just saying like, oh, it was not because they're Jewish, it's because they're Israeli, or it's because they're Zionist.
Yes, Emery, I don't like doxing and swatting. However, if you think that here's a question for you, Emery. Do you think it was based when Dan doxed Gatto Fumador on Twitter? Gatto Fumador, who engages in doxing and harassment of other people constantly? Like, I'm sorry, but when you're talking about like doxing a group of people who spend all their time like stalking you online and who like are deranged haters and who won't leave you alone, and you're trying to get them to stop, I don't necessarily have a problem with that. So yeah, I'm sorry, but like, I apologize, Emery, but no, I do not share your deranged opinions about Destiny. Okay, I think what he did with Pixie was bad, but no, I don't sign on and then like I'm not gonna like sign up for your
Is not
shit.
gonna fuck you, little bro.
Yeah,
Emery, Destiny will not hit. He will not hit. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, I associate with a community of dog. Yeah, okay, sure, whatever. Yeah, all right, Emery.
When the moon hits the sky like a big pizza by that's more. Actually, I had some great pizza earlier.
You know what? I don't care. I'm not interested in
What?
in
You don't care about my pizza?
Oh
So mean.
no, pizza's cool.
Just kidding. I know I'm trolling you.
Yeah. Bye, Emery.
What you get for what?
What?
I was just gonna ask you what you had for from DoorDash or Uber Eats or whatever.
I just got Harvey's from Harvey's is like a much better version. Harvey's. It's like it's really good fast food. Yeah, I don't want concern trolls here, and like it's very obvious that this Emery person is from Quayman's community and that he's one of those like ridiculous concern trolley people that Lerner was talking about, who they're basically just here to like get super mad at you because that you don't agree with their opinions about Destiny.
Yeah.
Or
The
you're
thing is, they get a lot. People like that Emery person. Like you're gonna get a couple more of them in the future.
Oh yeah, I'm sure I will.
You are their favorite targets because they feel like they have a much bigger impact on you because they take up such a disproportionate amount of your audience. So like it's just worth it to cut that off really quick because it's gonna be very boring and trolling. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. No, it is boring. And yeah, that is the plan going forward. The plan is concern trolls will be banned because I'm not really interested in
It should be obvious when it's like a real concerned troll versus like someone that's just like a schizophrenic. Because like some schizophrenia is fun, but someone that's like actually knows what they're doing and just like intentionally being dishonest, like that is very boring.
Yeah.
There's a difference. You can have fun schizos. You can't have fun with concerned trolls.
Oh,
They're just
well,
like
yeah,
toxic.
exactly. And I mean, also that was a thing that that like Loner was on my stream for the first time, like I think about 8 days ago or whatever, and that's really where a bunch of this started because several of those people came over. But yeah, no, that's the plan. I'm just gonna ban those people. I have no desire to engage with any of them. I thought that Emery person actually wanted to have a conversation, but if you're gonna do this kind of shit, then no. Oh, also Chase is here. I think he wants to talk to you, David. Are you okay with that? Because yeah, I'll just finish eating and you guys can. Okay.
Good to go.
Hello.
Okay, before we talk about anything, Chase, do you condemn the fact that we have not bombed Iran in 2026 yet?
Yes.
Thank
Whatever
you.
makes whatever makes you happy. I mean,
Okay,
first
now
of
we
all,
can continue talking.
now when I say debate, I don't really mean debate. I mean, I don't want us to turn to blood sports, but I missed the early half of this conversation when y'all talked about Venezuela, so I didn't really get to hear what David had to say. So if you could just kind of repeat what your takes are here, that way I understand.
So I mean, hearing the oil thing, Jesus fucking Christ, it's impossible to like defend it. I think that like this is honestly like the most easily defendable action in history if done in the correct way. This is just like such an open and shut, like, yes, interventionism. Yes, fucking get this loser out. Yes, it is not only justifiable, it is the only moral thing to do would be if you have the ability to, without bloodshed, do this to Maduro, that you must do it. Like, you have a moral obligation to do it. But in terms of like actually doing that other shit, nah, that's crazy, chat.
I mean, yeah, I mean, you're not going to hear any objections from me on the part of Maduro being a horrible guy. I absolutely agree. It's just, and again, depending on the circumstances, this could have been justified, but I just don't think that right now Trump has any has any real justifications for his operation.
If Trump changes his mind and actually takes it seriously, the regime change, and does a good job, then it'll also become extremely justified as well.
I mean, I also don't know, like, if this doesn't even seem like it's a successful regime change anyway, because they tried to grab Maduro, but they still left a lot of its loyalists in power. I mean, if in the 90s or 2000s the U.S. abducted Saddam Hussein, but they still left the Ba'ath Party in power. I mean, in what Uday Hussein, his son, took over, who was even worse. I wouldn't really consider that operation to be a success then, because in that case they'd probably lose their shit completely and try to, I don't know, gas Israel. So it depends on the cut. So it really does kind of depend on like the context.
Wait, it said Venezuela's gonna gas Israel? What?
No, Iraq. I said like if
gotcha.
I said if before the Iraq War, if the U.S. kidnapped Saddam Hussein, they left like his son in power or something like that, he probably would have gone insane. So but anyway, yeah, I mean, I kind of see your point, David. I know we had kind of a meme war last night, and I got a little. It was late. I don't know, but I understand. I do understand your position. I see what you're trying to think. I just don't think that that Trump. I just don't think right now that Trump has a whole lot of justification for his stuff. Also, that Emery guy is a complete moron. Fuck that guy. The only good Emery is. Never mind. There's Emory University here in Georgia.
Let's not not even
I
like
was
that.
going with no, I'm talking about there's an Emory University, there's an Emory Hospital here in Georgia, which is a nice place. I wasn't like doing a death threat or anything.
Okay. Well, I mean, it sounded like you were gonna. I was about to say, is the Emory? Never mind. What?
Well,
Oh, I got it. Only blank is a yeah, okay.
no.
But no, he was there's Emory University in, is it Georgia?
Yeah, that's what I meant because I'm from Georgia. So I meant like it's an Emory University and Emory Hospital. So I was basically
I have a girl in med school that went to Emory for undergrad.
nice.
Wait,
Yeah.
is Emory Meds or is Emory University in Georgia not great? Is the hospital just nice? Is Emory University one of those crazy Christian schools or something?
No, you're thinking of Liberty.
Oh, god damn it, that fucking place.
Although I will say, I think Emory University did have some crazy I think Emory University did have some crazy protests back during like the big Gaza protest stuff. But then again, that was all over the country. So
it was hard to not find a regarded university at that point.
Trans rights.
Have you guys seen the? Have you guys heard the? I am a C, I am a CH, I am a CHRISTIAN.
No,
just because in terms of corny Christian stuff, I saw that on Instagram as like a genuine anthem.
Yeah,
and
no,
it was like,
Chase was fed post. Yes, Chase, you were kind of. I'm just saying, just don't. I don't want to give these people any ammo, okay? And also, don't do that shit, even if you were kidding. Yeah.
Well, I wasn't literally about this. I wasn't about to do a death threat. I was generally saying that I like the place around my city is better than.
I don't think he was actually doing the only blank is a dead blank. I think he was literally saying that the only good Emory is like the Emory University, and that guy's a loser. Like that's what he was actually going with.
Okay.
It wasn't like it sounded like a setup.
I probably should not have phrased it like that, but
yeah, because you were
whatever.
like the only good Emory is a never mind, and that didn't. Yeah, but if
no, because I kind of caught myself halfway through, and I realized how bad it sounded, but then I didn't really know how to proceed. So,
Typical
I hear y'all are talking. What?
Putting his foot in his mouth. No, we're not actually talking about Vosh. Please don't.
No, I'm not talking about Vosh. Jesus, no. I was about to say Mamdani. We were talking about the recent stuff up there.
There really needs to be some like treatment for Mamdani derangement syndrome, where every single criticism of Mamdani actually doing a fucking terrible job and making a fool of himself and making Jewish Americans feel uncomfortable is dismissed as derangement, because it happens so often.
Yeah, I mean, there is like this weird thing where, I mean, to be fair, I mean, I do think that you probably shouldn't just blankly dismiss every criticism of him. I think that's really ridiculous. Oh wait, hold on. Dante, damn it, Chase. Now that guy will post a whole thing about Glenda condoning Fed posting. Oh, Jesus Christ.
No, it's fine. I don't care. Like I said, we're just going to be ignoring those people. And also, I think I made it pretty clear that I don't condone that kind of thing. Also, Dante, if you want to come in and argue about Mamdani, you are free to do so. I mean, like,
hey, we can have a 1936 Palestine war. David's Israel, Dante is the Arabs, and then I'm the British based.
Oh God.
36.
You mean 1948?
Or 48, whichever one. I don't care. I don't care about dates.
What? But what was 36 referring to? What were you going for there?
The 36 revolt, when the Arabs basically
the Arab revolt.
Yeah, the Arab revolt. Yeah, I mean, I probably should have just said 48, but
yes.
But you better
the Arab revolt was more to do with Arab versus British versus doing a couple of massacres on the Jews.
Yeah.
All I know is David gets a discount on the jizya. He's one of the good ones. Okay.
Bro, I've already been. I don't know why I keep getting these messages from Zoran's wife saying you need to come to this location.
No, David.
Deposit the jizya.
No.
I keep saying no. I'm so sorry. I'm trying to be a good, a good Jewish boy, but I it's feeling like harassment at this point. It's feeling like harassment.
She's Syrian. Maybe that's why you're so interested in invading Syria, David. Ah, it makes sense now.
Stop it.
So you're
Dating Syria?
so Israel invading Syria is a metaphor for never mind.
Stop it. Ban
Okay,
sex. Stop gooning, please, God.
The Gooner side cannot come soon enough.
Bye, Con
Van
Radical. Have a good night.
Bygone.
Okay.
Van Loven's chat said 1948, but fought purely by diasporoids.
I
That's a good
guess.
description.
True.
You're going to say something, Kalinda?
Oh no, I was gonna say. No, I was gonna say, Dante, if you wanted to come in, you can, but and if you're
Dude, if
driving,
Dante comes in, the gooning it will never stop. If Dante comes in, the gooning will literally never end.
Oh, you mean like you guys are gonna like keep making gross, weird comments about Mamdani's wife?
Listen, if he can make gross comments about the Jewish community, then I can make gross comments about his wife. It's tit for tat.
I mean, Dante's a big gooner too. Remember, he posted that picture of Miss Israel and said, "Hey, I think Israel can do whatever it wants."
Dante is not a big gooner. He's literally the biggest gooner in Loner Court, bar none.
You sure about that? There's quite a few gooners in there. So I mean, I don't know.
Name one stronger gooner.
Listen, we just don't listen. I just don't want people being fucking weirdos about women, and I feel like that's essentially what you're doing.
Yeah, we don't have to turn this convo into some IDF girl thirst trapping. That's not what I want this to be.
By the way, I'm not like against or like it's not like I don't also find women hot, but it's still really fucking. I don't know, for whatever reason, it's just really fucking weird when dudes do it.
Chase comes in second place. That's the problem.
That's the real sexism, actually. That's the real sexism.
Well, it's also probably because that when women do it, it's not. I don't necessarily do it in the same way. Anyway, talk about Marsh IDF girls. Where?
Anyways, chat. So normal conversation now.
Yes.
Oh, I was gonna say that I like that's just my go-to. Anytime that someone makes a joke about me having the pages, I'm going to reflect it back to giving it to Mamdani's wife because that's the only comeback that makes it fun.
But
Vanderloven gets very mad anytime someone makes a joke about IDF girls because a lot of those are actually kids, which he has a point. You probably shouldn't be gooning.
Which ones are kids? Wait,
well, they're not kids. They're like 18 years old or whatever, but you probably shouldn't be gooning over 18, 19 years old.
Are you talking about...
This is
What?
Yeah, I don't think there's any issue I mean, I guess if someone's like 50, then you could be a little more like, that's weird, chat. But I don't think there's any issue with like 20-year-olds gooning about like 18-year-old IDF girls. I don't think that's an issue, or 25, or even like 26. That's not.
I mean, probably not, but it's not. I think
like the gooning thing in general. No, I just specifically that I think is the funny part. It's like as in that's not really the concern with that.
Oh, Booth Cloud says the Vosh fan making gooning rules is wild. Listen, dude.
That is true and real.
I would never be caught dead gooning to the kind of stuff that guy goons to. I don't even want to know the kind of stuff that guy goons to that I didn't even see.
Okay, stop.
Okay,
no more.
Oh my god.
No more. Stop. Ban sex. Stop gooning. We are not talking about gooning or sex shit anymore. Jesus Christ.
Let's talk about serious news then. Have y'all seen more footage of Maduro getting off his plane in New York and being taken into custody and all that?
Wasn't he in a Nike Tech?
Yeah. He was actually wishing Happy New Year to the ages as they were escorting him.
Okay, so if anyone's got video of that, you can like throw it my way and we'll like check it because but I do remember like I've seen the pictures of him like on the boat, I think. And obviously that picture of him being held by the US soldiers or the special forces guys or whatever.
My favorite is him saying, come get me, and then he's in handcuffs.
Do not come. Sorry, I had to.
I mean,
stop! You need help. We're sending you to a special place for gooners that need to be castrated. Anyways,
wait, Kalinda, have you listened to the tapes of Sarah Netanyahu yet? You said you're going to the other day.
No, I haven't.
What the fuck? What happened to Netanyahu?
Oh,
This time.
there's recordings of Netanyahu's wife being like crazy on tape because she's crazy.
I mean, like every day. You mean?
No,
Or particularly crazier that day.
I mean, I don't know. Apparently, she's got some crazy beliefs, but anyway,
Mhm.
although I mean, she did marry Netanyahu, so you know. But
Well, her son's even worse. I mean, if you combine
Yeah.
two people like that, like an offspring's probably going to be insane. Although apparently his younger brother Avner, I've heard he doesn't seem that crazy, but Yair, however you say his name, Yair, I don't really know how you say his name. Lives in Florida. He's a
Yair.
proper mother.
he's
Yeah.
well, he's apparently. So this is what Addie told me yesterday on stream, because she always comes in to talk about the latest from the Real Housewives of Tel Aviv saga, which is what I refer to it now. The insanity that is like Israeli politics. In particular, it seems like right-wing Israeli politics. She told me yesterday that Bibi's wife is she basically got left behind in Florida, ostensibly to see her son. But if she stays there for a long time, then it might be like she might have been getting exiled, because the Bibi's son was exiled because apparently he hit Bibi and they exiled him to America in order to prevent anything bad from happening to him if he stayed in Israel.
Wait, he hit Bibi? What?
Mm-hmm.
What'd you say? What?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, supposedly he slapped Benjamin Netanyahu and they didn't want to charge him for like attacking the prime minister. So they basically just had him leave the country, and that's why he lives in like some private place in Miami or whatever.
Wait, that's so weird. That's actually such a stupid thing.
Yeah,
You were officially arrested and serving 10 years for hitting your dad.
Hey, Dante's here. Hey, man.
He's deafened, but yes, he is.
I have just now signed the Balfour Declaration, so never mind. Okay.
Stop. Hello, Dante.
Hello.
Dante, are you driving also?
No, wallahi, I'm home.
Oh, you're really quiet. Hold on.
On Diddy is not driving right now.
Okay, can you talk again?
Hello.
Keep talking.
Audio scuffed? Is my audio scuffed? Hello.
I mean,
You're quiet.
Yeah, you are. I turned you up to 200 and you're still quiet.
Let me see if I can fix that.
Oh, is Insomniac gonna come in here? I just
Oh,
saw
boy.
him join debate, and then maybe he did it by accident. If he wants to, he's free to do so.
Isn't that guy kind of Jewish though?
Yeah, then he'd be like the only like non-diasporoid person in here.
Well, yeah, because although technically, you can kind of argue that Insomniac in a way is an Iranian diaspora because his family's from Iran. So checkmate.
So he's a diasporoid.
Actually, technically, all humans are diasporoids. We're all diasporoids from Central Africa, or wherever humans first originated.
True.
So we're all technically African.
Don't you dare try and give it. You cannot say the N-word.
Yeah, stop. Wait, I was
Bro,
saying...
we are all diasporoids from the ocean. Okay.
True.
True. By the microbiomes of the deep underwater realm.
We are all Ethiopians.
we are all Atlanteans. We are all Aquaman.
Yes. Oh, good night,
We are-
Bomber. Since I assume you live in Israel, I believe we established that before, or maybe I'm just making assumptions about your audience or about my audience. But yes, good night, Bomber. I mean, you're
It's
going
like
to
2 o'clock
sleep.
here.
Yeah, it's like really late in Israel, so you know.
Vanilloven chases a diasporoid for what inbreeding birth Scotland.
Oh no.
Who's getting bread?
I don't.
Wait.
What I was about.
Hold on. So actually, yeah. Insomniac, perhaps you could confirm this, although I don't know if you pay as much attention to all the gossipy, like I guess the insane drama of Israeli politics. But okay, yeah, so Bibi's son actually did just like hit him in the face, and then he got exiled to Florida. Is that what happened?
Exile is a big word, I think.
By exile, that means he went to his mansion to
Yeah.
Frosty shit.
Yeah, like the other side like thinks like not the other side, but like the other rumor that I heard about this is that he's there looking for the family's like actual next real estate to move to when they like eventually forsake the country.
Oh, you mean when Bibi eventually has to leave office after he's like fucked everything up a lot?
Yeah. Yeah, and like what he's doing there is like basically securing like that they have like a nice home and like his contacts there know him and stuff like that, and that they're like going to like a comfortable place. That's the other rumor, right? But both of those are rumors. Like,
oh, I see.
Wait, so he's basically he's trying to colonize South Florida.
if by like owning real estate you mean colonized, then yeah.
I mean, the way lefties describe mandatory Palestine by their logic, yeah.
Is my audio okay? Hello.
Yes, that's much better.
We can hear you.
Alhamdulillah.
Man, Yair looks like a goifer. He literally has like the glasses, the phrenology. He has like
Or you had Canadian audio.
Do I just have bass?
Fuck you.
Oh my god.
Not Canadian audio. Thank God.
Oh no. Yeah.
Okay, can you guys tell me why everyone is freaking out about
Yeah,
Mamdani?
his older son is more normal.
Why everyone's freaking out about Mamdani?
Yeah.
Well, the reason why, Dante, is because that it's because of the like I guess you don't agree with the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism. I guess you don't.
Him and Sekat, they're like the only ones who are on that.
Not with every
train.
point, no. Not with every point of the definition, no.
Do you realize that the definition does say that it's okay to criticize Israel if you're going to criticize it in the same way as you would like every other country? It's basically just saying you don't hold double standards about Israel, that you hold Israel to different standards that you would any other country.
Yeah, that's completely acceptable, but I guess like people are freaking out as if Mamdani just revoked anti-Semitism completely, and now there's no anti-Semitism.
Well, I think the issue would be that he specifically decided it's so important that he needed to take day one to attack the definition of anti-Semitism and revoke it from an executive order, and then not restore it. If you want to do that whole blanket thing, he could have restored that specifically. It feels like an attack on the Jewish community in which he's done very little to convince them that he is willing to protect. So that would be part of it, is that he severely has a lack of confidence from the Jewish community in New York, and this was just like the nail in the coffin of making Jewish New Yorkers feel like that he's not at all looking out or caring much at all about anti-Semitism, while anti-Semitism is at such record highs that it's not only the most amount of hate crimes for a religion. It's not the most amount of hate crimes in New York altogether, but rather it is not only is it more than any other race, religion, ethnicity, blah blah blah. It is more than every other race, sex, gender, ethnicity hate crime combined. It's more than the Muslim hate crime, the anti-LGBTQ hate crimes, the anti-woman hate crimes, the anti-black hate crimes, the anti-white hate crimes that really exist, the every other race, religion, sex put together.
Anti-Hispanic, anti-Asian, all that other stuff.
Yeah, all that combined, it does anti-Semitism, anti-Semitic hate crimes outweigh. So when he does that, and when he doesn't actually do anything that is novel in terms of, I don't see him doing any specific announcement on what he's specifically going to do to help with anti-Semitism. Just on the first day, he thought it important enough to get rid of the definition of anti-Semitism that is from the International Holocaust Remembrance Association, and not replace it with any meaningful one. On top of him already having the concern from Jewish Americans based on the entire Intifada thing, that he had to be pulled over the hot coals in order to finally reverse course on. Anyways, that's my talk.
There's a lot of reasonable criticisms of Mamdani, especially seemingly not downplaying. I wouldn't say downplaying. I would say not putting the Jewish concern at the forefront, especially with what y'all said, the astonishing amount of hate crimes and just the sheer amount of it. But I'm not surprised. I guess that's what he ran on, is exactly that, because a lot of the these definitions, especially the IHRA, has been used to pretty much like silence protests, arrest
Wait,
people.
hold on.
Wait, when?
Has it been used? Where? And if you're going to talk about anything that Trump has done, I don't think that that's why they did that. Trump just did that because that's because it was criticism of Israel.
I mean, it's been used as a vector to the students, especially with Mahmoud Khalil.
Yeah, but like,
No.
where do you have that? Because I don't think that was their justification for that.
Yeah,
No, it wasn't
the
a
IHRA
justification,
definition
but-
is what made him targetable at all. I think that he was very targetable without the IHRA. I don't think that had anything to do with his targeting.
I mean, I don't.
What they said in the media, they didn't talk about him doing anti-Semitic hate crimes as much as he being affiliated with Hamas, who is a terror organization, and affiliated with terror organizations through the protest
Actually,
groups.
I don't know.
It's not about
that was what they tried to claim. I mean, I don't really think.
Yeah.
I think the actual thing
but they didn't, I'm saying
I don't know what they actually
use,
tried
They
it
didn't
for,
use
though.
the IHRA definition at all for anything legal, like whatsoever, or even I don't even think it was quoted for anything to do with Mahmoud Khalil whatsoever. So that was just not on the table for that. I don't know if there's any examples at all of justifiable speech that was silenced by the IHRA definition. I don't know if there's a single example of that.
If you find some, Dante, like, feel free to throw them at us. I'm not demanding that you look right now, but I'm just saying, like, I think that was like, I arguably, like, yeah, like they probably use like criticism of Israel and then conflated it like with anti-Semitism or whatever. But that no point, like, there's not even a That's the other thing too, though, with regards to that. The IHRA
I mean, that was the main thing.
Hmm?
Sorry to cut you off, but that was the main thing, is basically just criticizing Israel. I know that's not exactly what was happening, but criticizing Israel was seen as a libel, accusing of genocide, accusing of starvation. It was seen as a libel.
No, that's not written in the IHRA definition. The IHRA definition even specifically says that it's fine to criticize Israel if you're going to do it in the same way as you would any other state. So, like, I mean, I don't even necessarily think that the accusation alone that Israel is committing genocide is in and of itself anti-Semitic, because
within the accusations of war crimes from the start of the war, within those accusations, there was a lot of blood libels.
Oh,
That's
well,
the
yeah.
problem. The
If
problem
they're,
isn't
like,
the accusation itself; it's the arguments that you make within the accusations and that support the accusations. And when those are blood libels, it's anti-Semitic.
Well, like the people who think that the IDF is just going around murdering children or whatever, that's all that's
Yeah,
happening.
like
in Gaza.
that's like an actual anti-Semitic.
Well,
like you don't
if they
you don't
think
have
that
to. Wait,
yeah.
I want to. There's just one thing that's been bothering me forever now, is the idea that you have to be an anti-Semite to do an anti-Semitism and hold a position that is built upon anti-Semitic conspiracies. So, like, the idea that the IDF is going out and like murking babies throughout the street, and like specifically they're trying to find babies and kill them. Like, that is an anti-Semitic like statement. It is also anti-Israel, but it is anti-Semitic. It's built on anti-Semitic
Can I ask
bloodline.
about that? I'm just curious. Oh, yeah, because of the blood libel thing, because of the because of the kidnapping and killing children so you can take their blood. Yeah, that I remember that now.
Or like
But no,
harvesting organs and shit.
yes.
Yeah, that stuff is anti-Semitic.
Even to a lesser extent, like people saying that Israel is like full of pedophiles or whatever, like that's kind of blood libel territory too.
Well,
because even if it doesn't,
yeah, that's just. But no, yeah, I understand that. In terms of the yeah, like, I mean, obviously there's a line there as well too, like, because like, yeah, like Insomniac, like I'm sure that you would, I'm sure there's been some instances of like some asshole IDF soldier like, you know, probably not shooting babies. That's a bit egregious. I don't know if there's actually example, you know, like of like kids getting shot or whatever, or kids in battle zones, or kids who've crossed. Well, there is instances of kids getting
No,
killed
but
who've
there was
crossed over.
definitely war crimes that were committed by soldiers there. Yes.
Yeah, but that's
There's
a lot
no-
different than the IDF. The IDF has a crack team of snipers that have been ordered to murder all you know, that's really silly.
That's kind of the straw man of the position, and I'm not going to say people don't say that, especially on unhinged platforms like what's those Anna Kasparian on
Yeah.
others like that. But that's actually the straw man. What's been the actual
I
accusation?
don't know if it's a straw man, bro. That's like the but that is the anti-Semitic version. Like
Yeah, but
saying
he's
shit like
saying
that is
he's
based on anti-Semitism.
he's saying that more reasonable people who are accusing Israel of war crimes aren't gonna say that, and I think he's trying to separate
that's
himself
fine.
from
That's what
those
I'm saying.
insane people.
I get it, but that's what would be the distinction between what's an anti-Semitic, like you can say that Israel's doing a war crime, and it can be anti-Semitic because you're doing it based on like anti-Semitic conspiracy theories and like illogical things that are built upon conspiracy theories. Like
So you can't say there's reasonable. You can't say there's reasonable beliefs, reasonable reason to believe that Israel or not Israel, as certain battalions, certain squads have been targeting kids. That's not a reasonable assumption to
No,
draw.
that's a reasonable.
A lot of evidence.
That's a reasonable thing. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say it's a reasonable conclusion. I would say it's a reasonable minds can come up with that without using anti-Semitic conspiracy theories, and rather just based on like information out there. And like I would say it's wrong and correct from everything I've seen. But I don't think that.
Okay.
But if you were to build upon like going out and like murdering babies for fun, and that's like the IDF just does that in general, like that kind of stuff. There is no amount of evidence that could lead you there without like misinformation and specific like anti-Semitic conspiracy theories that are based upon it, in which you decide you want to say that Israel just goes out and like murders and like babies for fun because they like to.
Yeah, or like
That sounds libelous. I agree that sounds libelous, but saying the killing of children could be a war crime based on evidence, that's not libelous.
Well,
Of
no,
course.
but
Correct. That would be the distinction between like the IHRA in terms of like legitimate criticism of Israel versus double standards or criticism of Israel that's based on anti-Semitic conspiracy theories or libel. Like it's based on like the criticism of Israel is only anti-Semitic insofar is it's based on some sort of anti-Semitic thing that would be anti-Semitic if you replace Israel with just Jews, and isn't like. Yeah, that's basically all the IHRA is.
Yeah.
It does not allow people just to replace the word Jew with Zionist and say something anti-Semitic.
Yeah, or like
that.
or drawing or like you know your end conclusion there being like some kind of Zog conspiracy that like operates it all, right?
yeah, like Anna and Shank, you know.
God damn it! Yeah.
Speaking of Anna and Shank, I heard Anna's talking to Pisco soon. They're having like a one-on-one.
Wait,
Oh, I'm
really?
sure I'm sure Pisco's gonna glaze. I'm sure there's gonna be like glazing upon glazing that has never been seen before.
I would.
It's gotta be a hard. It's gotta be hard on her. It's gotta give her the hard ball. It's definitely
I'm sure it's
going
gonna
to
be like
grilling journalism.
The only thing he's going to press her on is her supporting Trump at any point. In terms of her like lunacy,
I'm willing to extend Pisco the.
Yeah, hold on now. Yes. Wait
maybe
a
I
minute.
have super low faith in Pisco, but I think he's going to
Okay,
only
listen.
push on pro-Trump stuff.
Did you, David? Did you listen to my conversation with Pisco, like the longer one that I had about left-wing anti-Semitism? Because in that convo, I did directly call out Cenk for like basically engaging in Zog, Cenk and Anna for engaging in Zog shit. If he doesn't call her out on that, I'll be incredibly disappointed, given that he was very quick to condemn those things in my conversation, and he recognized left-wing anti-Semitism existed, and that was one of the elements of it. And Anna does that all the time. It's like constant.
Well, I know. Wait, David.
By the way, just an FYI, I am going to leave in a little bit because I'm just chilling in my car. And I'm at my house. So
Oh yeah. You're chilling in your car and you're using that as an excuse to not or to like avoid having to do work. But tomorrow, I guess tomorrow's
Yeah,
Monday. Tomorrow you return to the medical
yeah. I need
school
to. I
gauntlets.
need to do like the what's it called? I need to do like the prep work for like classes tomorrow. So I'll do that in just a bit.
God damn.
I will say, wait, David, is your problem with Pisco? Is it because he doesn't want to bomb Iran and because he supports Mamdani?
Yes, for both of those, but those are not the critical issues. That's like
Okay.
side shit.
What's your real issue?
I would condemn him for not wanting to bomb Iran. Though.
I think Pisco has bought into the Destiny narrative that Pisco is like basically fully sold out to the leftist people.
I no, just to be clear, I've actually been anti-Pisco for longer than Destiny has. I've not wait, I don't want to say anti-Pisco. That's a little much. I have been Pisco pessimistic and I have been
you didn't like Pisco? Yeah. Did you stop liking
no,
him?
I don't. Wait, I literally met Pisco in person. Like I met him in person.
Ooh.
I think he's a chill dude. I think he's cool. But I think he's cooked. I think his brain is fried. I think he cannot do worse in terms of foreign policy. I don't think he's ever had a good foreign policy take in his entire life. Yeah, pretty. And he's super cozy to like really fucking mental leftists and does a lot of charity.
I do think he is way too charitable to follow people, especially people around him like Aaron or whatever. But
I agree about Aaron. I don't know about like other people necessarily.
I think he did. I think for a while, I remember like there was the Hassan thing, and that shit was like,
oh yeah,
kill me.
I mean, yeah, that's not good. But like, I guess like now Pisco is like more critical of Hassan. I feel like at least some of the problems here is that people are mad that Pisco wasn't towing the line on the Ethan lawsuits because he had an issue with them.
I don't care.
Oh, okay.
I honestly, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off, but I was just like, in terms of myself, for my opinion, I don't care about the Pisco, the Ethan thing that much. It like, I did think he was being a little. I think he's a little slightly too uncharitable towards Ethan Klein specifically, but I don't care that much. It's not that big a deal. Like to me, it's much more about him being super charitable to the lefties.
Hold on. So I think that with regards to that whole thing, yeah, but I mean, in some ways that kind of wraps up into that, right? Like I think that Pisco has always been the super insane pedantic, well, actually, dude. And I think that he has always like I mean, this is the same guy who had a several hours long conversation with Destiny about like the definition of terrorism or something. And also, I don't know if that was the same convo where they talked about January 6th or not, but yeah, like, I mean, he's always, anytime he and Destiny have like any kind of disagreement or whatever, that he's always been like really pedantic and whatnot, and like he'll dig in on like a small position and then have like an insanely long crazy meta convo about it or whatever. And I think this is just it. The unfortunate thing about the Ethan convo though is that people keep challenging him on it, and it's just silly and stupid. Like, I mean, for God's sakes, he and Loner had a 4-hour conversation about it.
Oh my god,
that was
I'm gonna give a throwback here. I'm going to send you a little throwback from my debate with Pisco from forever ago.
Wait, when did...
quick
okay, wait, when did you have a... when was that? Was that like this year? Or last year, rather?
July.
Oh, okay.
July.
Was that over the Iran stuff?
Yeah.
Ambushed him.
Oh.
Didn't you... Was that around the same time, David, that you debated Hutch about Hassan being a worse president than a Fuentes or something like that?
I don't think it was about Hutch.
No, what?
That's not.
Oh wait, no. It was about whether or not Hassan would be a worse president than Trump. Yeah, it was about that, not Fuentes.
Yeah, I was just gonna say I would hope that David doesn't think Fuentes is preferable to Hassan, but I mean, of course not. You probably think neither one of them are good.
Yeah, it was about Hassan versus a second term of Trump. Sorry, I didn't mean to.
Yeah. It specifically for my. I don't think Yeah. I think that was when I got banned. It was very odd.
Yeah, I remember
that
you got banned
was
really quickly.
I mean, so uncomfortable. I felt so uncomfortable. I don't know what the fuck happened. What was texted? I need to figure out just like how to reach out to like, hey, what the fuck's going on, and get that undone, because that's weird. I just don't know
mean,
how to do it. I think it might be PG.
do you like Hutch?
Yeah, I think so. I think that, but like, I wish I had a chance to like actually talk to him about something seriously. It's unfortunate.
Listen, Nick would put all the Jews in camps. Hassan would just put most of them in. That's the difference between Hassan and
Yeah, but the issue is that my family would make it for both of their death camps. Like my family would be qualified. So it's like, if Moshe Pipik's family is able to be spared, but like 97% of the families are still in Hassan's death camps, I'm not sure Hassan has meaningfully won me over to his camp here.
Oh, but
I think
wait.
I'll stay out of the death camp.
Listen, his camps won't be death camps. They'll just be re-education camps, and nothing bad will happen there at all.
They're gonna turn into death camps in a Hassan.
Until the Hassanacost happens. I love you all, but it is way too late for me. I'm
Okay,
gonna go
sleep.
People, subscribe, subscribe.
Thank you,
And
Insomniac.
like while subscribing, subscribe while liking at the
Yes.
same time. See if you're able to do multitasking. And try. And if you're really talented, like with your nose. If you're on mobile.
All right. Well, see you, Insomniac. Have fun. Talk to you later.
All right, bye,
Shabbat shalom.
Insomniac. Okay.
Hassan would end up putting all but 10 in. If he could end up in a blood feud of Ethan, probably. Jeez. I should have said that. Never mind.
I don't know if Hassan
right,
would
chat.
actually put. Oh, yeah, you're gonna go too, David.
In a minute. I'm gonna stay for a sec.
Oh yeah,
But
you're
what
trying.
were you gonna say?
Did you link me that? Oh, you did. You did link it to me.
Yeah. It's great.
Hold on. Oh, I've seen this.
Yeah. But it's a good throwback.
This is from the Bastiat News Network, which I think is funny that a terrorist sympathizer Pisco asks important question. All right, hold on. Let's give this a listen.
Hamas is. I don't think Hamas is.
Who's done more war crimes, IDF or New York Chapter DSA?
Hamas.
IDF or New York Chapter DSA? Who's done more war crimes?
Wait, what? Why am I comparing those two?
I'm just asking a question.
Is it playing?
Yes, it played. Who's done more war crimes, IDF or the New York chapter of the DSA? What the fuck? Why didn't he ask
That is it.
Hamas?
You hear my answer? I was so confused.
It is a
I'm like, Hamas, wait, what? He's like, I think he was gonna ask me like, I could not fathom that question. I truly could not fathom that question. I was like, what? Did we just compare like the New York City DSA is not in a war? How are they able to do war crimes?
Yeah, I don't.
Oh wait, Bastiat. This isn't Bastiat like a satire site?
Bastiat News Network
yeah,
is a
it's a meme.
satire website. Yes, it's.
Oh, because I was asking because there was an article in the corner about Dylan Burns being pronounced dead, but then I saw the other articles up there and I realized it.
Yeah. This is a. Do you know who Bastiat is, Chase?
Yeah, he's like an edgy internet debate bro. Yeah.
Not really. No, he's a streamer.
No?
Or he's an ex-streamer who left the space a long time ago. He proudly called himself a neoliberal, and he's a lawyer.
Oh,
He was on Twitch.
Yeah, I remember now.
And
we need to discuss the most important. Wait, we need to discuss the most important thing.
What?
When we do Hawkism, we need to do Hawkism right, because we cannot afford to turn more people off from Hawkism, or we will actually have the most cringe, mentally ill, awful, isolationist, fucking
people being
death cult regime ever next time.
Why can't you just say interventionism instead of hawkism? Why do we have to be hawkish?
Because it's about not being late. It's about being proactive.
Are you, David? Would you just like to I hope you're not in denial about this. Would you just like to come out as a neocon right now?
Absolutely not. God forbid.
Why?
Because I am a liberal hawk.
Oh,
I would
There isn't a war David doesn't like.
You realize that historically the liberal hawks who joined the Republic were liberals, were disaffected Democrats who left the Democratic Party to join the
you mean
Republican
JFK?
Party.
No. We have JFK. JFK was a liberal hawk and a
No,
giga chad.
I mean like later on.
A liberal hawk. That's also what Haviv
Well, who was a
Rediger
liberal
called
hawk? I don't know if I don't even know of a single like recent liberal hawk. I think that's like a dead
Hillary
thing.
Clinton.
Oh, true.
Or Biden.
Actually, actual girl boss queen. Yes.
I mean, Biden
is not a liberal hawk. Obama is a liberal cuck.
Biden was Biden was like, at least back in the day he was, maybe a little bit less so
Oh,
during
yeah.
his presidency, but back in the day he
His
certainly
presidency
was.
God, imagine if we got that fucking Biden as our president. It would have been GG's. Fuck.
I mean, he was old, but he also didn't, to be
If
fair.
we had pre-Obama fucking Biden as our president, the entire world would be fixed. 100%. Every problem we have. We would have solved global hunger. We would have solved global warming. We would have cured cancer. We would have bombed Iran. Everything would have been solved. All the more important things in the world.
I think Haviv Rediger calls himself a liberal hawk too. That's the only fair.
Sorry.
I will yield my place to Senator Biden.
Thank you, Senator. That's my spirit animal.
Hold on.
There are slight differences in our opinion, but I think like we probably agree on almost everything. A little bit, yeah. I think he might. I hope not, but maybe he was a little bit more on the Europe Muslim thing than I would like. I'm not sure though. I hope not.
What was he, like a great replacement guy? What?
No, I don't think that, but I don't know. I might be mixing that up. I don't know if I actually heard him say that. I'm just worried about it. Oh yeah, like I get so scared that they're gonna have that opinion. It's become like a norm. I don't know how. It needs to die. It's so cringe.
The opinion that like Europe is being taken over by like Muslim terrorists or whatever.
Some shit like that.
Hold
You
on.
got Tommy Robinson and you got Valentina Gomez doing trips in Jerusalem, so you draw the conclusions.
Oh God,
of what's an
Valentina
acceptable
Gomez
belief.
is ridiculous. Well, yeah, of course it's an acceptable belief in the Republican Party, but in Trump's Republican Party, there are a few right-wing beliefs that are not acceptable now.
No, I'm saying that's an acceptable belief also in Israel, apparently, at least the far right.
Oh yeah, that's a fairly common thing.
I don't think Haviv Rediger has promoted Tommy Robinson. I know Tommy Robinson spoke with Emily Schrader a little while ago, but I don't think he ever talked to Haviv. Haviv might be smart enough to I don't know, realize
Hold
that.
on.
Look back.
We're gonna listen to our Lord and Savior Joe Biden from the 1990s.
Based.
Epic Fail has started DMing me and just saying a bunch of base things, so that's based.
This resolution does not endorse the president's decision.
Ooh, this will be interesting.
It does not endorse
Yankee
the
dogs. I'm gonna send you.
What? Okay.
Epic Fail recommended. Oh, are you listening to something?
David, I'm trying to watch this video here.
Oh, my bad.
I know you're on
can
your
hear it, though.
fucking phone.
There we go. Let me listen. Okay, let's go.
It does support our men and women in uniform. It does limit the mission to military.
Why is this video so goddamn quiet?
Also, you should just speed up to the part that's Biden.
Pass
We don't need
only
to see all.
and requires a realistic exit strategy based on the goal of Bosnian self, as we should.
But Europe cannot stay.
Hold on. No, this video is really fucking quiet. Can anybody else even hear this?
As we should.
Maybe it'll get louder when Biden starts gooning all over the mic.
No, it won't. Hold on.
You're looking for that clip where he says there is no moral center in Europe. That clip, right?
The whole one though.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's in here. Just a sec. I'm sorry, guys.
Just look up Biden based compilation.
Look up Biden's based anti-Serbian racism. I don't know.
Oh my
No,
God.
not that. Not that.
But Europe cannot
I think he also.
united
I
without
think
the United States.
Biden actually wanted Israel to
Stop!
bomb me. Sorry.
I'm trying to watch the video here. Did you guys actually like click on my stream? I understand that like most of you are on your fucking phones.
No, I clicked it. All right, let's go.
Yeah, I know.
I'm watching my stream on my TV, but it's a little bit behind.
Chase,
Sorry.
stop. Everyone stop talking. Did this even...
Support you.
There we go.
As we should.
But Europe cannot stay united without the United States. There is no moral center in Europe. When in the last 2 centuries had the French or the British or the Germans or the Belgians or the Italians moved in a way to unify that continent, to stand up to this kind of genocide? When have they done it? And the only reason anything is happening now is because the United States of America finally is understanding her role.
Allowing us to make this announcement.
No one will deny that it's more a responsibility.
Based. Wait.
Is this you, the most base thing ever?
Wait, is there a Biden-based compilation? I can't remember, like, where did I see that?
Or something.
There's another.
It's like
There's another clip of Biden talking during an address, I think, and he was basically saying that during the war on Serbia, he wanted them to bomb even deeper into Belgrade and to take out Milosevic's
Yeah,
oil.
that! I'm trying to find that, but I don't know where it is.
that and the finish line. We own the finish line, and then a net. That I need that so bad.
I was suggesting that we bomb into Belgrade. I was suggesting that we cut him off and go after his oil. I was suggesting it was something like that.
Find it. Let me find it. Biden.
Oh, come on, man. Vosh used to play it back when he liked Biden. Though, sorry, I had to do a fast
I found we own the finish line.
Oh yeah.
There's the bomb Belgrade clip.
Yeah, I see it. Hold on, I'm gonna play it now. Everyone, I'm just gonna deafen.
You know, you could just deafen. Yeah, just that's always better.
Oh, hey, there's epic fail.
Oh, he's vaping.
Justin.
Then, when I was in your position, I was suggesting we bomb Belgrade. I was suggesting that we send American pilots in and blow up all the bridges on the Drina. I was suggesting we take out his oil supplies. I was suggesting very specific action.
Based. You know, because, you know, yeah.
The ghost of Bosnia possessing his body.
Yes.
I wonder. He mentioned the Belgians in his little rant about the Europeans. I wonder if he said that because I was right after the stuff in Rwanda, because the Belgians are pretty involved in that.
Potentially.
Wait, where did you say that? Here's Epic.
Oh, Epic sent me the link in stream suggestions. The Joe Biden on bombing Belgrade, Serbia. Yeah, he suggested. Yeah,
he suggested we bomb Belgrade. Got it.
Yes. Yeah, he put it in stream suggestions. It was a hater compilation, something like supposed anti-war president. That's funny. Oh, you know what? Yeah. Honestly, this one's still my favorite. Just a sec. God damn it, where was it? Do I have the
Wait, this is actually so funny. I didn't realize that Emma Panda wrote Maduro abducted in helicopters. Am I next? as if we get that lucky.
Oh, well, hey, you know what happens to Nazis in Argentina?
True.
Oh, God, Bampanar's going to claim that it's me threatening him. Jesus.
Stop. No. I honestly, I just don't. Look. Let's not. Okay.
We need a lesson on like etiquette on stream. We need like a booklet before people get in the VC.
I've spent too much time. I've spent too much time on Discord VCs and not enough time on streams.
Yes, you have. Oh,
They
there
live
it is.
long, fulfilling lives. They live long, fulfilling lives speaking Spanish. Well, look what happens.
Deafen.
Yeah. All right, listen. I love this one.
It can't be bargained with. It can't be reasoned with. It doesn't feel pity or remorse or fear. And it absolutely will not stop. Ever. You are dead.
For all those of you who voted for President Trump, there's no way out.
What?
Mid.
I don't know. I think that's funny. I mean, it's not. It doesn't hit as hard as it did like after he won in the 2020 election. Yeah.
The better one is the "We Own the Finish Line." That shit is hard. And then there was a one where it's like a hawk noise goes after that. And then I'm like, oh yeah, that's based.
Yes, the fire rises. That's what Orpheus in chat said.
Oh yeah, the fire rises. Yes, based. That's true.
I sent you something that Epic sent me, and this will be very interesting to listen to maybe another time. But
if I take that mask off, will you die? It would be incredibly painful. You're a big guy. For you.
Okay.
How long is this actually?
It's 1 minute and 55 seconds.
No, not that. I was saying that it's something else. It's okay.
Oh, the other one?
Yeah. I'll worry.
How Maduro's capture could upend. Oh yeah, this is William Spaniel. I'm not gonna watch this right now.
Yeah.
Move Clouds is saying, can we talk about Mamdani again? I want to see a Diasteroids fight.
Oh, it's 16:33. I mean, I don't know how much longer David has here, so.
I don't have a fight in me anymore.
Oh, really? Looks like the Israel-Palestine conflict's finally been solved.
No. Okay. All right, I'm gonna play this, and then yeah.
Not only do we have the largest economy in the world, we have the strongest economy in the world. We have the most productive workers in the world. And given a fair shot, given a fair chance, Americans have never, ever, ever, ever let their country down. Never. Never. Ordinary people like us who do extraordinary things. We've had candidates before who attempted to get elected by appealing to our fears, but they've never succeeded because we do not scare easily. We never bow. We never bend. We never break when confronted with crisis. No, we endure, we overcome, and we always, always, always move forward. That's why I can say with absolute conviction, I am more optimistic about our chances today than when I was elected as a 29-year-old kid to the Senate. The 21st century is going to be the American century.
Damn, 29 years old.
Because we lead not only by the example of our power, but by the power of our example. That is the history of the journey of America. And God willing, Hillary Clinton will write the next chapter in that journey. We are America, second to none, and we own the finish line. Don't forget it. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Come on. We're America.
Definitely age well.
Wow.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Tell me that shit didn't hit harder. Tell me that shit didn't hit harder than even the compilation. Just straight speech. Absolute fucking.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. That was a really good speech, and I think stuff like that is really good in terms of when he, yeah, like that's some real positive energy there about America, you know.
That Biden might have bombed Iran.
You don't hear from Trump.
I think that's a good example of like populism being used for actual good.
No, I
guess.
I don't think that counts as populism. That's just like him like being like, you know, patriotic about America and stuff.
That yes, yeah, true. Patriotism. That's a better example of patriotism being better. Oh, Van Loven said, "God, looking at this side by side of his found debate performance is just depressing."
Yeah, no, absolutely. Obviously, like he used to be, you know.
I'm sending an amazing meme to DMs. Spectacular meme.
Okay. Oh. Oh yeah.
AI slop, but funny.
Dr. Disrespect really fell off. It actually, it kind of sucks because you might have actually been able to, like, Photoshop this if you did it right. You know, maybe not with him holding the controller, but you could have definitely, yeah.
I saw that. I saw Dr. Disrespect himself tweet it out saying, "Stop sending me this. It isn't funny."
Yes. Yeah, I think I saw that too. Yeah.
Well, hey, was Maduro ever caught?
Is that? Yeah.
What?
Was Maduro ever caught trying to message a minor?
No, I don't think so. Well, I mean, if he did try, nobody would have caught him doing it, I doubt, but.
Maduro was sitting there speaking. I used to have so much power, so much speed, so much.
Okay.
I haven't watched enough Dr. Disrespect clips to know how he sounds.
Yeah.
It appears that Mamdani is getting ratioed on Twitter and then keeps hiding reply. So this is kind of corny behavior from him.
Ratioed about what?
Wait, hold on. Do you think it's Mamdani who's doing that or his staff? I mean, how much do these politicians actually like legitimately use their?
I'm sure he's involved with that kind of stuff in terms of like directly his Twitter itself. Like that's like direct communication, if that makes sense. Like there's other like little minor things where they'll like make a page for him or something, but like things like what is my tweet going out today going to be? That's going to be him, or like things like that, or at least he'll be asked about that. They're not going to do that on behalf of him. Biden NATO wave edit.
Are you talking about
this is? But
are you talking about the tweet you shared last night where he was basically saying that like where he was like condemning the Maduro abduction? Are you talking about that tweet?
Oh yeah. First of all, cornball for that.
Oh.
I don't know what this is, but Epic sent it to me, and it's whatever a NATO wave edit is. Sounds cool.
Oh yeah, I've seen these before.
Wait, let me see.
We're told we're not taking sides. I'm here.
Oh, hold on. Let me share screen again. One sec, so that you guys don't talk.
Fucking Americans.
Here's my clip again.
Kalinda, when are we gonna have Arab women debate?
What?
The Arab women debate.
What do you mean the Arab woman debate? What?
What the hell?
That's what it's called.
Dante, stop gooning. We've already decided this.
Yeah, but I understand that's what it's called, but like what does that mean? You need to explain. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Is it going to be a debate between you and like an Arab woman? Is that what's happening? Like what?
It's going to be a debate on whether or not he deserves to ever have an Arab woman in his life, or if they need to run away from it.
Between me, Mina, and Ray. She's Emirati.
Oh my gosh, she's Emirati.
Yeah, but they wanted to debate me on it. I don't know. It was just like stuff about modern women in the Middle East, stuff like that. Nothing too serious. You know.
Oh, you mean
peak sexism?
takes that you have about Arab women in the Middle East?
This sounds great. It sounds spectacular.
We went from talking about
Please let him
Biden
cook.
to NATO. Talk about Biden and NATO.
Anyways, speaking of Biden, I need to watch this Biden thing. So everyone, pause for a second.
Okay, I started the stream, so yeah, click onto it if you want to listen. Anyway, here we go.
To take sides. Mladic is a war criminal, the leader of the Bosnian Serbs. He is no better than Himmler. He is no better than Goebbels.
Goebbels? Goebbels? I'm sorry, I can't do it. No,
This is Glinda's artistic obsession with Nazi pronunciations.
no, it's not that. It's just, hey, I'm not the only one. I just think it's funny that no American knows how to say it. Like, nobody knows how to say Goebbels. It's really not that hard. Anyway, I just have to make fun of people because the way everybody says it is wrong, and it's very amusing to me.
I used to pronounce it as Gables, so hey, I've come a long way.
Goebbels?
Say gobbles. You could have said gobbles.
Gobbles. Okay.
War criminal.
I was suggesting we bomb Belgrade.
What's so important about the Western Alliance? NATO for NATO's sake so we can beat our breath? What I'm about to say is going to cause me great difficulty if I'm re-elected and come back here as the ranking member or chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee. There is no moral center in Europe.
I was suggesting that we send American pilots in and blow up all the bridges on the Drina.
When in the last 2 centuries have the French, or the British, or the Germans, the Belgians, the Italians?
I was suggesting we take out his oil supply.
Moved in a way to unify that continent, to stand up to this kind of genocide. When have they done this?
I was suggesting very specific action.
The only reason anything is happening now is because the United States of America finally is understanding her role. The 21st century is going to be the American century. Because we never bow, we never bend, we never break. We are America, second to none, and we own the finish line. Don't forget it.
That was literally me when we bombed Iran. That was literally me. I said that verbatim. I couldn't help myself. I just had to. I gave that whole speech to all my schizophrenic shadows that were around me. They all clapped, and we all had a celebration.
Dante, you were saying Destiny's stream title is based because he's matriarch hunting. Is that why you were saying that?
He's going after Mercy.
What?
I plead the fifth.
Of course you do. I mean, he's not actually. It's because he's playing Arc Raiders, and I'm assuming that the matriarch is like some boss in that game or something.
How do you pronounce the name? Is it pronounced Goebbels or Goebbels or how do you say it?
Goebbels.
Gerbils.
Goebbels.
Okay.
Gobble boy.
Van Aloven says in chat. Meanwhile, literally me when I hit Iran.
Goebbels.
Can I get shelter now?
Goebbels.
My cats are hungry.
What? Meanwhile, literally me when they hit Iran. Can I leave the shelter now? My cats are hungry. Aww.
Those were some really cute pics though of his.
All right,
cats.
guys.
Yes.
It is time for me to leave. Shabbat shalom.
Yes.
All right.
Shabbat shalom.
On a Sunday.
Salam alaikum.
Bye.
Bye, David. And he's gone. All right, guys.
All right, I don't have much else to say anymore.
All right.
I've already a few clippable Fed post moments. One too many.
Stop.
Anyway,
see you later.
It's been fun talking to y'all.
Yep, bye. Hello, Dante.
Hello.
I feel like you and I probably have like maybe more disagreements, but I don't know if it's like 8 o'clock. God damn. We've just hit the 7-hour mark. Thanks everybody for like browbeating me into continuing to stream. I think I'm probably gonna call it there though, because I don't really have much else to talk about. I was gonna watch that video, but then David wanted to come in, so the Candace Owens video. Actually, wait, hold on. The Willie Mack show.
Earlier this week, we got
Oh, there it is. Candace Owens
This
is
is the internet.
ontologically evil. 31 minutes. Okay.
To exit.
I'm not. I mean. Damn, I was hoping this would be like a full on a full like takedown of Candace in terms of like why she was or why she's like kind of crazy. Oh, Pisco's having a debate about whether or not he has bad faith. Oh my god.
You should join in.
He needs to stop arguing with these people. I don't know why he's bothering.
That's what he loves. That's his whole thing.
Yeah, I guess it must be.
All that.
We had an amendment, the Xth Amendment, and it said no president can go arrest a
Okay, go
or
for it.
this day or any day even. Well,
Okay.
Okay. If he did it anyway, looking at the entire rest of the legal apparatus, I don't think that's enough to make it actionable in any fashion.
That's the question whether or not it'll be actionable.
Oh, okay. Maybe it sounds like this is actually a debate about MAGA, which by the way is like when Pisco has debates about that, I mean, which I think is most of his content for all you Pisco haters out there. Mostly he's just concerned with debating MAGA, and I'm okay with that. Pisco is actually a useless tool for the right, for the people who want to portray the right as joyless, argumentative, ungrounded, rip, and that's why I don't like him. You know what? That's fair. That's probably a more fair argument than whatever the fuck else people are saying. Do I want to watch this right now? I feel like, because I'm sure Loner's probably going to watch this tomorrow.
Is he streaming?
I don't know. I'm assuming that he is, because tomorrow's Monday, and he usually streams on weekdays. How did you order his Harvey's? Does Harvey's even sell poutine, Tuckman? Jeez.
Oh, they got it, yeah. It's
Do
not
they?
any good, but
Oh.
yeah.
Okay, yeah, well, no, oh, portray the left. Yeah, because they portray the left. Yeah, sorry, Van Loven, yeah, you didn't catch your typo. Yeah, I don't know, it's, I don't know if Loner's gonna stream tomorrow or not, because, like, I think it's been, like, a whole week since, since like January, or since, yeah, I guess like he just took the entire time off, but maybe that was always his plan. I mean, he was probably like busy with family and stuff, so maybe Loner was captured by Mossad because he was getting more critical of Israel. Yeah, sure. Oh yeah, you know, I mean,
A lot
that
of stuff
does.
going on.
What?
I'm saying there's a lot of stuff going on. You got Venezuela, you got UAE and Saudi getting closer and closer to conflict.
Wait, are they?
Direct. Yeah.
Wait, really? I
Yeah,
thought
they're
that.
actively funding and fighting each other by proxy in Yemen.
Wait, what the fuck? I didn't realize that they were doing that. I thought that the Yemen conflict was a conflict between Iran and Saudi Arabia, and that they were going against each other. Wait, are you sure you don't mean Iran? I thought
The UAE. Let me just pull up this article. It has a good summary.
who's the UAE supporting in Yemen? Wait, didn't the UAE say they were going to pull out their troops from Yemen?
So the UAE is supporting the it's called the Transitional Council, STC.
Oh, okay. Oh, um
Yeah, and Saudi is basically supporting the officially recognized government of Yemen, not the Houthis, but
Yeah, and the Iran is supporting the Houthis. Main belligerents, Al-Qaeda and its allies. What the fuck? Supreme Political Council. Okay, well that's not that's like the Houthi one, I guess. Maybe this is. Oh, is ISIS still in there? The STC. Supreme, you mean so is it called the Supreme Transitional Council or something? Oh, no, the Southern Transitional Council. Okay.
yeah.
Then the Supreme Political Council, which is the Houthis, and the Yemeni.
They just captured the Hadramaut province from the UAE-backed separatists, the STC. That was a today thing.
Wait, who just captured it? The Houthis did?
The Saudi-backed troops, the official government of Yemen.
Oh, okay. Damn. Okay. So all right, yeah, so they're partaking in the proxy war. So they're in South Yemen. State allies. Oh, hey, Israel is friends with them, apparently. That's kind of interesting. And then the UAE. Okay, and the Republic of Yemen. Damn, Yemen's been
I think it's
what?
I think it's led by the nephew of the former president Ali Abdullah Saleh.
Oh. Oh,
There's
you
like
mean
4 major factions fighting.
Oh, there's 4 major factions. Has this not been updated? Is Al-Qaeda even still a thing in this? Or ISIS? Oh, I see.
Yeah, they have strongholds in the mountains.
Oh, okay. And then we've got Presidential Leadership Council, internationally recognized, led by the PLC. These guys are the government. So wait, so you're saying that the Southern Transitional Council is being led by Salah's cousin?
No, that's the Republic of Yemen, the official.
That makes sense. Okay. Sultan al-Barakani. That's president of the House of Representatives. Chairman of the Presidential Council. Geez, which one is the I don't know. Oh, hold on. Chase sent me this as a palate cleanser.
Hi.
Aww.
Okay. Min Min. See you. What you doing? Okay, carry on.
Oh, what a cute dog.
Who's under there? Right.
The problem is only 5% of cats are that chill. That is untrue, Boof Clouds. My cat is also that chill. I think most cats are probably super chill. Oh. Oh, sweet. Thanks, Dante. And it's from the CVC, too. Absolutely based. UAE pulls military forces out of Yemen, follow tensions with Saudi Arabia. Yeah, this is what I saw. So they actually had, like, dudes in there. This might be something interesting to look at later. But I think it's time to end the stream now. But thanks for this,
That's
Dante.
fair.
Yeah, it's late and I'm tired. And yeah, I'm just
Alright.
gonna go chill for the rest of the evening. Anyway, have a good one.
You too. Good night.
Bye. Okay. Yeah, you're welcome, Chase. And have a good night, everybody. Thanks for stopping by. Bye.